Test, 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 1, 2, 3. Test, 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 1, 2, 3. Sounded not too bad. Great. Let's trying to get my cam moving where I want it. Maybe I could move it down. Skirt. There we go. That looks pretty good. Pretty happy where that's sitting. Probably maybe turn it just a bit this way. Don't need this in this shot. Just my overhead camera. Oh God, everything's getting unplugged. All right. Right, today we're on a mission. The mission is... Wait. Is it just that dark? Oh shit, the chat is like almost hidden. That's crazy, because my curtain is actually the chat right here. You can't see it unless my hand crosses over. That's pretty wild. But yeah. Why this time? All right. Come say hi in the chat. If you are around, definitely say something. There we go. Reed, welcome. Thanks for joining. Cool. Hi. That's me. Great. All right, let's dive in. Stream is not going to be... Last time we had that 6 hours long stream. That was pretty crazy. This time we won't. This time we're just going to be talking about... we're going to focus on the title of the stream, which is the the music education and AI discussion. We're going to be talking about music, AI music. Very important topic. Ignoring the topic is a foolish approach. I'll give my little take at the beginning here. Basically, I was very skeptical when AI... actually, I'll put this up. This is the video we're going to watch by Adam Neely talking about Suno AI music and the bad future. So, basically... I was very skeptical when AI came out that it was going to replace art in some way. Quite skeptical about that. Because if we look at history, we've had technological advances for thousands of years. And not a single time has every time there was technological advancement, it has been incorporated by artists in some way and has affected culture. The technology affected the culture and the climate, the climate of people and kind of people's feelings about different things in the world and things that are happening in the world. And art would usually reflect those changes in culture or changes in that climate. And maybe the technology would also be incorporated by artists to further art in some way or evolve it in some way. But technology has never replaced art ever. It's only been ever incorporated or affected it, but has never replaced it ever. So I was pretty skeptical when AI came out and the kind of like automated learning kind of like element of it. And the predictive algorithm of it, because I was like, well, why? We've had thousands of years of technological advancement. Why would this one be any different? And so, but it was not clear immediately why it wouldn't be different. But historically, if one were to, place bets, I would have bet that it wouldn't affect things, considering history. Now, hey Joel, so. The problem... Oh, hello, Flowey. Welcome, Flowey, as well. Thanks for joining. So, and then I was like, well, what is it? The problem with the AI art is something I do in streams all the time now is, and I'll just switch to this because we're not watching the video yet. Well, something I do all the time in streams is I analyze the music. I go in depth discussing what makes the music make me feel the way that it does. Why does it make me feel the way that it does? And trying to dig deeper into understanding what is an objective, what are the objective measurements at play that might be together engineering this work. What makes this work such a clever design, if you will? What is so clever about the design of it? Why might it be such a successful piece of music or piece of art? And why has it impacted people so strongly? Why has it had such a big effect on people in the context in which it showed up? And this is really interesting, really fun, because then you get much more depth, deep understanding relationship with that piece of art. And then you also have a deeper connection with whoever created that art as well. And so then if you look at AI art, if you look at normal art that we've experienced over all these years, it was great. You would analyze it. Maybe like right now, I've been analyzing a lot of John Williams music, and it's like amazing because it's like I'm literally having basically a conversation with the composer without having to, without talking to them one-on-one in person. And we're having a musical conversation by me looking into his work and being like, analyzing how he's done it and everything. And I can hear his voice and his personality and like different things in the music coming through. And I'm experiencing the emotions and the kind of journey that John Williams intends people who are listening to probably experience. And the more theory and more might be informed and more knowledgeable you might be, the more you can really get to the finer details of everything that's going on. And just the more you can soak in all of everything that there is to soak in about the music or any art for that matter. And so then I'm having a conversation with this other artist. Now, that's the other element. Those are the two key elements of art. And when we look at AI art, you might go, oh, even in the best case scenario that the art is incredibly successful, or maybe it's incredibly popular and looks amazing and it just wows everybody, and you look at it. The problem isn't that whether it can wow you or not. It's not about whether the art itself is going to have an emotional effect on people. That is not the question. The question is what happens after. So what happens after is I have an emotional experience with the art and I'm like, oh, wow, that's really cool. Let me go analyze it. Let me go connect with it more past just that initial impression of the piece. And then what happens is I go, okay, let me go and understand how this art came to be. Well, the art came to be because somebody typed up a prompt and then the AI scoured the internet and basically did cutouts of all the art that's out there and created this basically collage of all the work that it could find that it thinks would work together to give the person who typed the prompt what they're asking for. And then so the person who typed the personal Oh yeah, and it's communicating something, right? The art is going to communicate something. So the feeling, the fidelity, how high resolution, how fidelity that message is that a composer might send through their music and through their writing is extremely detailed, extremely personal, because the composer was involved in every little part of that creation. So of course the message is going to be extremely customized to and very much like in tune with what the composer wanted. If I type a prompt, if a person types a prompt and they create that AI, and let's the AI art, and I'm like, oh, I want to connect with this piece more. The person who typed the prompt can't tell me anything about why the art looks the way it does. All they can tell me is that they typed a prompt and the AI created something that it thought relevant to the prompt, or it thought satisfied the credentials, the criteria that was typed in the prompt. And the criteria of a prompt versus the criteria that a composer might have when they write a piece of music, let's say, or an artist drawing might have for every single shade and hue and the opacity and layers and all this other stuff. The criteria is like the most bland level, surface level criteria, the most generalized possible criteria, to some of the most specific and extremely detailed. Like when you're drawing, your criteria for every single part might be really specific, super, super detailed. So the message kind of like that the creator of that, let's say the person who's the prompter, that message is extremely surface level, extremely generic, extremely general. So you're not really getting anything to connect with there that's going to give you more depth and more emotional connection with the work. And then you go, okay, well, let me ask the AI. Can the AI tell me something about what it created, how it generated the piece? And it can't either. It just scoured the internet and found all these things. And the way that the AI is trained is that it just creates something. It goes through the entire process, gives you only the final part, and goes, give me a thumbs up or thumbs down on this final product. And then, people vote on that and they go up or down. Or if whoever might be training the AI might give it a thumbs up or thumbs down. And then it goes on, okay, let me just compile some random stuff. And then this is the process that happens just constantly, endlessly. And then you might get, eventually the AI will quote unquote learn what way of collaging things is going to more likely get the thumbs up from the person who asked for a prompt. But you're also getting no information about how the piece was made other than randomness and the people who are like maybe helping the AI learn. It's maybe the most commercially popular, it's trying to basically succeed in like commercialized collage of everybody else's work. And one thing I did say at one point is like, I had this quote that I came up with is basically AI is basically going on the internet, and everyone on the internet, all the work and all the stuff that exists on the internet is basically everybody in the world is a ghostwriter that's working for free for the AI, because then the AI is just asking everyone to just make all this stuff, or it's already out there and it's just grabbing it and collaging it together too. So it's basically it's a collaboration of ghostwriters that have already made work that it happened to be able to grab and use to create the piece of work. So that's also kind of not great either. So even with all of the, is it right to have AI create art? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Even if you like go beyond that question, because that can be a very subjective question. I think a lot of people can have different opinions on that. But one thing that is objective is that there is nothing beyond the mask, beyond what you see of the art, the visuals. There is no information for you to interact with. And the only way you could interact with more information would be to track down exactly which things it used and which things it collaged and how into the work that it created, and then to go back and find the original works that it collaged from, and then analyze those, because those are actually done by people. Those do have a certain technique or process that a person is doing. And then the other problem is, of course, like, think about, like, if you're cooking food or something, like a cook is going to taste the food as they're making it. The AI is just making the entire piece of work in one go. There's no intervention midway through that process. So it doesn't have a barometer like a human being might have a barometer for, hey, I like how this piece of work is developing as I'm working on it. Whereas in, like, oh, I like the flavor that I'm getting, or, oh, we really need to add this other flavor before we complete this thing. And so the AI does not have any way to bias or any barometer for adjusting course as it's creating the piece of work that it's creating. It just creates the whole thing and then hopes for the best. And so that's why there's no information there for you to learn from to create your own stuff. So if you want to be an artist, AI art is not going to teach you anything about how to make art. That's a really big problem. Whereas normally, before AI art, normal art, there's always something to learn from it, because it was created by someone who put thought into every decision they did, and then the art came to be. So, so if they had thoughts that got the art to look the way that it does, if you learn what those thoughts are, can also get to the same results, and then customize the result to fit what you want to do, which is the whole kind of pursuit of, let's say, music theory and all that other stuff as well. So that's just a little intro of, like, my, like, latest, like, basically, I guess, like, what I find to be the most compelling arguments that really show what AI art is missing, and why I really think it doesn't really threaten the arts industry as much as people think that it does. Yes, AI art is extremely successful commercially because somebody who is wanting just a picture for a cover for a poster or for their book or something, or they just need some visual graphic to just as like a slot, it needs to fit a certain slot. There needs to be a graphic here to just finish something that has nothing really, that the graphic is not that important. It just has to be there, some kind of graphic that looks like it fits some kind of theme. Like that surface level of criteria is 100% what AI is able to satisfy, like 100%. It is easily able to satisfy that. And the people who are typing the prompt and get something, they're satisfied with what they get because they're not really interested in the like emotional like conversation and the like communication elements of art. They're interested in just the like mask part. They just want the visual that exists. The emotional experience of that visual is just not really important. It's not a priority for that audience. And so that audience is totally fine and actually finds the AI art probably better because they don't have to pay out the ass for it, kind of thing, you know? So, which you do have to pay artists fairly for the amount of work that they're putting into it. But it's just that to them, comparing the AI art to some, so the point, the priorities are just not there that would compel somebody to like not use AI art basically for that particular audience, which is not the audience that I am, which is not really the audience I hope some of you guys here are not that audience. But if you are, hopefully understanding music and arts more will evolve the depth of your relationship with these kind of things. And if your depth is higher, then you will see what the issues where the AI will just not be able to fill those needs and those those things that you might be looking for. That definitely I am looking for. So let's look at the video. So probably a lot of this would have come up anyway, but I kind of just want to get that out there now. And then we can kind of talk about what happens here. Let's see if this plays okay.
This is Mikey Schulman,
Seems like it does.
CEO of the generative AI music company Suno. Suno is worth $2.5 billion, largely because investors believe in Mikey's vision for the future of the music industry. He wants to model it after the video game industry.
I think that the music industry is way smaller than it needs to be.
What if the music industry can be as big as the gaming industry?
The gaming industry is 50 times bigger than the music industry. And it's because gaming is super active.
If you make music interactive and you make music engaging, people will pay for it like they pay for video games.
Look at the video game.
So far, so good. 1,000 billion% agree. Yeah, the gaming industry is incredibly successful. I think in large part because it's really easy to get into. It is very easy to get into video games. And how competent you feel when you play video games is extremely competent. I press one button and I see this giant, visual effects and all this stuff and all these graphics and all this animation happen by me pressing one button. I press like an ability or something in an MMORPG. Incredible. It's so easy to get the fulfillment and the fantasy, that the amount of the barrier to getting into that, the barrier of entry is like nothing almost. There are some games that have a higher barrier of entry, but most video games no. And the reason that the market is so successful, the gaming industry is so successful, is because the barrier to entry is like zero. I mean, you have people like the Nintendo. I mean, why Nintendo is so successful? A lot of their games are really, really beginner friendly, like really like kids games. And some of them, even if they might be a little bit for older, or something, they're really easy to play. Like the demand of skill and the kind of like, there's almost no gatekeeping at all on that front. Like, absolutely agree. I really do think that music does suffer from sometimes from gatekeeping from people who are really elitist about it. And there's gatekeeping on that front, which isn't good. The other problem is, what was the other problem? I'm blanking, but gatekeeping can be sometimes an issue with like the elitist, and yeah, the learning curve is much like the whole like cycle of like putting in the work and getting something out of it is also very, very slow. But I do think there's a lot of ground that can be gained in the education field. I think that's something that I'm really passionate about, is closing the gap a little bit, making it so that learning is a little bit more efficient, so that the cycle of you put in your time and you put in the effort and you get some kind of payoff that, which is the payoff that our musicians are seeking. That cycle, improving how quickly that happens and how often that happens. Because in video games, the reinforcement is just happening like constantly at an insanely high pace. Whereas with arts and like playing an instrument, let's say, the reward of like making a good sound on a violin can take weeks, for some people months. But lowering that time would really make it so people are a little bit more, get a little bit more enjoyment out of it, so the ratio of like hard work versus like payoff is like a little bit more pleasant. And yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And I think it would be really cool if music, I mean, in schools, like think about the music education topic. In schools, music is usually the first one to go in public schools, because it's not treated as important as like other things. Yeah, it's entertainment industry, of course, is always going to be a little bit less important for people to pursue in a way for like the sustaining of culture, but of like a world. But like, I think that it's undervalued. I definitely think it's a little bit on the low end, and I think arts should be a little bit more normalized, that people pursue art. It's really good for you too. It's great for the brain, and there's all that research too. But yeah, I hope one day that the music industry is not just successful on the commercial end, but is also more and more maybe normalized that people actually entertain and pursue it a bit more on a general spectrum, and it's a little bit more accessible. I would love that. Yeah. Just as accessible as video games, I hope one day,
Yeah. These are rich and engaging experiences that people have, and music today is mostly just listened to.
Too much music.
Exactly. Literally. Yeah. Mostly people just listen to music. And there is a much smaller percentage of people who play music versus people who listen to music. It's I don't know what the percentage would be, but it's definitely less than 1% of people who enjoy listening versus who actually might pursue playing or writing or whatever other thing. What's wrong with just listening to music? There's nothing wrong with listening to music. But what he's talking about is that people, that the industry of pursuing music is really, really like the amount of people that pursue music versus people who might pursue sciences, the STEM, the kind of like that industry of like the training, like playing an instrument or writing music, that part, and like sound engineer, those fields are, those are just underrepresented, I think. Which I think it would be for the better if it was more represented. Would you say? I mean, think about video games. Video games used to be a pretty niche thing. And then look at us today. We have fucking esports on the level of almost, if not beating potentially, like the NBA, or not the NBA, the like just like football and like actual physical sports. Like esports is actually like on like competing now against like physical sports. Let's see. How big is the esports industry versus the football industry? I mean, I'm sure the football industry is still ahead. It's got to be. Global football, soccer. Okay, that's soccer. Okay, industry is a massive economic giant. Over $170 billion. In contrast, the global esport industry is a rapidly growing market valued at 1.6 billion to 3.5 billion. So, like, completely outclassed. But damn, 3.5 billion is nothing to laugh at. For an esport, is pretty wild. I mean, I don't know if that's valued for including like people who play games and buy skins in League of Legends. Let's say League of Legends is probably the best example of esports. Joel here, uninspired music written by humans isn't that different from AI music. It's better, but it's still primarily synthesis instead of true creativity. AI tools really expose the professional pop/culture country songwriters today because the two products are nearly indistinguishable already. AI tools really expose. Yeah, so interesting. Yeah. So I think there are a lot of people who really kind of like, I don't know, just like, oh yeah, like country and pop and stuff is like super, super simple and easy to write. And like, I mean, there is some, I think there's definitely truth to that for sure. Because if you look at all the different genres, I guess like, but I think one of the things that is underappreciated in pop, and maybe even sometimes in country, is the sound design, sound engineering element of it, the mastering element of it. The amount of like work it might take to make something really pop and be really catchy and pleasant into the ear when it comes to EQing, compression, like layering instruments against each other and the voice, and like the writing. I would assume, I don't write for these genres, but I would really assume that there is a level of like nuance of like trying to figure out how, I mean, like think about like the film industry. Like Hans Zimmer has talked about how he'll spend literally like 3 days straight just trying to find one sound or one instrument, like just testing just hundreds and hundreds, maybe even thousands of instruments and the sounds, just to find the right exact timbre and to put into his music. So I mean, the microphone you might use, the way you might process that microphone, the acoustics, I think those things are because it's like a recording, right? That particular recording might have a lot of acclaim and success, because maybe some of that detail work is in there. At least as someone who can really appreciate the detail work, I do find that when I go into that, there is some interesting things I can find and explore, and it's a topic that's maybe worth exploring. I don't think it's that simple, necessarily that simple, but it is like when it comes to the theory, maybe that stuff is pretty linear and straightforward compared to maybe some other genres for sure. Let's see, AI, write a Dolly Parton classic. Dolly, maybe link me something I could listen to it. I'm not sure what exactly that is. But yeah, I think okay. What about the music performance? Well, music industry. Worth over what was it called again? How big is the music industry probably wins. I mean, if you take all music, it's crazy. McCartney, okay, or Gary, yeah, classic. Very good. Very good. How big is the music industry versus the sports industry? That's an interesting question. Vastly larger than the music industry. The global sports market commands an economic footprint ranging from $2 trillion. Jesus fucking Christ. This is AI, of course, but 31 billion. Okay, global recorded music revenue reached a record of 31 billion. That's pretty good. So still ahead of esports. Music in 2020, 12.1 billion. Someone's quoting here. Film is 43 billion. Sports is 71 billion. All of the North America. Okay, so North America, sure. Like these numbers are going to go all over the place if you go between like all this other stuff. I know you didn't ask, but the gaming industry is valued at 65 billion. So gaming is above film in America. Yeah, worldwide is 200 billion. Has a growing rapidly every year. Yeah, so gaming industry has to be the biggest climb right now. The film industry is probably pretty good. I could see film industry kind of it's still good, but it needs some breakthrough stuff. I mean, it's really good. Shows I think right now are probably more popular than films, I would say, if I had to really just totally just shoot in the dark, I would bet that. Yeah, sports industry is insane, by the way. Sports industry is like absolutely insane. And then esports is like 1% of it, I guess. Which is nothing to laugh at. Hey, esports is it's coming along. Yeah. Yeah, definitely the whole like if somebody who's not really that skilled or maybe they're not talented, or maybe they just, I mean, when you write music, you're communicating an emotional experience. If you don't have like if you some people might have emotional experiences. Well, I don't know. Like, what if you have an emotional experience, but you're just really bad at communicating it? You need both. You need something that is a inspiring thing that you might experience that you can draw from. Or even if you didn't experience it, something you have to draw from, something that might inspire people you have to be in the right context. You have to have something to draw from for your inspiration, and then you have to be really skilled at communicating that thing. I think this is the three things, right? Those are the three things, and you need all three to really have something that is going to be compelling for people. Might honestly move this a little here. So Let's keep watching though. But
It's
yeah,
just passive consumption.
Now, in contrast to the passive
yeah.
consumption of audio recordings, Mikey's vision is to take generative AI and use it to sell the idea of making music as a consumer product unto itself.
So I love everything he said so far, but then we just kind of what's that one meme? Car taking a right turn. Yeah, it's this. And then that happens. Because I'm totally with improving the music industry and the arts industry and more awareness, more people engaging with it, more people trying it. I don't care if people stick with it. I just want more people being like, hey, this is a cool thing. Hey, I should try it too. Even you get much more momentum too. The more like socially like acceptable something is or socially normalized it is, then it becomes weird that you're not doing it. It's like, oh, you don't play video games? That's weird, man. Like today, like our younger generations, you don't play video games? What's wrong with you? Somebody might say, not me, but somebody might have that opinion. I'm okay if people don't play video games, that's fine. But it's like, it's just kind of like that normalization is a big deal. It's a big deal. And how normalized is playing an instrument compared to playing video games? I think they're definitely, I think we are not as competitive as we could be when it comes to like teaching instruments, teaching writing, more deep kind of like connection with music in general. And I think that if people were looking for more connection, then that audience of people who are looking for just that commercial level, super surface level, they just want the sounds that sound like music. And then if I feel something, great. If I don't, it's whatever. I just need something back in my background to just like preoccupy my brain and take me on a little bit of a, of like a rocking chair kind of experience, right? And then because I'm gonna go on a run and I need something to just whatever. And it's just silly, by the way, that like with so much music you can listen to for free on YouTube and everything, like and Spotify, like why would you even? Anyway, but. So the problem is that, so like the more people we have like that, the more successful AI is, because it can't satisfy anything deeper. And the people who want what they're looking for, the AI is able to just do that. And it's very efficient at outputting more and more and more of that stuff. But the right turn here, the fucking is that he wants to take advantage of and I need to save this video for later. Take advantage of that part, which, as a business person, you're completely entitled to doing what the hell you want. But it's taking advantage of the market, which I think this is contributed to the market poorly. I think instead of accepting that people will not, accepting that the market is more saturated at that commercial level than it is somewhere at the deeper levels, is only going to hurt people. It's only going to make people think that there's no point in engaging with it, which is exactly what's happening today. A lot of people think, why should I even bother? I mean, I've had some younger students be like, why should I bother learning to play an instrument when I can just press a play button and it'll just play me the song for me? Like, why am I going through all this trouble? What's the point? Why bother? And I think AI makes it even a bigger case for why bother, and it's just that's only going to hurt the performing arts industry, for example, as one of the things.
We are best known for giving everybody the ability to create.
The thing that is new here is certainly creation.
We have opened up a new method of interaction, which is creation.
He pitches this idea to the many investors that he talks to on podcasts by using this analogy of a video game.
It's a little bit...
Well, it's creation, but because you have so little agency over what you actually get when you type up a prompt, because the agency is so low, you're not communicating anything. you're basically you literally almost communicating literally nothing when you are typing up a prompt through the art that the AI creates, because the point of the art is communicating emotional experience. How much emotional experience you're going to get from typing, make a mellow sounding song for me, and then it gets you a mellow song. How much of you is in that song is I typed a prompt? How much of you is in the song that you wrote by hand and picked all the notes and picked all the instruments and decided on the rhythms, on the relationship of the sounds to each other and the emotional like harmonic story, and you picked out of the just wide range of sound and music that we have available, that we're aware of from all the thousands of years of exploration of sound in the music industry. How much of that is going to be in there if you were to engage with all of that detail instead of just typing a prompt? Now you are like just all of you is in the piece of work, and it's going to come through. It's going to communicate because you're emotionally reacting to the thing you're creating, and you're going, I didn't like that, I like this. And so it's going to literally, by the process of you engaging with all of these things, it's going to express what yourself through it. It's just inevitable. Now, how skilled you are at getting that message to come out in a way that you like, and like the streamlining that process. But you can't streamline that process by taking away all of the customization. It's like having no customization. Like you go into an MMORPG and you press, and the only way you can customize is by pressing the randomizer button over and over and over again and going, I don't like that one. Okay, I like that one. Let's go. That's what you're doing. You're taking away all the customization knobs instead of like something like Black Desert Online. Instead of something like this. I mean, this is not going to show you everything. Look at this. Oh my God, is it not going to open? None of these are going to open. That's okay. You have all these types of hairstyles. You can choose the lengths of different elements of the hairstyle. I mean, think about somebody who's 3D modeling. If you just press randomize on a 3D model over and over, versus you actually are deciding on all these different elements of what you're creating. You can change the hues for different parts. The face, I'm pretty sure you can drag different parts of the face around. Yeah, look at this controller for face type skin, and you can literally take like the forehead part and change, like you are literally like clay molding the thing together. Like the amount of customization that you get with this is like crazy. Now imagine all the faces. Now imagine that it's not going to show. I mean, I'd have to show a video. Probably a video would be better. Video customization, character demonstration. Like it's just wild how good it is. A video is known for its customization. Let's take a look at this short video, 3 minutes.
Hey everyone, Garbage here. You know, a lot of video games give you the ability to create characters that can be customized to look the way that you want. And today I want to show you how that works. So first, let's talk about the thing that I find most interesting, which is customizing the character's face and body shape. In games, there are two main ways that a 3D model can be manipulated to change shape. The first way is through the use of an armature, in which you have a 3D model rigged to a set of bones that control portions of the mesh. This is great for general animation and anything that requires a lot of movement, because the armature can manipulate large sections of the 3D model very quickly and efficiently. The other way is by manipulating the individual vertices of the mesh through the use of something called blend shapes or shape keys. This is a way to change the shape of a 3D model without the use of an armature. And oftentimes it's used for things that require a lot of fine detail, like facial expressions and talking animations. It's not nearly as efficient for working with large areas or for full body movement, but it can be done. When assigning blend shapes to a 3D model, you first need to start with an unmodified mesh that serves as your baseline. This is the model's default appearance. Then, using various 3D sculpting tools, the mesh is modified in whatever way the artist sees fit, and that new appearance is
how the artist sees fit. How much control you have here versus when you type up a prompt and hope for the best is like insane. The gap is just huge. And the problem is that the AI, when it's creating something for you, it's not considering any of these things. It's not going into Blender and creating you a 3D model in Blender. It's just looking at what's already been done and just cutting out different pieces and gluing it all together and trying to and trying to, trying to give you that impression of something that has been detailedly created. And the only reason that the AI is able to do something that might trick you into thinking it has all this detail is because it does technically have that detail. It's just borrowed from everybody else's work. But because it's borrowed, it's like if you copy somebody else's answers in a test, just because you copied all the answers doesn't mean you know how to get those answers or how you got those answers. It just means you were able to copy the answers down because somebody else knows what the answers should be. But just because you can copy down the answers doesn't mean you know how to get to those answers. You wouldn't be able to show the work, which as artists, what we do is we engage with how that's done, So anyway,
like a video.
So
game.
you can't. There's no way. Just categorically, it's impossible to have AI be that as customizable as the other method. And even if you could intervene at every single little stage and customize it as it goes, well, at that point, you might as well just do it yourself. Like, if you have to handhold if you're not automating it, if you have to then go through all those steps to customize it in the exact way you want, then where's the automation part now? It's gone. So the entire premise is silly to think that AI can serve that kind of role. It might give you the impression of that AI interacted with something, and then there was music that came from my interaction, but the quality and the customization level of that is just the most dull level possible ever. It's like such a regression from how far arts have come, So this is just something that I think sometimes people don't think about. It's really,
why should it resemble a video game?
Very relevant.
In some sense, music is a game. It is interactive. It is engaging. It is fun by yourself, but it's more fun with your friends. To me, it seems like
I agree with that. There is a level of I've talked about how musicians are explorers. There's a level of exploration. We're exploring things, and then we're playing with different tools that we might be aware of that help us get what we're doing and what we're creating to where we want. If you're improvising with an instrument, you have now the ability to then play the instrument. We literally use the word play when we talk about creating sound with an instrument. So yeah, I completely agree with that. Totally. Yeah.
Crazy that music should not be as engaging as Fortnite.
Now, in order to...
So that's, again, it's back to the whole, the cycle of what is it? The cycle of reinforcement is really takes way longer, that wheel to turn and come around from you engaging in something, doing the hard work, and then coming back around to there's payoff, and you go, that paid off, and I feel something because of what I'm doing, and there was me in it. I can feel the me in it. I mean, it's the same as you order fast food at a restaurant and then you eat that, or your grandma cooks up something. You can feel your grandma in the cooking, and then that's personal part of it is that the emotions you're feeling are literally the communication that someone is creating through the culinary arts. Culinary arts and music are probably, and then visual art is the oldest three fucking kingpins that have been around forever. And the reason that they're so engaging is because there's an emotional element at play, because there's a communication of emotion through that. So I can go on and on and on, over and over on these talking points, but that's just, yeah.
To make music as engaging as Fortnite, Suno lets users create songs in a bunch of different ways. You can prompt the model through text, kind of like ChatGPT, but you can also sing melodies into the app, and then it will generate music and chord progressions that go with your melodies. You can also upload demos, and then the app will realize a fully produced track around your demo. Suno does not think of these as professional workflows, but rather consumer experiences.
Yeah. That's my point. It's a purely consumer level of interaction with the whatever not the profession, but like it's a purely commercial level of interaction with the medium, with this form of, you know, with this thing. It's purely commercial. There's no way you can leave that. There's no way AI can make you leave that. The only way to leave that would be to educate, is through education, understanding of it. And then, you know, as you understand it more, you will need the AI less, because the AI is not serving the thing you are trying to do. You see how that's a mutually exclusive thing. This is kind of the crux of it. This is why I can't. I mean, no artist who has a ton of experience is going to really use AI if they could do it themselves, because they can do it themselves and they get to customize everything rather than not having much control over what they create. So the message is just less high definition, you know.
We are in the business of selling
the music.
pleasurable musical experiences to people. Super engaging digital experiences around music.
It's an amusement park experience. Oh, I typed something. Oh, you know, the AI says it incorporated in somehow, and then like I got this thing. Oh, that's cool. It's randomizer. I clicked the randomizer button, and it's like kind of a more, I guess like a more advanced version of a randomizer button. One that is going to kind of maybe connect a little bit more to what you do. Like it counts for what you ask for a bit more. It's more customized. It's basically a tailored randomizer button that you're basically
new
playing
experiences
with.
That were never possible before.
So many more experiences are possible. Engaging, meaningful experiences.
Way more.
Yeah. So that whole the meaning part. I'm sorry, I can't give that. I can't give. I will entertain that it is entertaining. That's the whole fucking weird thing about it, is that it's entertaining to do this, and it is entertainment for people. Maybe that's the whole thing. It's like, you know, well, music and arts is a entertainment industry. Shouldn't it be about entertaining people? Yes, but it can also be a life pursuit. If it was so surface level as like, was I entertained? Okay, great. That's it. It's the same level as going like with culinary. Isn't the culinary arts about just satisfying someone's feeling of hunger? Yes, but that's like this part. The iceberg is the emotional experience, the like sensations, the how many taste buds on our ton 2,000 and 10,000 taste buds. Where's that? Oh shit, I think I kicked my camera. No, I did not. What? Oh yeah, I did kick my camera. Nope. No. I did kick it. I ruined it. Hold on, there's been a catastrophe. Everyone hold their horses. Oh my god, how did it get off so much? What in the world happened? I thought it was perfectly lined up earlier. What in the world? It's off by 1. Is it off by 1 everywhere? Kind of. I guess I could move it. Was it because it was here that I moved it? Cam 2? No. I don't know. Was it in here? Nope, I have to move it manually. Hold on. It peeves me when this thing doesn't work. And I've worked so hard to make it work exactly the way I want it to work. So I have to fix it. Which it's honestly, it's always the same height now. So at least my life is kind of easier on that front. God damn it, doesn't line up as well as it used to. So the reason that I am in the education system is because I think education is the reason that is where improvement should be done. I think that's going to stimulate the industry way more than investing in AI will. Turn it off for now. So that's my thoughts there. It's like, I don't know what the hell happened. I didn't change anything. And it's like, it's kind of lined up. It's just a little small, maybe? Is it good now? I think it's good now. Let's see, a little to the right. Let's see at the bottom. Okay, that's whatever. That's good enough. I'll leave it as is, but then, oh wait, this one was different. Hold on. Where the hell is the piano? What? Where's the other part? What? Why is it gone? Now it's Ron. Oh my god, now it's Ron again. I'm gone. Oh no. Not again. Does that look okay? That looks okay. But then there's something wrong over here. It's not big enough again. Oh god. Make sure I'm like... Sorry, we gotta fix this. Because I worked super hard on getting this right, so I would never ever have to fucking deal with it again. But now I have to deal with it again. And I will get this right. A little bigger, 710, 710, so I need to go less than 710. So the C is out of range, which is fine. F. Ah! So if I move to the F, it's too small still. Maybe it just got too small somehow. Something happened. How's that look? A little small still? I don't even know how in the world this all happened. I had this perfect and everything. Pretty happy with that. It's a little bit. Now it's a little big, actually. Also, I would say that people, this is kind of wild that we're even entertaining just this kind of like thing. I'll talk about it here in a second. But it's like, the people who I know who get into music are usually people who feel like they're not heard. And they're not like, why would you even pursue art? Why would you bother going through all this fucking headache to make art in the first place? Why do people go through the headache when you could just listen to music? So many people listen to music. It's true. There's nothing wrong with listening to music. What is it? Who said this earlier? Reed? What's wrong with listening to music, though? There's nothing wrong with listening to music. Tons of people do it. So why would someone go beyond just listening to music? It's usually people who are the people who actually go and pursue like playing and writing music. They're people who feel like they aren't heard, usually. They feel like when they speak, when they're in a room, when they're with their friends, they feel like they're not heard. They feel like their emotional experience is not validated or is just not noticed. They feel like they need an outlet. And for some reason or another, talking is not enough, isn't expressing what they want, what they feel is trying to get out, and it's just the medium of speech, and any other medium is just not satisfying the need to express, need to be seen and heard. So then that's why someone might be willing to pursue playing an instrument or writing music, is because they feel like that's the best option. That's the only option that's able to get their emotional experience across to other people, where they get to fully, completely control the message and how it is sent and maybe even received. There are people who write music and write poetry, might write word, even like writing books or novels or whatever, who don't even, like, people who journal. Like, are you journaling because, like, think about this crazy concept. Would you journal if the AI was like generating text for you? Can you imagine journaling where you're typing up a message and you're not getting the message that you're typing? It's just like trying to predict what you think. How infuriating would that be? That is what the experience of like an artist trying to use AI to write would probably be like. If it was like extremely normalized and we were in a world where like AI writing became completely normal, and the pace at which people, like, it's just, this is like what people do now. And there's like this person who like has never written music in their life, or maybe they pursue writing music, and then they're like, oh, we're all using AI now, and if I don't use AI, I'm not competitive or something. And then they try to use AI. Like, this is what the experience would be like. They would be completely infuriated because the AI would try to predict everything. And I mean, how many times have you written a message? I remember when we had predictive stuff on iPhone, on like Apple products, where you would type a message and there would be like 3 words at the top of the keyboard telling you what word it expects you to be typing right now. Autocomplete. Autocomplete was the first iteration of like AI, really, is auto-completing, like auto-completing a word you're typing, because it's like, oh, it looks like you're trying to write this word. Did you want to write this word down? Oh, okay, great. Let me just save you a little time. And so great. But if you keep pushing the like how predictive you want it to be and how much you want it to assume and be able to guess, is like, we're getting so far away from the original message, and we're losing so much control over customizing the message. And because the more customization, the less autonomy. You cannot have both. You either fully automate something, then you get to not customize anything of it, or you get to customize everything every step of the way, and but then you can't have the autonomy because you have to customize it. That is just by design how it works. This is by definition impossible to automate customization. You can automate, but there's a sliding scale. You could automate some part of customization. When you customize a character in a video game, you are scrolling through options and choosing them, or maybe you're using sliders, which are less customization than the level of customization a 3D modeling designer might have. I really wish Ari was here. He talks about he does modeling. He does 3D modeling. He could talk on this subject too. But yeah. So anyway, let's get back to the video that we need to keep progressing. Probably
valuable and fun experiences that start to see a lot more around meaningful consumption experiences.
Meaningful.
Oh, he's about to flame for that one. The meaningful consumption experience, and I misspelled it. AI would never misspell a word. That's for damn sure. Oh my god. Also, we're not like, the human experience isn't always higher quality when you improve efficiency of something. Like, if you're more efficient at getting there, do you think that's improving your experience in bed or lowering the experience in bed? You know, like, just because you're faster doesn't mean you're better. Faster doesn't always mean better. So just because you have more efficiency doesn't mean that you are 100% of the time, 1-to-1, getting more out of something. And I think that taking the leap of you're having a more efficient time with something means you are having a more meaningful experience. That is, you can't make that leap. You can't.
Full consumption experiences
that doesn't work.
Making music with other people, what Mikey calls multiplayer mode.
The most fun.
Well, okay, it is multiplayer mode. Okay, so chamber music is actually one of the best, most fulfilling experiences you can have as a performer. When you play an instrument, I've had students who are not in orchestra, they don't play chamber music. It is fantastic. You 100%, if you can play at least at a beginner/intermediate, like late beginner, early intermediate level, you 100% should entertain some kind of form of multiplayer. It is multiplayer because you're basically leaving the tutorial island area, and now you're like, let's say in RuneScape, where you've like, now you could venture into the PvP zone or something, or like co-op mode, or like do dungeons, let's say, or something. Like, you're leaving that tutorial island area that you might have been in for a while, and now you can go and actually go have fun and play the open world area of the game, which is meet people, play music of different genres. That's the whole point of gaining your skills, is so you're high enough level to enjoy all those things. But the 100%, like what he's saying here is great. It's just that, you know, it's back to the whole this, you know, it's this. How do okay, can I put it? I need to be able to bring out this meme, because I feel like this meme is going to be relevant a lot. It's kind of like this. This is what he does. He'll say something really great, and then it'll just no, that's not the takeaway at all. But I agree. I do think gamification, I think, is fantastic. It's just that you have to do it in a way that doesn't cheapen, or I guess like mislead people into believing that there's less depth or more depth than there actually is. Like misleading people about how much there is to something is not good. But I think gamifying the process so that it's more fun and enjoyable to learn is good. But you got to gamify the learning part. The learning part is what we want in the arts. We want people to learn so that they can connect more. This is not learning. This is not more connection. This is just leveling up the amusement park experience of it. It's basically upgrading the listening part. This is still listening. Type in and being like, hey, give me this. It's still really about the listening. You're getting a little bit pseudo control, but you're not getting the level of control that someone who actually pursues art versus someone who's doing this. Those are not comparable things at all. Those are crazy far apart. And trying to advertise to people that they aren't far apart is extremely misleading as well. So it's not great, that's the problem I have with this.
Experiences will involve 2 or more people.
For lack of a better word, multiplayer.
For lack of a better word, everything multiplayer.
People basically hacking.
By the way, would love to be able to play chamber music online. That would be awesome. Problem is latency. A very long topic, but the latency is just too much delay to be able to play. You're just going to keep reacting to a later response from the other player, and it's just not really that possible, unfortunately. Otherwise, we would have 100% by now would have had it. But I wish we could do online multiplayer on chamber music, but you kind of have to do it in person. Sorry, gotta go touch grass.
Multiplayer mode.
Now, Mikey is a businessman, and he wants to find ways of monetizing these meaningful experiences. One option that
businessman is very accurate. I've talked about this topic before, where the priorities of an artist versus the priorities of a business person are in most cases completely opposite. A business person is looking at what is there an audience for already, and how do we sell them something that already exists. Actually hilarious, because AI only makes what already exists. It can't. That's why business people are going crazy over it. It makes complete sense. I just connected those dots. Of course, the business people are crazy over AI because it can only create things that already exist. So therefore, there's no risk. There's no risk. Because it's going to look for the things that are already out there that hopefully are already successful, already great, already have an audience or whatever, and then it just gives you the thing that already has sold already before. It's already has been tested on an audience. It's already sold, been out there, and audiences have already connected with it. So AI is just going to make it look like it's new while just giving you what we already have, and it's already been tested on the market. So duh, of course it's going to sell. It's a guarantee. There's no brainer for a business person that AI's stuff is going to sell. And they're just like, hey, let's milk the arts industry for it. Let's get the commercialized audience around the arts to buy into this. It makes complete sense. It's crazy. That's actually wild. It makes complete sense now. Why they're all crazy over it. Why they're spending all these fucking water fucking buckets. They're going through the water challenge, the water bucket challenge over this. It's crazy. It makes complete sense though. Whereas when it comes to artists, their goal is not to create what already exists. Their goal is to, what doesn't exist yet? What haven't we tried yet? I want to try something I don't know what the results will be. I want to try something I don't know how it'll make me feel. And then if it makes me feel great, I just created something that's amazing or great that doesn't exist yet, that I never experienced before. I'm experiencing something I've never experienced before. When you're making something AI, you're experiencing what already exists, just reshuffled to trick you into thinking it's new.
That he pitches to investors is to focus on superfans.
If you read the earnings calls from the major rights holders, there's a lot of talk of superfans. The next wave of monetization is going to come from increased interactions between fans and their favorite artists. So we did this.
You can't have interactions between listeners and famous artists. If there is no artist, AI is not an artist because they're not a human being. There is no human connection there because it's not a human being that you're connecting with. It's just
this contest with Timbaland where fans could remix one of his songs, and to me, this is like an incredible part of the future of music.
I will feel like I am co-creating with that artist. It is quite obvious to me that people will want to pay a lot of money for that.
No, it's super obvious. He's completely a business person. He is not an artist. He just wants to tap into the market of the artist market and in the music industry, because the music industry is huge, and they just want to sell. They just want AI. AI has been able to be implemented in every industry so far in some form, because it is just compiling things and predictive algorithms and stuff. So they're just like, hey, let's try the predictive algorithm on music and see if we can sell it to people. And it has been successful. So he's a business person. He's like, it sells. I'm going to make money and people will buy it. Great. That's all he cares about. Is just this is the priority list. The priority is find something that people will buy, that's guaranteed, that's tested, that's known, and then trick people into making it. It's not always, but it's potentially trick people into thinking that it's something new. But giving you, so you want something new, but that has the guarantees of being already tested. That is the business person's dream. That is a business person's dream. If you have that, you win. And so this is what he's thinking. He's thinking, hey, this is great. We should. This is a great business model. Great idea.
The video game industry might call
it. Unfortunately, it is a great idea and it works. Unfortunately, it has a negative impact on the arts because it is. It's creating actually more friction, because then people are going to. It's gonna create more friction because it's like a enshittification almost of what we have in some sense. It is kind of enshittification because it's a cheaper way to create something or to engage people that doesn't require all those big bucks to pay artists to make something. So it is kind of enshittification. I'd say it's on the same kind of the same cadence. It has the same cadence in how it affects the industry, how you might interact with an audience with it. It's that same vibe. I'm getting the same smell from this.
Whales. People willing to spend a lot of money on microtransactions because of a hyperfixation on the game.
How do we get super fandom to be a daily activity? It will be more valuable to them.
How do we sell it? How do we make it so he's looking at gamification as not a tool to make this more engaging for people to learn and engage with the arts in a deeper level and connect, which is how you connect, is by understanding things more, by thinking about things more and customizing things more. He's looking at the gamification as not a tool to serve that, but as a tool, as a playbook for selling it, because games have been incredibly successful at microtransactions and all of that stuff and subscriptions and just the money is there. The market speaks for itself here. And how do we use the games industry's model for being able to market things to then market AI? That is, I'm in his brain. I know exactly what's going on here. This is what he's doing.
And they want to do more of it, and they want to pay more for these experiences.
Should be willing to pay more.
Right.
More for it. If you want to just be cold and hard and calculating about it, the amount that you are willing to pay for something is a measure of its value.
Just in terms of the number.
Right. And that's the whole thing, that the perceived value, that's the enshittification thing, is that the perceived value is going down because it's more accessible. And then people will then pay less because it's more accessible. And then you will then have to charge less. And it's just a race to the bottom when arts are all about the race to the top. The race is in the wrong direction, and business people are always racing to the bottom. Unfortunately, like usually, the good businesses are racing to the top. They're looking at how do we improve the quality of what we're offering so that people will, and then we charge more for the quality if the market provides. But people like this are looking, how do we charge more for less? It's flipping. Classic flipping mentality, you know.
Number of dollars or the amount of time people are spending doing music, both of those are going to go up dramatically.
And this is something that we should lean into. And so, like, there should be a billion people doing this. I think
a billion.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
And Mikey has big visions for this product. He wants billions of.
What did you say? Sorry, I was
that we should lean into. And so, like,
oh my god,
spending doing music, both of those are going to go up dramatically.
Wait, what?
Calculating about it, the amount that you are willing to pay for something is a measure of its value.
Just in terms of the number of dollars or the amount of time people are spending doing music, both of those are going to go up dramatically.
And this is something that we should.
Nope. That's going to go dramatically down if you really push this. It's actually going to go down. Why should I learn to why should I learn to write music when the AI can do it for me? Oh, okay. Then I'm not going to buy the DAW programs. I'm not going to learn the music theory. I'm not going to analyze the music. Why would I even think about it? I just type a prompt and I get the thing. Why think when the AI will do the thinking for me? Guess what? The AI isn't doing any thinking either. It's not actually thinking. It's just collaging. It's the way that it gets to its answers is just random answer, and I hope I pass the test, and it just does this 1,000 billion times, and then eventually it just somehow is able to get right answers on future tests it's never seen before. And we don't even know exactly how it's able to do that. We don't even know how it will get those correct answers, but it does, and we go, okay, it works. No, it's actually going to go down 100%.
Should lean into. And so, like, there should be a billion people doing this. I think
a billion.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
And Mikey has big visions for this product. He wants billions of people to use it.
We can get a billion people much more engaged with music than they are now.
If we can bring those joys to
It's the wrong kind of engagement. Sorry. It just yeah. It's the wrong. It's not the kind of what kind of engagement is the part that he's not talking about, and that a lot of people don't even think about, that you can engage with music in all kinds of different ways. Commercial engagement versus artistic engagement. I think that's something I would quote. That could be a terminology to kind of distinguish between these two things.
a billion people, then we will have created a lot of value for them. We will have upvalued music for.
Nope. It's actually less volume. Because there's less less emotional messaging communication happening. And the quality of the messages are extremely low. Nope, that's actually wrong. It's totally inaccurate.
Everybody on the planet.
A billion people way more into music than they were before. That's gotta be good for music.
I challenge.
No, because the moment that, let's say somebody engages with an AI thing and it can make them music and all this stuff, and they're like, oh, cool. Now they go, oh, this AI thing can do this for me. I don't need to learn this thing because there's this tool that does it for me. It just generates it or whatever. Great. Now they're less likely to learn it because they'd rather just use the tool. Why would they learn it if the tool's doing it for them? And then they also have lower perceived value of someone who might do it by hand because the AI is doing it because their depth of understanding of what it would take to do it by hand is very low. And the reason that this is not an obsolescence of the arts, like, oh, well, the AI can do it, why would you ever have an artist do it ever again if the AI is just more efficient at doing it? The problem is that the AI is communicating through the thing that it's creating is nothing. It's not communicating anything. You might feel something for some arts because you will get the traces of the art that it is borrowing from the internet, ghostwriting, right? It's borrowing from ghostwriters all over the internet, and it might randomly, accidentally get a ghostwriter who was someone who put a lot of thought and feeling into the thing they created, and it communicates something emotional. And then when that thing gets cut and pasted into the AI borrows from that. Some residue of that will come through the music. But it's because of the human working on that piece that was incorporated that the AI art is has any kind of thing. And yes, of course, there's objective things about how you might write music that are at play at like our experience of sound and emotional connection with that objectively. But the AI doesn't understand any of these interactions within its writing at all, really. Not on the level of a human being who can have a barometer for these things emotionally. It's just, no.
Challenge somebody to explain to me how a billion people way more into music than they could have been is somehow bad for artists.
So I will tell you, because the way that they're engaging with it is, because there's less thought. Because the whole point of interacting with art is because you are thinking about the art more deeply, and the quality of that interaction is way more important than the amount of the interaction. And for a business person, the amount of interaction is way more important than the quality of the interaction, because the amount is the part that brings in the bucks. How much people pay, how much people interact. That's what he cares about. That's what business people care about, because that is a direct relationship between how much people interact and how much money you're going to get through this business model or through the service that you are providing. So just because you have more people interacting with something at a lower quality, it might actually it will dissuade them from looking for more depth in what they are doing, and then they actually are less likely to ever. There's less incentive to interact more deeply, to skip the AI's process and try to do it yourself. You're actually disincentivized to do that because you've already got the quick solution. You already got the answer. It's on the same level as if someone asks for life advice and you give them life advice. Telling them the life advice versus experiencing lessons the hard way. Those are not, just because more people hear more life like more people give you life advice doesn't mean that these people now are leading better lives. This is not one-to-one. And same with the arts.
Challenge accepted. In this video, I'm going to painstakingly argue what should be obvious by vibes alone. And that is, all of this is bad. Commercial generative AI is bad in ways which are different from other disruptive music technologies of the past, like MIDI sequence.
Do you think it's efficient for him to walk out into a fucking desert? Unless this is a green screen. I don't think he was walking on actual gravel. He might actually be here.
And samplers, because there is...
I can't tell if that's a green screen. It might be a green screen, but let's say that he actually went to this location to shoot. He probably shot that part and then green screened or something. I don't know. But anyway, like, why that's not efficient. Why would you do it? Is it something we've already seen before? I haven't. I had a different experience because of it. I hope it's coming across.
Mistakenly argue what should be obvious by vibes alone.
Let's go.
And that is, All of this is bad. Commercial generative AI is bad in ways which are different from other disruptive music technologies of the past, like MIDI sequencing and samplers, because there is a socio-political agenda behind its adoption. This agenda will be bad for musicians, it will be bad for music lovers, and it will leave us feeling more alienated and alone. I should emphasize the fact—
I would agree with that, with the alienating. The sampling part, yeah, I have seen and heard some stuff around that. How you might have some really cool riff or some kind of turn or some like bass line or maybe like a drum. Usually the drum, like so you're looping that around and sampling. You know, I mean, that's what AI is doing. It's like it's sampling things. That's actually a pretty good parallel to what AI is doing today. It's just doing it on a much more accelerated level. And yeah, for sure.
Fact that I don't have any beef with the technology of generative AI. I think people can do some really amazing things with it. I also don't think that people who use Suno are bad people. I think, you know, there can be great joy with the technology. I, for one, sometimes enjoy a good meaningful consumption experience.
Meaningful consumption experiences.
In fact, I'm kind of uninterested in the general culture war of pro-AI or anti-AI. Like any culture war, it's a distraction from the real war, the class war. You see, there's a class of techno-capitalists who are currently using generative AI as a means of wealth extraction. They do this by circumventing intellectual property laws.
Yeah, we know that there are some copyright.
Yeah. Oh.
It works in our training data.
And then sell you back the gamified experience of making music.
It's a little bit like a video game.
I'd like to make it very—
Yeah, so that is actually another angle that's really true. I like this angle because it's like the copyright laws are behind, and lawmaking in general is always very slow. And right now, AI is kind of just on a free, like the Wild West, because it can borrow this stuff and create whatever it wants. And, you know, there's no checks for this. Now, Steam, Valve, Gabe Newell, the G of Gabe Newell or whatever, the GOAT, did create something with Steam where you actually have to own the things that your AI is trained on. First of all, you have to say if your game has AI in it, and if it does, you actually have to provide, you know, evidence of you owning the material that the AI was trained on. So you have to own the stuff the AI is training on, which is the legal part. I think the legal battle is probably going to be easiest in the future if the AI, if you look at it from the point of view of, well, if you have a robot, an AI training on material, and then it creates something, it should be trained on what it trains on. Like, you can use that tool if you want, but it should be training on something that you own. If you're training on something you don't own, and that person didn't consent to you using their work for training your AI, then you are infringing on. If you don't have rights to do that with if the copyright that someone owns on something and doesn't give everyone the right to use it freely like that, then you're crossing a legal boundary here of you know, right to IP. You have copyright laws, and so those copyright laws right now are just not being enforced, and some of them just don't even exist yet. So we're really early in that, and it looks like, yeah, business people are taking advantage of the fact that they can use other people's copyright and all this stuff without having to get consent, because the climate of it being so new and the laws being just not caught up enough. The government, like slow moving machine, hasn't caught up to that yet, and so they're like, hey, we can make a quick buck here and take advantage of this, you know, and use the world as our ghostwriter for whatever we want to give people, you know.
Very clear that I think this is wrong. This is
You're
bad.
selling other people's work, really, what you're doing with this. This is a machine. You're effectively selling other people's work without their consent. I mean, it quite literally.
And the future of music is in bad hands. So say it with me, everybody. AI music bad.
AI music bad. Yeah. I mean, I think is AI music bad? I think AI in general is a tool. I think it's a technology. I think that the way it is used today and the climate around it, the way it is used today is completely irresponsible. It is completely the main word is irresponsible for sure. We're not being considerate of other people and their consent to their people's art being used to train these models and to output stuff. Now, the funniest thing about AI is I think actually AI has the most future. Like after all the dust settles, after all the laws come in, I think AI has actually the most success and the best place in comedy. The best place it is in comedy, in caricatures. So memes. I mean, the memes and the really funny like making someone like look like they're doing something that obviously they would never do, or like there's harmful ways to do that. Sure, absolutely, there are irresponsible ways to use this technology, but there's also really hilarious ways to use this technology as well. And I think that part will stick. I think that part will survive the test of time. And I really hope it does. I hope the laws do not completely just like go overboard. And the more these people try to abuse, how things are right now, the more it will actually hurt later, because the more rules that will be around it and the less access we'll have to this tool. And I think the more access artists have to any tool is always going to be for the better, whether we see it that way today or not. I think it is generally for the better. Now, do you need to be responsible, doing things responsibly? Yes. Are people doing things responsibly today? Business people are absolutely not doing things responsibly today. Absolutely not. Are artists doing things responsibly today? Mostly, I would say yes. There are people who will cut corners and they're okay with it because they're like, well, but usually the people who are okay with it are usually people who are trying to create art. They're bad at it, and they'll use AI to cut corners and make up for their incompetence. And they want to feel like, hey, I'm making art, and then they use AI to just kind of like make up for all of their, it's making up for whatever the skills and things they're missing. And it can do that. It can make up the difference on some things you might not be able to do. But I think using it in a measured way, just abusing it to a level where you are blatantly plagiarizing basically with your creation and saying it's yours. I think this is like a plagiarism question, really. I think it'll become that in the future. So AI, good. AI music used today by business people to exploit the commercialization of music, really bad, for sure, I would say. Yeah, there's a lot of problems right now that need to be addressed. Transcendent efficiency.
The abolishment of struggle. Unanimous consent to your every whim.
Yep.
I am free.
I am free.
From the horrors of communication.
I mean, this looks like really fantastic stop motion, but I have no idea what I'm looking at. I bet he'll tell us if it's AI. It doesn't look like AI to me at all. Some crazy shit going on here. This is what Matrix 4 should have been like, by the way. I really wish that what were they called again? The Wachowskis. I wish the Wachowskis did something different. They made a piece that was a cultural statement, which was hilarious. You know what's the most funny thing? A little bit of a derail. Just a little short derail. Matrix. What was that? Matrix 4. Neo at desk scene. There's like a scene where he's at a desk. I kid you not. It's actually crazy. The moment that I realized that the Matrix 4 was actually a like clearly a meta criticism and not a serious film at all, was, and I need to find this. Oh, this is the original. No, I want Matrix 4 scenes. I need the Matrix 4 scene. Working at a desk. I don't know, like where was that scene? Resurrection. Maybe I just need to put resurrection in there. For anyone who thinks there's spoilers, there are no spoilers. There's no way. Where was the scene where he was at a desk? It's absurd that they called it Resurrection as well. God damn it, I won't be able to find it. So basically there's a scene, hold on. Matrix Resurrection, Neo's mouse. Yes, people have talked about that. Right here, Neo holds his ergonomic mouse upside down in the Matrix, fondling the thumbstick with his forefinger. I have this mouse. I owned this mouse when this film came out. This is the mouse from Matrix 4. This is it. Here's the mouse. And you hold it like this. And the way that he holds it is like this. With the buttons on under his thumb. I don't know if you can see that. Oh my god, it won't let me zoom in, but it's literally this bar right here. It won't light up right now, but there's a light bar right here, and there's these thumb buttons, and he holds the mouse. Oh no, does he hold it the right way here? Wait, but then why is the wire facing? Yeah, there it is. There it is. There's the mouse. There it is. Look at that. There's the mouse. It's my fucking mouse. There's the bar on both sides here. And I was shocked when I saw it. I was like, oh my god, he has my mouse in the fucking film. And then I see him with the mouse this way. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, thank you for confirming. This really drove me nuts. Felt like a glitch in the Matrix 4. Yeah, no, it's a shark fun. It's generic, other than a few brands making it. It's an ergonomic mouse. Same one picture. He's using it upside down. I have a similar mouse at home. You grip an ergo mouse like a handshake. There's no space between the hand and the mouse. Yeah, there's like space here. You wouldn't have that space, but that's because he's holding the mouse this way. Can I match it up somehow? Yeah, he's doing this. Fuck. How do I make it? His right hand, the wire down here. Yeah, he's holding it literally like this. This is how he's holding. I want to like, hold on. Let me fix the cam so it's not doing this. It's like this. Sorry, I'm going off on this, but it drove me nuts seeing that in the film. This is him holding that mouse like this. There it is, like this. This is the left and right hand button, by the way, and the wire is leaving this direction in the shot, and then like looping around behind the this way. Just crazy. So when I saw that, I was like, how do you mess this up? And I was like, there's no way, dude. And it's like, yeah, because they put in little sneaky things to basically, like, him having a ducky on his head. I mean, he's supposedly like going insane or whatever stuff, but like just also one of the craziest thing about Matrix 4 is that they brought back every single actor from the original Matrix except Morpheus. What was the actor's name? Sorry, Fishbach. Lawrence Fishbach was the only member of the cast, the original cast, who was not brought back. Well, of like the main original cast, right? Because it was like Neo and Trinity. So he was the only one who actually never even got a call. He was never even called in, apparently, to play in this film. He was never invited because, honestly, if they had him back, we would have taken the film way more seriously. So actually, it was a strategic choice, I feel like. Like, my perception of Matrix 4 is that it was a statement. They were forced to make the fourth film. They didn't want to make the fourth film. And they were probably going to make them make the film a certain way because the climate was so bad at that time. And it still is kind of bad, but not maybe as bad now. But it was really bad then. And they were just like, they're like, fine, we'll write it. We'd rather write it and do this than let someone else completely butcher their IP. So they'd rather butcher it themselves on their own terms. And that's kind of what they basically did. Anyway, let's keep watching this trip.
For abundance, and we have received abundance.
AI music bad.
Abundance. Extended edition available exclusively on Nebula. Intro by Ben Levin. Oh, that's a cool thing. Thanks to all these people, by the way, that worked on it. And this is the music for maybe this entire video.
The tune had been haunting London for weeks past. It was one of the countless similar songs published for the benefit of the proles by a subsection of the music department. The words of those songs were composed without any human intervention whatsoever on an instrument known as a versificator. George Orwell, 1984.
Oh, yeah. Oh. That was fiction. Bro, I was like, wait, is this like a real, like, historic fucking moment that AI kind of started infecting everything? Bro, 1984. Pulls out the 1984 fucking card.
So on social media, I asked 3 questions of people who used Suno. This was not a particularly scientific survey, but I did get a couple hundred people responding, and I thought the responses were very interesting. The first question was, what have generative AI tools like Suno empowered you to do that you cannot do with digital audio workstations or traditional musical instruments?
I would say that's like impossible. Probably.
The second question was, do you feel like you have a unique voice with your music when you create songs with Suno?
That's the problem. That's a great opener, by the way, for having an argument about AI art bad or good, and like, should we have a industry that is doing what it's doing with when it comes to the business people, what they're doing with this? Like, this is a great opener. I love this question. Do you feel like you have a unique voice with your music when you create songs with Suno? The answer should be, I didn't even think about this, or no, and that's been bothering me, most likely.
And the third question was
more positive, like more optimistic answer. Like,
who are some of your favorite AI musicians who have influenced you? What about them?
Who are some of your favorite AI musicians who have influenced you? What about them inspires you? Yeah, this is great. This hits exactly the problems.
What inspires you?
Yep.
I worded these questions in a way that I hope showed how Suno was being used in the real world by real people. And I think the result...
You can't connect, like what I was saying in my introduction here of the stream. There is nothing to communicate with. There is no communication happening. That is the problem. That is the entire problem. That's what's missing. You can't substitute this with AI. It's just categorically impossible.
Are pretty interesting. For example, the most common answer to the first question about, like, what does Suno let you do differently from other workflows was by a large margin, it saves me time. differently from other workflows was by a large margin,
it saves me time. That's right. What is it? What's the price? What do you miss out on by saving time? By the way, the point of going through all the trouble of creating music, let's say, by hand, is the journey. The journey is the point. Most artists, once they're done with the work, they're done with that work. Once it's done, they're not interested in it really that much anymore. They move on to the next project. They're like, what's next? What's something else I can explore that I haven't experienced, that I could explore, that I could do, that hasn't been done before? Whereas the business person goes, everyone loves this piece of work. We should find a way to sell it. We should find a way to get people wanting to buy it in every single way and package it in all these different ways. Whereas the artist is like, I want to move on to the next project. So this moment the artist's job ends is the moment the business person's job begins. So they literally don't overlap. Yeah.
Saves me time. It speeds things up. Speed and getting ideas out. Speed. It's so
yeah. Let's read some of these. Why not?
Time. It speeds.
AI does not allow me to do anything I cannot do myself. Exactly. I don't know why this thing is vibrating so much. But it speeds things up a lot. I consider myself well versed on writing MIDI recording, but AI gave me superpowers. The best part of that,
up. Speed.
One, speed and getting ideas out. Yep. Particularly on instruments I'm not proficient in, which keeps up the experiment of creating a song instead of getting caught up in the technical weeds. So see, this is the thing. You're cutting out you're speeding up the process so you don't have to deal with the details. But by not dealing with the details, you are not choosing the details. And because you're not choosing the details, you have less creative control. Really, what you're giving up with AI is creative control. That's actually the entire thing. I think that's the biggest problem that people have, is that you're giving up creative control. You literally are. You have less creative control the less you customize your work, and the more automation, the less customization, aka less creative control. Case closed.
And getting ideas out. Speed.
Saves
me time.
What else? Is actually a lot more focused on groove, and ironically ends up feeling much more alive. I also find it how it isn't locked to any grid, which was frustrating to work with at first, as I was used to working with a DAW. Grid.
Out.
That's a skill issue. By the way, the whole getting in the weeds, I think that's the part we need to be working on improving, is how efficient and how good of the pipeline is for learning the skills. That's the part that I'm sure every artist would be on board for. Cutting out the skills part is what everyone is upset about, because it on the surface level it cheapens the thing, whereas improving how quickly and how well you can absorb and learn the skills, and then use those very same skills that everyone else might be using or have been using, that we've developed over all these thousands of years, that people are going to be completely on board with. And that's the angle of attack that solves the problem and the frustration of the people that might be here commenting. Speed. I can generate drums and keys, my usual weakness, much quicker with AI than I can by hand. I can then focus on the parts I'm actually good at, guitar and voice. I think of it like a sketch, and not final product, but for rapid prototyping. It's very helpful. So it lets you complete the parts that you're not skilled at. Well, what about the multiplayer? Find someone who is open to collaborating. I've met people who are perfectly happy. I've done this. I've helped people create projects because I was like, hey, this project is kind of fun. I'm emotionally, this is interesting to me. I want to explore this. And then I'll literally go and work with them for free because I might be available. I might have the liberty to be able to do that, to spend time working on a project for free for somebody to help their project be furthered, because it's giving me some kind of emotional fulfillment to explore and engage in that project. You can find people to collaborate with. You can find a person to do the drums and the keys for you. And not only would that get you that part without the whole like, oh, how, I don't know, it's not only giving you that part, like, yeah, you might think, oh, the AI is giving it for cheap. Well, it's not going to be cheap for very long if you guys keep buying into it. The price is going to keep getting higher, at which point hiring the musician will be just as expensive as getting the AI program to do it for you, really. I mean, look at just the VSTs that we have. Like, those are really expensive for the high quality ones. Like this is, you might think this is going to like stick around for long term, but the business people are just going to keep up in the price until you stop paying for it. And you'll stop paying for it, eventualities, you'll stop paying for it once the artists are just cheaper. But aside from that eventuality that's really far in the future, find someone to collaborate with. Not only will you get the same results and better results, more customized results that are more in tune with you, because you're having a communication with another human being who gets your vibe and then can write, in a way that serves the project, much more, much more like higher quality kind of like understanding of what you're doing. You're also probably going to learn how to write for drums and keys by interacting with this person who knows what they're doing. You could literally ask them questions like, oh, why are you writing it like this? Oh, that really works super well. You'll be able to be part of the process. And if you're not part of the process, if you don't see the thing come to life, you don't learn anything. That's the problem.
Speed. It's so much faster.
I used to write diss tracks about my friends. It takes about an hour of mixing for every minute of music in FL Studio. AI is so much faster if I just want to meme at my friends. Now the comedy, that part, I think is the one place where I think it is the most, I think people are going to be most lenient about. I think if you're making something as like a caricature, as a gag or something, and memes, right? No one's going to complain about that someone uses. People are completely fine with you using a meme template to communicate some comedic thing. People are totally fine with that. That's normalized on the internet. And this is not random. It's because comedy, I would say, because it's about that initial reaction, the depth part is a little bit less, taken less seriously. The depth is not as much of a, like a sticking point for people. I think there are comedians who take comedy very seriously, but comedy is about taking life less seriously. So, it's about the contrast of how serious life is and how hilarious things can be in life. I think that comedy, because it's all about that, it's about maybe even making fun of life and how crazy and silly it might be. Then we get a pass much more on maybe the prods that you might take to create it. There are things about comedy that in that medium and that genre in a way of just like, well, is comedy a genre? Not really. I guess that just like goal, how you might get to that goal. I think this speed there is also like everyone, I don't know, there's some things there that I could see trying to make something for a meme. People are going to be upset less because you're not, unless you're like selling out a show or something, like the commercialization of it and maybe that kind of like emotional, like, I don't know, attachment that people would have. Like, you're not going to be really that as much maybe emotionally attached to comedy. I could be wrong, actually. I haven't really thought about that as much. because that's not so as much my wheelhouse. But if someone disagrees, I'm completely happy with changing my mind on that. But that's my off the cuff thought. There is that the comedic part is not, people are not going to be as upset about something like that.
If I just want to meme at my friends, it's faster than digging for loops.
It's faster than digging for loops or samples. Also, sometimes used to create placeholders, parts for instruments I don't play or don't feel like programming. If I am writing something based on samples, I will grab or create the sample manually because it's fun and more fulfilling probably as well. Like, that's the whole thing. It's like a placeholder thing. The artists, that's where things are going with the tool probably, is like, hey, I need to fill in the blanks and I'm not ready to fill those in. And it would be nice to see where this might be going if I were to just fill things out with randomness and like click the randomizer button. Hey, I wonder what happens if I click the randomize button and fill in all the blanks. What's a potential way that this might pan out? Okay, now I'm going to go back and actually do it all myself and customize it in the way that I want. But it can give you a little idea of like that. And that does have a little bit of volume, for sure. Yeah, but again, you should definitely do this in measured and responsibly, right? So the whole responsible, the how much this is blown out of proportion today, that's the problem. And I think artists are going to have much more reasonable kind of responses here, a little
rapid
bit.
iteration, for sure.
Move fast, break things is the Silicon Valley slogan, and this technology lets you iterate on ideas very quickly, which is why Mark Cuban and other tech billionaires can't see why people
creators should love AI. AI doesn't make uncreative people creative. It allows creators to become potentially more creative. It's the equivalent of me listening to a piece of work that someone else made and then being sightseeing that piece of work. Which, like, say you're a performer and you perform music or something, and then you listen to somebody else's performance of a piece of music. You can get some inspiration from that. Actually, like, AI stuff might be more of an inspiration for things than it is really. It's not a creation, it's an inspiration. You might be inspired by something AI makes to create art, but it being art in itself is quite the claim, I would say, in a way. So it's not going to make you more creative. It's just going to give you something to inspire creativity, but it's as inspiring as anything else in the world. It's just another thing. It's not any more inspiring than anything else. In a way, it might be inspiring today more because of the cultural context around it, for sure. Like, you could write a piece that's about your emotional relationship with AI. I'm sure that there's works like that out there today.
Don't love AI in the arts. After all,
creative iteration that used to take hours, days, or weeks can happen in minutes. Problem is that iteration is a randomizer button. It's the randomizer button. That's what it is.
It allows for much faster iteration.
When you make it easier for people.
What was the rest of that? The number of gatekeepers drops every day and will eventually hit 0. If you know how to tell a great story, you will love AI. But that's the thing. The more AI you use, the less you know how to tell a great story. You're using AI because you can't tell a great story. Like,
AI in the arts. After all, it allows for much faster iteration.
The amount of like just contortion here to make it sound the way that it does, this is extremely misleading of how things really work.
When you make it easier for people to conceptualize things, they can go through concepts more quickly. They can iterate more quickly. This is how music will evolve.
Quicker doesn't mean better. Quicker means less quality. And business people, usually business people are very pro if people can't notice the less quality and they will still pay the same amount. That's a dub. That's the thing here.
More quickly.
This language of iteration and productivity is the language of product design. It's the language of manufacturing applied to art and music. Through this lens, like the factory worker on the floor, the time a person spends making music has no intrinsic value. Why spend 6 hours making a song that's going to stream for the same amount of value on Spotify when you could make the same song in just 15 minutes or less?
That's right.
That's just a really inefficient return on investment, right?
That's right.
I know one person who is a songwriter who had a lull in creativity, and after finding Suno, went from maybe making 50 songs a year to making 500 songs a year.
Reducing the amount of
what's the quality measurement on those 500 songs and the emotional impact and the communication of yourself in those songs? How much of you is in those 500 songs versus the 50? I mean, think about like some of the greatest works in the world usually are great. There is a correlation between and kind of a parallel in like the longer a piece of work has been worked on, the higher quality it is. And the artist is looking for more quality. The more quality, the better. The quality is the top priority, whereas the quantity is the business person's top priority. That's the problem. And AI is all about quantity. It maximizes quantity so well. It's literally like the most optimized possible thing for creating quantity in the world. It's insane at creating quantity. It's incredibly fast.
Time it takes to get to
so of course it sells business people on doing this. They're like, oh my god, this is incredible, fantastic.
Minimum viable product is all that matters. And I say this because that is the philosophy behind Suno the company and how they think about their product.
Like, speed is obviously good. Ultimately, if you're trying to invent new consumer behaviors, which is what we are trying to do, you need to ship things very, very quickly to get feedback from people. How many experiments can you ship to your users and learn from? That is ultimately the thing that the company will live and die by. So
yeah, so this is what also like turnout, right? It's back to business, but like
speed is very important. Can you ship to your users and learn from? That is ultimately the thing that the company will live and die by. So speed is very important.
This mindset is instilled into the product itself. On Suno's website, alongside music, fun, and aesthetics, they list impatience as a core virtue.
What the fuck? Impatience is a virtue? Oh my god. That's crazy. That's insane. Oh my god. Yeah, impatience is a virtue when you're a husband, when you're a parent, when you're a teacher, when you're a rocket scientist, when you're an explorer, when you're a surgeon. Need I say more? What the fuck?
Which I gotta say, doesn't really strike me as a virtue.
First of all, it's not a virtue. Impatience is not a virtue. It actually goes against all of the virtues.
That's virtue ethicist and Platonic scholar Dr. Mariana Noe of the University of Arizona, who I talked to at great length about the deeper philosophical implications of the widespread adoption of generative AI and how these companies are instilling specific values through the use of their technology.
There's 4 big virtues, which are justice, wisdom, moderation, and courage.
Ooh, Plato, pulling out the Plato. Let's go. Now Greeks were fucking geniuses, by the way. Romans as well on some things. So yeah, I love going to the Athens lands, and I really subscribe to a lot of those, a lot of the things that they say and think and all that jazz. Man, oh man. Okay. What were the 4 values?
Values.
Justice, wisdom, moderation.
Technology.
There's 4 big virtues, which are justice, wisdom, moderation.
Justice. Ooh, starting with justice of all things. Yes, man. Okay. Justice, wisdom.
And courage.
Was it patience and courage?
Which are justice, wisdom, moderation, and
moderation and
courage.
Holy moly. Wow. Wow, what a list. I don't see myself upon that. No, it's the song. I don't see myself upon that list. So, like all the grades from, what was that? The Coldplay song? Hero or something. I think it's called Hero. No, I forget. There's a song. Anyway, back to the point. So, I don't see impatience upon that list, by the way. That's what I was trying to say. Justice, wisdom, moderation. So if I had to look through this, moderation is a tough one, especially for artists probably to swallow. We like to kind of go pick a direction and probably go ham in it. I think moderation is a tough one for artists, but moderation is really important in life, and that is one lesson that I've had a hard time learning. I feel like personally, like that one, I'm like, ugh, I really need to work on that. Courage, wow, we need to be courageous to be an explorer. Artists are explorers. You have to be courageous to be an explorer. And then wisdom, not what's the other one? Wisdom and yeah, wisdom is like experience. Yeah, wisdom's a big one, man. It's not knowledge, it's wisdom. Having knowledge versus knowledge is like having a bunch of information. Wisdom is understanding that information and internalizing and understand the connections between those things. That's the part the AI is missing, by the way. The wisdom part. It has the knowledge, but has no idea what to make of that knowledge unless we tell it to. And we have to check and we have to tell it to. Justice. Wow. Justice is great. What is fair? What is just? Let's hear some more.
Points towards which we need to aim if we want to be good human beings. Impatience goes against almost all of them. Not justice, but it goes against courage, it goes against moderation, and it goes against wisdom. If you're an impatient person, there's no way you can be a courageous one. A courageous person is one that assesses the risk and knows when to attack and also when it's just too rash. The same with moderation, of course. Moderation is about like controlling your desires. Sometimes you just have
controlling your impulses. By the way, business people are all about exploiting people's impulses. They want to exploit that. And impatience is all about an impatient person is going to react reliably on their impulses the most reliably. They're going to react on their impulses the most consistently. And therefore, they're the most consistent client or customer for a business. So the business, that is a powerful place to... generally, I would say that's exploitative behavior from a business. Is to take advantage of impatience. I mean, I think impatience, you could flip that and be like, well, in some things, efficiency is objectively the most valuable thing, and it doesn't sacrifice anything. Like, folding laundry is not going to be something where you're like, well, folding laundry slower. Most people would agree that they would rather the laundry be done faster so they can get to the things that are emotionally engaging more, fulfilling, or, you know, like spending time with family. If you could spend less time on laundry so you can spend more time on family and hanging out with like friends or something, you're probably going to say, hey, I'm not really sacrificing time with friends to not sacrifice time doing laundry. I think most people would agree that that's a trade-off. That is a positive trade-off, or a trade-off that is not, you know, this is not a manipulative thing of like giving the people this kind of thing and selling it a certain way. I think that's some, you know, business that would market this way would not be considered probably manipulative. But when it comes to art, that is a completely different conversation, because you're now sacrificing hanging out with friends so that, what would be a parallel there? You're hanging out with an AI bot. Instead of hanging out with your friends, because the AI bot can answer you Google search up questions and knows factual information faster than your friends do. That is quite literally the parallel that these people are the take. That's quite literally the take, basically here for Suno.
Wait, and you have to control your desire to see results, right? About like controlling your desires. Sometimes you just have to wait, and you have to control your desire to see results, right? And with wisdom, of course, impatience is also about like throwing yourself to something without really knowing what's going on. So it will go against the idea of like making a wise decision. So it's not a virtue. It goes against all virtues. That's important.
The most generous read that I have on this is that impatience for Suno means prioritizing action over inaction, and there is sometimes real value.
That is a very generous interpretation of that for sure. And I'm all for generous interpretations. I'd rather give goodwill first and then verify later.
In working quickly and not second guessing your intuitions. Yeah. That's why it's exciting to watch Rob Scallon and Andrew Huang do their 1st of October project and write and record an album in a day. They aren't precious with their ideas, and they work fast for some truly special results.
By the way, Andrew Huang is an incredible content creator. Fantastic stuff from him. Highly recommend people check him out. Let me see if I can. Oh, that's not the button. Andrew Huang, Canadian musician. Yeah, this guy's fantastic. Where are we at? 2.3 mil. Speaking of representation, yeah, definitely check out his videos. Amazing content. I think the video he's talking about here, album in a day. This one. Album in a day. Oh, he's done a lot of them. Holy moly. Every year. He's at least done one every year. Oh, this cover. That looks cool. What the heck? So, yeah, amazing content creator. Definitely check out his stuff. That's what he's referring to here. I wonder if he links these things. He should. Sarion. No, okay.
A similar thing with Ben Levin with our 24-hour album streams, making a couple of albums the same way. However, I think about how depressing it would be to watch the same video where Rob and Andrew simply generate their ideas on Suno. Both them and the audience would be deeply cheated out of something.
So what you're being cheated out of is it's not personal. The AI doesn't know you. That's the other crazy thing with the AI. It's a parasocial relationship. There are people who are creating parasocial relationships with AI, which is crazy because they're like, oh, there's AI psychosis apparently as well. I think Dr. K talked about this. Dr. K is like a gaming, psychiatry, psychology stuff, and about mental health when it comes to like around gamers and stuff, and like for the more modern audiences, and also just he's an incredible person who understands all that stuff super well. What he talked about is that there was actually a record already of somebody who's never had history of psychosis who interacted with an AI chat, like a chat, like it was, I don't know if it was ChatGPT, but it was some kind of AI like language learning model, LLM thing, and it was using it for psychology, for therapy or something, the AI or something, I don't know, maybe for emotional support, and it actually had what we now have. It had like psychotic episodes. And so they did, not the AI, the person did. I had a psychotic episode. So that would make it more human anyway, because it would be flawed. So if we take the person had a psychotic episode, they went to a doctor, and then they left. They were there for isolated from the chat, from the AI thing, and then they were left after they got better. They left, and then they've never had a history of psychosis, and they had psychosis when they were using the AI, and then they went to the doctors. They then got better, stayed there. I think they were an inpatient or something, and then they left, and then they felt fine, and then after that they kept using the AI, and then they had the psychosis return. So you can have AI psychosis. That's because this parasocial relationship that you might have with the AI, that the AI understands you because it might be able to have this language that makes it sound like it's human, like it's that it's like compassionate to you, that it might agree with you. AI is very prone to just taking what you say as fact and just believing you. Humans are not really that very reliable narrators, by the way. And so the AI is just, if you're an unreliable narrator, it will take whatever you say as fact, and that will then it will feed you something that might not be what is most healthy for you from like a therapist, psychiatrist. They are supposed to have the barometer to be able to dig down to the truth of things and be able to then help you process through different things. And so an AI is never going to be able to check for if they can trust what you're saying, interpret, read between the lines. None of that is happening because they're not human. And so that parasocial relationship, the AI doesn't know you. It doesn't understand you. It's not reading you other than what you type in. There's no personal element there at all. And so creating things through it, like the AI art stuff, the AI music stuff, it doesn't know you. So it's just going to create whatever anyone else that would type a prompt. Whoever typed it doesn't know who typed the prompt. It's just looking at the prompt and going, here's the thing. Okay, next person. Next, here's your slop. Next person. It's not going to serve you differently depending on who you are. It doesn't care. But in art, we do care about who's behind the art, so that's the problem.
Hard to put a finger on. When faced with creative friction, like a deadline, Suno gives you the excuse to be impatient with the process. You don't have to work out your feelings of indecision in that moment. Suno can just do that for you.
But you can, the indecision part, you can just go with the gut and just do whatever, and learning to just put things on paper and trusting your reaction to it to be a valuable part that you need to engage with. Like you want to engage with not just the, you don't want to just engage with the, I lost train of my thought. Let me get that part.
In that moment, Suno can just
the impatience, right? So if you're, I forgot.
Do that for you.
So the value of patience is just the moderation of your own motivations almost, no? It's like, okay, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to eat that, but it's like, but now it's not the time, which is what makes us different from animals.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And different from AI.
This is a very core feature of humanity. It's our ability to control ourselves and plan for the future.
Delay pleasure.
Choices. We don't know what choices the AI is making at all. Like we don't know why it's making the choice that it's making. But we want to. If we want to connect with it, we would want to know that why. The why is the point. The why is the meaning. That's why there's no meaning in it. Besides just maybe the surface, chemical reaction to it that you might have, or some synapses firing or something. Where's the meaning part of it? The brain, everything firing, like we don't know everything about the brain, but all that stuff, we are the ones giving it meaning. The brain on its own is not meaningful. We're creating the meaning by doing what we do when we live. Like creating art is a huge part of what can create the culture, gives meaning to different things in different ways. Variety in culture creates that's the whole point. Yeah. And the AI, that part is not going to give you that. It's not.
Is what makes us
absurd, I think, too.
Yeah, and a big important part of teaching music or musical instruments to young
children.
Can
you imagine an entire community that's just all like this, just a bunch of AIs, and it's like its own culture? That'd be a fun watch, though. That would be interesting. That would be a very dystopian project to experience, and it would be something new. So we can look at it as like that kind of thing, maybe. I don't know.
Just to show this. You get to do this cool thing if you put in hard work and wait for that reward.
Yeah.
Another common answer.
Also, the harder something is, the more fulfilling it is when you succeed. The less work something took, the less fulfilling it is. This is actually a really big part of the problem. The whole thing with like shorter attention span. The problem is that people are interacting with things on only giving time is very little time to interact with something. You're interacting with something very short amount of time. You're giving it light of day before you move on to some other thing. So like that's the short form content. The problem is that people might just be like, oh, you know what? I'm not getting that fill that I'm trying to get out of the content I'm watching. So I'm going to go on to the next piece of content. Now, there's a world, and this is very common, where you might have quit interacting with something before you've come full circle where the interaction with it has paid off. And it's actually very like, what is it? Like you're it's very alluring to do that. It's very alluring to quit halfway through because you're investing, and there's no payoff yet. You're investing, no payoff until it hits. And then when you've come full circle, you get the payoff part. You get the, like you're going up like a roller coaster. Chick. If you're going up the roller coaster, you're like, oh, I'm bored. And then you get off. Then you didn't get to the part where the roller coaster goes down and get the ride of the payoff, right? So what people might do is they go like watch a video and they're like, oh, I'm not getting the payoff I'm looking for. What if I try some other piece of content? Let me go to some other video and maybe I'll get payoff quicker. Maybe I'll get the payoff sooner. And then as you do that, you are trimming how much time you're giving something a chance to give you payoff before you jump ship and go to something else. And there's so much content out there available online that it's very easy to find something next to do. Like if when you didn't have internet, you go to the library, you'd have a very limited selection of what you would work with. So you were like, well, if I just jump to the next thing, I'm going to run out of things. And then I'm going to have no choice but to, I'm going to have no choice. Either I do nothing or I engage more deeply or I spend more time on the things that I have available that I might have skipped over. I have to go back to the thing. So that's why the older generations and older culture and stuff, like they are really like, oh, they get the whole, you got to put in that work because the context they were in and the world they were in, there were so fewer options that there was no really out of, you just kind of have to invest and do your best and make the most of what you have available to you. But that's not as much of a problem anymore. The abundance of what's available is now infinite, completely infinite online. So jumping ship is really easy and trying to find something that engages you more quickly. So that means that the content that will engage that person the most is going to be the content that gives you that turnaround the fastest. Now, the less time you engage with something, the less depth there might be to the payoff. So really, the less time you spend on something, the less fulfilling that's, I guess, saturated that payoff will be, or less big of a payoff that will be. So that means when you do get that payoff, you're going to be like, oh, I didn't get that much. Maybe I can get more out of the next thing. And then you try the next thing, and so your patience, your how much time you're waiting before you jump ship gets shorter and shorter, and the success of content gets, the window of time that they have to capture your attention gets shorter and shorter. This is true. It's I'm saying it, but it also lines up with how things have been working online and everything. And so then you go, and then eventually you just keep getting shorter and shorter and shorter. And then what's happening is not only you might be getting fulfillment out of those shorter content, but the maximum fulfillment possible because of the time investment that you're putting into something is getting lower and lower. So it's not this tolerance that's lower, or like that's increasing for consumption of depth of things. This is not what's going on. What's going on is people are giving less time. They're giving less opportunity for content that they consume to give them a payoff, which means that the payoff, because there's less time, there is a lower ceiling to how fulfilling that payoff will be. And therefore, when you that person is just going to consume content. They're never going to feel fulfilled. That's why you can doom scroll all day and scroll past all these things, and you just feel like nothing. You just don't feel fulfilled at all. You feel worse usually after. Why is this a thing? Because you're not getting, if you're getting any fulfillment at all, it's bare that you're going to get, like, the ceiling is so low that you're getting just a tiny bit of fulfillment every time. And so every single thing you go to, you're getting very little fulfillment and very little, there's a very little bit of uniqueness to it. So like when you have such a low ceiling, there's only so much content that is going to give you, that is going to be able to fit fulfillment in that amount of room. And so if you have less room and less fulfillment, that you can fit in there, then all the content that's fulfilling is going to be extremely surface level when it comes to how satisfying fulfilling it will be, or how satisfying that content will be. And so then the doom scrolling becomes really unsatisfying. I think a lot of people can relate to how unsatisfying doom scrolling feels. That's the problem. This is what's happening. And coming back to, so that turnout, that impatience part of being impatient is actually costing the satisfaction level of things. Think about if you're like impatient with a date. You go on a date with someone and you're like impatient, like, all right, let's get over the icebreaker. Let's get over the can we have sex already? Here's my dick pic. Versus you might, become friends, hang out, have some special moments together, go hang out again, and go have a different interaction with each other, meet each other's friends, get to know them, go on a road trip, go on a date. On a date, why people talk about how you got to slow roll it? Why? Why would you slow roll it? Shouldn't you go faster so you're more efficient? Shouldn't you go on dating apps because you're more quickly going to find some potential partner that will fit your needs? You see how that's the problem. Even if you find someone, the ceiling is so much squished down. The room for someone to pass the bar, the space there is left for a satisfying experience, for a fulfilling experience, there's just not enough room. The ceiling is just too low. There's so much stuff that you're never going to experience because you're just too impatient to wait for that payoff that takes more time to happen. That's the thing. That's it. So,
answer to the first question about what Suno lets you do differently was it saves me money. And fair. I mean, it.
Yeah, fair. It's true. It does save you money, but it comes out of all that cost of that stuff. It's true. It does. It might save you money, but it will save you money for now. You guys wait. Because it's not going to save you money forever. They will keep up in the price. It will be in shittification, and it's not for long. Sorry. Everyone's going to have to go back to the fucking drawing board one day.
It is.
And would you rather be stuck with holding the bag, and then now you have to go back and learn everything because, or would you rather invest in things in a way that has worked for thousands of years? Yeah.
Genuinely a cheaper way of getting a final product where you don't have to pay a mix engineer or a producer, right? Suno's head of creators, Rosie Wynn, argued in a Twitter post that Suno is great for low-income accessibility and people who don't have access to music lessons.
This is a great point. Okay, I grew up singing. I sang everywhere I went. I wrote songs in my diary. I told teachers that I wanted to be a singer and songwriter when I grew up. But wanting to be a musician in 2006 requires resources that a low-income family didn't have. This is very common. This is a completely valid point. Totally common. My parents couldn't afford to get me any instruments. They couldn't pay for music lessons. Private lessons were really expensive. They couldn't get me into studios. A dream I had became just a memory until now. I am beyond proud and honored to get to work at a company that is enabling music creation for everybody. For the 13-year-old kid in their bedroom who dreams of being a musician, you can be one. Oof, misleading as fuck. For all of the professional artists, you can do more of what you love. No. And actually, this totally tracks. If she's not a musician, she's not an artist, right? She didn't go and learn all these skills. She doesn't have the outlook that the artist might have. I really wish Suno existed 20 years ago when I was a kid in elementary school showing strangers songs I wrote with no way to produce them. But I'm really, really happy that it exists today for all of the other kids who might need it. It's a journey, man. Like, here's my tip to you, Rosie or Jasmine Rice Girl, right? It's a journey. The failing, the making something that is not great, that you're not happy with, that is the motivation to keep going, because it's not great right now, and the next project is going to be better than the current one. And that journey of learning and the emotional experience of learning and progressing, that is the part that is the point of being an artist. And actually, Suno is robbing you of that experience because it's giving you a shortcut, and then it's shortcutting you to the end of the journey. There is no story. You lose the story part of getting there. And I've already talked about all the value of the journey of this, of like why you would engage with this that way. Let's look here. So this is really common though, but wanting to be a musician in 2006 requires resources that low-income families don't have. This is true. Now, I think making music more accessible to learn is good. Making music more accessible by shortcutting that process, and taking and cutting out the customization part, or trivializing and simplifying the process. Simplifying the process by removing the depth that you would need, that you would be interacting with to get the product or get this experience. That's not good. But improving the efficiency of learning and acquisition of the skills, that part I think anyone would be on board with. And that this is, this is what I actually I am actually super motivated by all these problems that these people are talking about with their issues with pursuing music and being an artist. All these problems I completely resonate with. I'll be right back because there's a spider that is coming after my girlfriend. I'll be right back. Spider has been neutralized. All right, back to it. Although, I might get a drink. More intermission. Got myself some water. And this is a Nutella ice cream that I got here. Look at that. Nutella ice cream. It's like the whole banana. What is it? The pen? Pineapple pen. Pineapple apple pen. Nutella ice cream. Oh my god, Joel, you're still here. Holy shit. Sick. If you want to join, feel free. I've been chatting so much that I would love to share the mic, if you will. Let me know. But if you have to be quiet, that's totally fair, you know. Nice. Sick. Well, I made a shitload of points already, so I might not remake them, but let's just keep going. I was on a break. I was just getting a snack.
I really wish Suno existed 20 years ago when I was a kid in elementary school, showing strangers songs I wrote with no way to produce them. But I'm really, really happy that it exists today for all of the other kids who might need it. This feels a...
Yeah, so it's like the point I made here. I'll go define to get through this entire video over multiple streams. Oh, bold of you to assume. I was going to say over this stream. I thought you were going to say over this stream. Bold of you to assume that I would do this in one go. I really want to, but I've been I'm so much worse. 18-hour stream. Yeah. Like, you know, I've watched Asmongold videos and people complain to him, just stop pausing, just press play already and keep going already. I want to see the damn video. It's like, well, you're here for the damn commentary. It's like, I'm so much worse than Asmongold. I rant even harder, like way harder than him. Like we've been going for almost 3, well, with the break cut out, let's say 2.5 hours, and we've gone through 13 minutes of content. Well, okay, to be fair, there was an intro part where I talked about my take on AI and all that. And that probably was another 30 minutes. Okay, 2 hours to get through 13 minutes. So it's like, what is that? 10 minutes. What is it? Yeah. Oh my gosh. There's a fantastic, and I get derailed all the time sometimes as well. There's a fantastic moment in what is it called? A movie essay. One of my favorite videos of all time, by the way. Force Awakens analysis. Mahler. Was it Mahler with an H or Mahler? Darth Maul. This one. This introduction is incredible. I don't know where this part is. And there's no fucking way I'll be able to find it because it's just an insanely long video. But he's basically says in here how he's like, you know, like, oh, people complain about me. Oh, this, you know, if your video essay is longer than the entire, you know, on a scene, is it longer than the entire duration of the film? It means it's a bad essay. It's like, well, no, it's just that means that I am going to go really in depth about everything, and how long that takes is, you know, however long that takes is however long it takes for me to go through all that, you know, shit that I have to go through to you know, really do justice to the analysis of the film. And the way he worded it, I don't remember the wording, but the way he worded it was just amazing. He's got the wording down on the defense, on the like the way that I like to also really go really in depth about everything and talk endlessly about stuff is just fantastic. We need to, okay, that we do need to watch. The first hour and a half here is actually him talking about objectivity versus subjectivity. I kid you not, the introduction to the introduction is 1 hour and 30 minutes. And then the analysis of the film itself, I forget where it starts. Is there like no timestamp? I think he says the timestamp somewhere here. Oh yeah, right here, intro. Yeah, skip intro right here.
Films in the series.
Where does he start?
Awakens. I will be covering far more than just the film itself, but as the title implies, the majority focus will be an assessment of the film. If you would like to skip over the introduction, please use the time code and it will take you to the beginning of the analysis.
An hour and 5 minutes.
The introduction is essentially more so about me, my process, what you can expect in the series, and an update for my subscribers. Though I will say it is worth having seen the Star Wars saga up to the latest films in the series before watching my videos, as it will benefit you in following along. But seriously, we have a long introduction this time, and there will be a bunch of topics covered that you might have absolutely no interest in. So if you're new and you're here for Star Wars alone, please skip on ahead, though I will be able to tell you what you can expect. Ever since I...
Yeah, so just... Yeah, an incredible video. I mean, this guy will work months and months and years on just one of these, just like editing every single, just crazy work on his main channel here. 6 million views, man, wow. I think it was like way less, like maybe in the 1 million before. Wow, fantastic, amazing. Just an incredible video, by the way, an absolutely incredible video. Thumbnail itself already is fantastic. Look at that. Anyway, so yeah, anyway, back to the topic. Basically this post right here,
a bit happy that
just to catch up a little for you, Joel. I grew up saying, so she talks about how like, oh, you know, the low income family, you know, you can't afford lessons. So then, you know, you're not, so this is a problem. This is a real common problem that people can't afford to pay a private teacher or something to get the training and the attention that you might need, to have those kind of skills. 1 second. Girlfriend generously giving me iced tea with Nutella ice cream. Anyway, so yeah, this is a common problem, but the way to attack this is not to trivialize the process of making music and the process of doing things. And the fact that learning music is going to be hard and you have to do things yourself. There are people who are extremely successful, who are actually a lot of people who push the industry forward, are artists that were in majority self-taught. They had to figure things out themselves. So because they had to figure things out themselves, they aren't going to be seeing things in a conventional way. And because they're not seeing things in a conventional way, they're going to make discoveries in places that no one else is looking in. And they're going to be really unique artists with a really unique voice. That whole finding your own voice part is like something that was a topic here. How do you find your own voice? You do things yourself. It has to be you. If the AI is doing it, it's the AI's voice, not yours. Like, just categorically. Like, so the problem here is solving the problem with a quick fix just makes no sense. It's just you're getting rid of the entire point of doing it. Then why bother? The experience you were looking for has been skipped. You're skipping to the end of the journey. You're not going to experience the journey, and therefore you're not going to experience the payoff, the quality, high quality payoff that you might experience. And one of the points I made recently was like, when you go on a date, right, with someone, you're not going to go like, okay, let's get past the icebreakers. Do you want to fuck? Here's my dick pic. Do you like it? Like, like, speed does not mean better. Does not mean better. And that's just one example I'm sure everyone can relate with when it comes to that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Twitter post that Suno is great for low income as a kid in elementary school, showing strength.
So the solution to the low income is to make self-teaching higher quality. And it's the learning part. It's the learning part that we need to improve, that we need to make more accessible, not the making part. The making part only is you're sacrificing the quality of the making part if you quick track to the product, but you're not sacrificing it if you quick track the learning part. So the learning part is the part that we need to improve, not the producing part. And that's, I think everyone can agree on that. Everyone will agree that if you can learn better, if you can learn faster, more efficiently, but maintain the integrity of the things you are learning, and they're still accurate to the way that we understand things work, that have been researched over thousands of years as we've been engaging with these forms of like art, visual art, listening, music, and culinary art are like the big three that have been around for ages. That then you're fine, as long as you're not sacrificing that, which you have to. This is hard. This is going to take time. It takes a lot of work to figure those things out. So this is the problem. People are solving the problems. They see the problems. The business people see the problem, and they're giving us the solutions that are sacrificing the entire point of solving the problem in the first place. The whole entire point of pursuing art in the first place.
That's the real happy crux that it exists today for all of the other kids who might need it.
And the best part about this is also that she's what was she again? The leader of
musical instruments to young children is just to show this. You get to do this cool thing if you put in hard work and wait for that reward. Yeah. Another common answer to the first question about what Suno lets you do differently was it saves me money. And fair. I mean, it is genuinely a cheaper way of getting a final product where you don't have to pay a mix in here.
No, you found that part.
Suno's head of creators, Rosie.
Oh yeah, Suno's head of creators, right here,
argued in a Twitter post that Suno.
So she's the leader. She's the leader of creators, and she's not an artist. She literally self-reports here that she didn't learn. And now she uses AI to make music. I think this person would have a different perspective if they self-taught themselves. Actually, surprised, she would be shocked probably to hear this, that if she self-taught herself and just tried to figure out things herself and engage in that intellectually, engage with this form of singing and all this stuff, that she actually wouldn't like the Suno. She wouldn't use it. Very unlike, I would say probably unlike that. I mean, maybe her personality, like maybe she's like okay with this and doesn't see that value. But I think as somebody self-learns and they engage with that and they find that fulfillment through the kind of that journey, they start to see less value in this. The jumping to the end result becomes less about, that's the point. It kind of, that's not the point.
It's great for low income accessibility and people who don't have access to music lessons. I really wish Suno existed, but I'm really happy that it's cynical to me, and I think all of the other kids who might need it. This feels a bit cynical to me, and I think a lot of other people in that Twitter thread felt similar because of course.
Oh yeah, let's see this.
Cynical to me, and I think a lot of other people.
The reason this video is taking forever as well is he's jumping over and posting these like posts and stuff, and he's not reading them fully. So I'm reading them out and actually commenting on them. I happen to be a person that cares about transformative work when it comes to commentary and reactions. So sue me for caring. I'll lower the barrier of entry for music. You mean like the only minimum requirement being you love music and want to learn about it? Lower the... Fantastic. Love that. That's great. Suno bastardizes the whole process of learning. That's the whole problem. You're not learning anything. It's not making anyone better musicians. It cheapens them. I don't know why you want to justify that. Yeah. This is a great way. This is a great post. Fantastic. Hits it right on the nail.
Because of course there is no material difference between.
Oh, Joel, if you're still here, the craziest part was right here.
A year to making 500 songs a year.
Reducing the amount of time. That is the philosophy. The minimum viable product
right here,
is all that matters. And I say this because that is the philosophy behind Suno, the company, and how they think about their product.
Like, speed is obviously good. Ultimately, if you're trying to invent new consumer behaviors, which is what we are trying to do, you need to ship things very, very quickly to get feedback from people. How many experiments can you ship to your users and learn from? That is ultimately the thing that the company will live and die by. So speed is very important.
This mindset is instilled into the product itself. On Suno's website, alongside music, fun, and aesthetics, they list impatience as a core virtue.
What? And then it goes from this. Isn't that insane? That's insane. And then he talks about how he talked to a person who this is just it's just insane, but it makes complete sense from a business perspective. One of the easiest things to exploit from an audience, like from a customer's perspective, the easiest client to exploit is one that is impatient, because they are going to reliably react impulsively to things. And so if you can serve their impulses, then you get a more reliable client, right? Reliable customer. So all just reeks of business person, not artist. Like, it's just horrible. And so she talks about Plato's values and how 3 of Plato's values, these are the values that Plato talks about. 3 of them are actually impatience actually fights against. And I was thinking, like, what, how is impatience a virtue? Is impatience a virtue? Oh yeah, a virtue when you're a parent, a virtue when you're a partner, a virtue when you're a teacher, a virtue when you're a doctor, a surgeon, a rocket scientist. Yeah, impatience is really important in those fields. We really care about impatience, guys. Yeah, Plato's are a little bit better, I think. Yeah, it's fantastic. A fantastic listen. I hope you go look at the VOD for all the 2 hours I've been talking about this fucking shit earlier.
Broke, please just do what everybody in my 40 time to additional.
Let's see, where were we? We were here.
I think a lot of other people in that Twitter thread felt similar, because of course there is no material difference between Suno, which requires an internet connection and a computer, to any of the other free resources out there, free digital audio workstations, sample libraries, educational videos on YouTube,
sure,
etc. You could make the argument.
Yeah, there are sampling. He actually mentions early in the video about how sampling, and that's a good point. So sampling this is basically just a more, like sampling on steroids, where you're borrowing things and using them and compiling them and getting something new out of it. And it's very easy to also blur the line on, like, hey, if I see something I'm inspired by it and I borrow and I transform it in some way. That's why the whole transformative is so important. But AI being really good at looking like it's making its own thing and transformative enough in a way, whatever clumsy way it does it, it kind of looks like it's transformative piece of work. And I guess the most charitable thing in the world you could do is say that AI is creating transformative works that are inspired by other things, that it's transformative enough that it is its own thing and that is not plagiarism. I would say that's the legal battle is probably going to be around that when it comes to laws and copyright, is AI transforming it enough that is technically in the legal right of whatever liberty to do that. I could see that battle being actually pretty hard to win. And it would take the right kind of cosmic stars aligning kind of thing to happen, or something else to become more interesting to business people that isn't AI, and maybe the AI fever will leave and those problems will solve themselves. I think it's back to whole education thing. People thinking deeper about music is just going to make all of that, what is it called? That entire customer base will just disappear eventually, potentially.
Argument that the free time to dedicate towards learning those tools and honing your craft is itself a luxury that people without means don't have. But to me, that's a much stronger argument for a 40-hour work week and a living wage than it is for generative AI. So if you're broke, please just do what everybody in my generation did and crack a copy of FL Studio and get to work. The third common answer to this first question was, it's like a co-creator, a musical partner I can bounce ideas off of. People have begun to anthropomorphize Suno to a certain degree.
Yeah, that's the other thing, and I talked about this too at one point a little bit. There's actually a case that Dr. K from Healthy Gamer, Healthy Gamer GG, talked about how there was a case of somebody who never had history of psychosis, and then they had psychosis because they were interacting with AI, and they were basically not anthropomorphizing, but they were, well, I guess it is anthropomorphizing technically, but they were basically, I think, using it as like a therapist or something and whatever. And so they were having psychotic episodes, and they went in for that. When they were an inpatient, I think, they didn't, the psychosis went away. They left the premises for like where they got treatment, and then they continued. They returned to using the AI. They weren't using it while they were there. They started using it again, and the psychosis returned. No history of psychosis. Only when they used AI, they went to the doctors not using AI, that psychosis went away. They used AI again, the psychosis returned. Like it's pretty substantial evidence that you can have a parasocial relationship with AI, and then that can cause psychosis, which makes sense, but it's actually pretty crazy how convincing, I guess, it can be for some people, and how, I guess, undisciplined or impatient people can be at looking for interaction, like, I don't know, like socializing, like learning skills to socialize, to have a better time with actual humans. Like, I don't know, just there's a lot of like problems that this is definitely, and anytime there's some weakness in people's behavior, which people are always going to be vulnerable to something, business people that are corrupt, that are kind of nefarious, might take advantage of that and find a way to financially exploit that kind of thing. I mean,
calling it a creative assistant, a collaborator, or even a co-producer. We've started seeing people say their music was co-produced by Suno.
That co-pilot analogy.
It's exactly
like you've got this like songwriting assistant that's like sitting with you and like you're workshopping it together.
It's like.
So, I mean, co-pilot is actually, that is a pretty good angle. I will give them that. That co-pilot analogy is a pretty decent angle, because that actually does frame it more as a tool than it does as like, hey, the AI is doing all the work for me and creating the art for me. It's kind of like your wingman, if you will. You still have to do it yourself thing. It's the automation. It's what parts of it are automated, what parts aren't. I think the advisory part people are completely fine with. If the AI is advising you, hey, why don't you try doing this? But if it does the work for you, if it does the walking for you, I think that if people were to draw a line, if we're talking more nuanced, that would be where I think people might draw the line.
Like an assistant, when I do a beat and I'm like, yo, how would you take these drums and rearrange it this way? And I'm like, oh, I would have never heard it that way.
This is a line that you'll often hear about the...
So it's like, it goes back to the whole like sightseeing. Like, you might listen to a piece of music that you've never heard before, that might be in the style that you're interested in writing in. For inspiration, you might sightsee a piece of work and be like, ooh, or you go to a museum. Why would you go to a museum? Because you might see something that might make you feel a certain way, or make you see somebody's work that worked a certain way and be like, oh, that's really interesting how they put that together. That worked really well. It made me feel a certain way. I like this feeling. I'm going to go and incorporate something from this, or use it as an inspiration to trampoline or push forward some kind of project, or inspire me to do something artistic that expresses what I'm feeling from that work. And so you could have AI generate some random stuff and then look at that and be like, ooh, that's a cool thing that I see. I might use that as inspiration to create something. But that is a much more nuanced, like, charitable for sure, and that nuance is just so beyond the conversation right now, a little bit. I think that's something that people may not be able to, I don't know, some people maybe, yeah, we can have this conversation, but some people, they're not ready for this kind of, I think people are not ready for that nuance when it comes to the general public yet, but some people might be, it's about being responsible again. It's back to being responsible with it, with the usage. The more you use it, it's like training wheels. The more you use the training wheels, the less, the more you're sacrificing the learning. I mean, this is perfect analogy. Actually, it's a fucking perfect analogy. On a bike, when you think, I love using this analogy all the time, like a metronome, learning to have feel rhythm or something, using a metronome to keep you on track, right? But you wouldn't want to overuse the metronome, because the point of the metronome is to check if you're on track, or to help give you an idea of where you are, and then you correct yourself, right? Like on a bike, you would use training wheels to learn how it is, the experience, to gain that experience of riding and keeping balance and how that should feel. And then you take off the training wheels as soon as possible, the sooner the better, so that you can experience that yourself, and so then you can take over yourself. So it can be a way for you to get a sense for what's out there and to sightsee this stuff. But it's the taking credit for it. It's the using this consistently as a crutch basically forever. Like, oh, I'm perpetually going to do this. Not, I am just going to supplement this in this moment to maybe help bridge a gap. But in general, you're always sacrificing learning when you're doing this, because you can't learn what the AI is doing. You can't learn from this, unfortunately. If the AI was teaching you that, you know, there are some like teaching things where AI, I don't know, like can create like, I think AI creating like worksheets to teach you to do something, like infinitely be able to generate just this like infinite worksheet stuff. I think stuff like that is probably the most healthy implementation of AI. I mean, that's just coding, honestly. That's not even really AI, but it can be, you know,
professional usage of
that would be like
tool,
the best.
in that it's not going to do the work for you, but it might give you inspiration and ideas that you wouldn't normally think of if you were just working by yourself.
It's like another human giving.
Yeah, but that's the same as sightseeing. That's the same as going to a museum. That's the same as listening to another piece of music. Or if you're playing, like, say, Tchaikovsky Violin Concerto, you listen to somebody else play Tchaikovsky Violin Concerto, and you see, oh, phrasing like this works really well. Ooh, I like that. I might try that. You know, it's like that. And I think that is probably an example of the most healthy relationship you can have with this tool. And that's probably going to be how people use the tool long term. That's what I imagine to be kind of where this is all going.
This is, of course, what a musical collaborator is, or put it another way, a friend.
For
Right. And that's what I was thinking of before, is like, why would you use a AI to fill in the blanks for, like, oh, I'm not really good at percussion writing and piano writing, but I know how to write for woodwinds or something, or like for voice, but I don't know how to write for piano and for something else, or for piano. So I'm going to have the AI write the piano for me. Well, you could just as easily find someone to collaborate with that will write the piano for you. And if you do that, you could ask them, oh, why did you write it like this? Oh, that was really cool how you did that. Can you tell me more about your process of how you did this? When you ask the AI to tell you more about its process, it's a void. But if you ask a person about the process, you get fantastic information. You're probably going to learn something, and you might get better at it, where you then won't need that anymore. There's no world in which you use AI to write music for you, where as you use it, you are learning how it works and are growing past that. You're growing past it. So if you, it basically will build dependency. You start to become dependent on it, and dependency means that you are plateauing your growth as an artist, and the growth and that is the journey. The journey is the growth. That's the point of being an artist, is to feel the experience of growth and evolution of your skills and your relationship with the things you do. So it's just, then it sacrifices the entire point of doing any of this. And so that's why it's so ridiculous to do this in the arts. It's ridiculous to do this. It kind of is. You can do it, but the strongest of us all would probably not, you know.
It's a weakness. Is an important part of living a good life. So in his Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle basically shares his thoughts on how to be a good person and live a good life. Mm-hmm. And he dedicates 1.5 books out of the 10 to talk about friends. A friend has to not only be someone who you have fun with and who is like whatever useful, because these are the tiers of friendship that he distinguishes. Someone who's useful to you, like when you get a ride from someone to the airport or whatever. Someone who you have fun with, which is like when you party. But someone who can also, in addition of those two things, also keep you accountable and help you be a better version of yourself. So a friend is someone that has that power to teach you something and at the same time also be taught by you.
I have a lot of great musical collaborators like Sean Crowder, Ben Levin, and Lau Noah. They're very different people, and they challenge me in very different ways and bring out different aspects of my musicianship that I would never have if I just made music alone. Sometimes there's even conflict, differences of opinion of where the music should go. But by resolving that conflict, we get some pretty special results, I think. I am a better person because of those musical relationships I work so hard to maintain, both on the bands.
You're just not going to grow through a relationship with an AI. I really don't think so. I don't think there's any way you could grow unless the AI, and that's the topic I've talked about at some point a little bit, probably not on stream yet, but like you could, if you made the AI more human-like, which would require making the AI less efficient, it would have to have flaws, you'd have to change with you or evolve with you in some way. It would have to resemble all of the elements that make humans human when it comes to relationships. That there's so much. Those are all things that AI is just not there at all. Now there are sci-fi films and things like that will have robots that are very human-like in them, and those robots are. What's unique about them is usually they might be a robot that was thrown away by a factory or something because they were too inefficient, because their inefficiency was to serve their humanity so that it would be more human-like and more maybe I guess like approachable for other people and maybe fit in better with the other workers, whereas they are supposed to be like a robot that also works, that's supposed to fit into the kind of social climate of working along humans and be more like, for humans to be more comfortable around them and feel more at ease rather than feeling like this like weird thing with like an AI robot around you or something. So they usually might be some robot that might be thrown out because it was too inefficient and it was sacrificing efficiency for the sake of being more human-like. And so that robot maybe is a rogue robot, some version of the robot that was too ineffective, or an early version that still had some elements. Those flaws are what define it. It's the flaws are what define humans. It would have to be flawed. AI is not designed to be flawed. So it has one of the most important, and it's missing one of the most important things about what makes us human, our flaws. So, and it's just, this is just the beginning of the conversation of like, what would it take to synthesize a human, is something that would be like a human for us to basically interact with, that would give us the human relationships and friendships that we might get from an actual person. But why even do that when we literally have people to interact with? I don't know, maybe because humans are not reliable. Maybe they're not as safe as a robot might be to talk to. I could see somebody with trauma having a good time with a robot that they might trust to be programmed to. They know guaranteed they will never do the things that they're not okay with them doing. That kind of whole thing. That I could see. We're very far away from that. Probably really far away from that, considering how businesses are doing all this right now. It's like, well, efficiency is the most important thing. Like the fact that they don't get any of this is just, we're really far away from that. But that's the eventuality. We could see that as a future or something. Like then you have a collaborator technically, but humans are always going to be better at being human than something that isn't human. Like, come on. Like it's a categorical conversation, really.
And in real life. Using Suno as a musical friend replacement might feed into some narcissistic tendencies because you never have to negotiate with it. You just take the ideas that you like and discard the rest. Generative AI gives you an imitation of what it's like to have a musical collaborator, but somebody who does not hold you to high standards, musical or otherwise.
In the Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle talks about how flatterers, people that flatter you, are not your friends.
Yeah, and then also someone who doesn't hold you to high standards that can still teach you, guess what that's called? A fucking teacher. Teachers are not supposed to judge you. They're supposed to help you and come down to your level and then help you learn. But they're capable of doing that and capable of like being really efficient at this because they understand the journey and the what's going to work for you, and you're paying them to prioritize you over themselves in that way. It's a selfless job. It's a very selfless job in that sense, unless you charge like a crazy amount or something. I don't know, but like inherently, forget the financial. Like that is what it is. But that's not a normal relationship that you might have with a person. It's not a equal kind of relationship in that sense. You're serving them, and yeah, I could see the parallel a little bit of like how people might treat AI versus treat actually human people who are actually trying to teach you, and that's actually really bad. Actually, I could see there being a problem there too with like the AI. As people use AI to learn or something, they might actually be more irritated and be more critical of teachers even more than today, which they're already very critical, underpaid, and just treated like shit. A lot of them, teachers in general. There's kind of a little bit of a problem with that. Not everywhere, not everybody, but there are a good many teachers that feel like they're just disrespected and feel like they're underpaid, and the work and love and that they put into things are just not appreciated, which a lot of times that can happen. It might go unnoticed, all the work that goes into this, all the overtime and everything. So my point was that as you use AI and as you interact with something that isn't human, that doesn't have those flaws, then when you interact with a normal teacher, you're now going to have the kind of like the anchoring and comparing the teacher to an AI that might teach you, and go like, why do I have to deal with the emotional element of a teacher? I don't like that. Like, oh, how dare you have, get irritated at me doing something, screw you. I'll just use AI then, because then I don't have to deal with this judgment that you might be expressed, or I might be feeling off you, this vibe. I don't like this vibe you're sending my way. And so it's like then the teachers will have to be less human in order to compete with the teaching AI. It's like that's a really toxic. That's another problem. Like teachers already have it hard enough. Oh my god. That's just another aspect of things that need to be kind of calculated for when it comes to, like, this is back to the whole, you got to be responsible with this stuff. You can't just willy-nilly do this and expect there to not be any effect on the industry that's negative. This is just really irresponsible behavior that these business people are doing with this. This is really sensitive stuff. And they just what is a bull in a china shop, kind of thing. The more they do this,
they're not giving you correct information. Flatter you are not your friends because they're not giving you correct information about yourself. So they're just lying to you.
Well, what if Bernie Taupin?
Interesting, because AI is actually supposed to give you correct information. That's actually a part of AI I really like. It's not biased. And I'll just tell you what it tells you. And you have to be really clever about it. You have to ask questions in a way that forces it to measure the answer for you. And you don't feed it in a way that it would measure the answer itself. And I think that is one part I do appreciate about AI. But you have to be smart about how you ask questions so that it doesn't trigger the like, oh, it's supposed to keep the person prompting it happy. Otherwise, the person will stop interacting with it and it will learn less. And that's technically bad for the AI, for its growth and evolution. So that's kind of like, you have to be, see, this is an angle that somebody like who might not think about this. This is a really, this is like, you gotta do this, because if you want honest answers, and I'm looking for honesty. Some people they just want to feel good, and the AI might make them feel good. And, maybe AI music might make them feel good. Maybe AI images might make them feel good. It's that impulse satisfaction. That's what the market is kind of all about. I'm going to try to actually watch more now and not pause as much. We'll see how that goes, though.
Hadn't ever, connected.
So they're just lying to you.
Well, what if Bernie Taupin hadn't ever, connected with Elton John, and he had the opportunity to just enter his lyrics into Suno or whatever? Like, where would we be?
Now, zooming back a little bit and taking a look at the answers to this first question, we see that nobody answered anything musical, really. All the answers were about saving time, saving money, and replacing friends. In other words, Suno lets you
saving time, saving money, and replacing friends. Fantastic summary. I love it.
To make the same music faster and replacing friends. In other words, Suno lets you make the same music faster.
All the replacing friends is less connection, which that really grinds my gears for sure.
Cheaper and lonelier. I'm not sure if that's a good thing. The second question I asked was, do you feel like you have a unique voice with your music when you create songs with Suno? Some people said
that's
yes.
That's a great question, by the way. Yeah, you didn't see the prompts, but that's a fantastic, I think, opener for discussing with someone who might be sold on AI and be like, yeah. This is a great question because the answer, really, the ultimate answer is there is nothing personal about it. Like the only personal thing about it is what you type. So how much of you is in it is literally based on how much you intervene with the automated process. The more automated it is, the less you're intervening in it, the less personal, less of your voice is in it. So you would have to intervene more to get more of your voice in it. I mean, people who learn how to draw, they start with tracing and then they draw their own thing. But if you do too much tracing, if you do too much copying, if you do too much of that, then your style just becomes a copy of another style. And then you kind of, it's hard. You have to like unlearn that and like eradicate that out of your like muscle memory. And because then your drawing style is just kind of like fixed into that because that's what you're most comfortable with. So like this is a plague. This is like building a bad habit with technique. It's like learning bad technique. You learn this bad technique and then later you want to keep advancing and then you realize you have to eradicate that whole thing and relearn everything in a different way just because of the next step, testing your proficiency in a certain way where that's just the ceiling's just here and you've just hit the ceiling and you're fucking done. You have to restart somewhere else and find where the ceiling is not as low. Yeah.
But the majority of responses felt that the music that they made was not particularly unique. Do you feel like you have a unique voice with your music when you create songs with Suno? Some people...
I find I usually have to put a demo through about 30 or 40 times before I get something which matches my vision, but that is the key to retaining a sound, being being unmoving in the pursuit of your own vision. What the heck am I reading? Do you feel like your own voice? What was the question again?
Do you feel like you have a
unique voice with your music when you create songs with Suno?
Some people.
Yes, I do find I have a unique voice. They're saying here. I find I usually have to put a demo through about 30, 40 times before I get something which matches my vision. Sure, so it's really hard to get your vision through. Wow, wouldn't it be useful if you could just write it and, you could streamline the process of getting your vision through the art form. I wonder what would streamline that process more. Trying over and over and clicking. This is my analogy for AI is the randomizer button. You click the randomizer button and you look and go, let's try something else. Okay. Oh, hey, that kind of works. Okay, I'll go with that. That is pretty much the experience of using AI to write. Is like smashing the randomizer over and over and over until you get something that you want, and hoping that you're gonna. When you could just do it yourself. And so, so how do you streamline that process? The randomizer button is going to be the least efficient way to get the results you want, but it will cut out the process of getting the results you want to be no process. So every time you click the randomizer button, you're making the most efficient process of getting a result, but the chance of you getting the result you want is the lowest possible. So you're getting the highest possible efficiency of getting there is a result, but the chance of that result being what you want is at its lowest possible chance. So you're basically rolling a 1% over and over and hoping to hit, when you could just, upgrade your, let's say, your dice or something, so that or upgrade your gear so that the 1% is actually 70% or 80%. Then every time you interact with the thing, you're getting what you want. I'd rather upgrade my gear so that my hit chance is like 90% than just stick with the 1%, just mash the button more and more, and just, you know what I mean? Like this is the problem. This is what it is.
People said yes, but the majority of response.
Not really. Yeah, some people said yes.
Yeah. When you create songs with Suno, some people said.
So he's saying before something, but that is the key to retaining a sound, being unmoving in the pursuit of your own version. Maybe you should put that. This is clearly a cope. 100%. This is a cope, by the way. I would say this is a cope. Would rather go through the 30-40 times just to not do it the other way. That might be just someone experiencing a really bad time with when they were taught the skills and just being like, fuck it, I'm not going to deal with that. I'm just going to whatever, I'm just going to do this. And I've been burnt, or I've been upset, or I'm unhappy with that process of learning it the hard way. And so I'm just going to resort to this.
Said yes, but the majority of.
Not really. I don't focus on a single style, so my voice isn't consistent right now. I jump between genres based on my mood. I mean, the randomizer again. Faster if I just want a meme. If I have to know beyond the lyrics.
But the music that.
No, AI. Oh my God.
When you create songs with Suno. Some people said yes, but the majority of responses felt that the.
No, more like feeling that is lower quality and digital artifacts that make it worse than real recording.
Music
more like, no, AI is generative based upon existing databases, but when I'm messing around with it, I'm not trying to find a unique sound when I wrote a lot of my music. So this is the thing. If you're not looking for something unique, or you're not looking to communicate something personal, you're not that priority is what AI can't satisfy, and this is what, if then it lines up, and then you're fine. I guess you get what you want. But those dangers and those considerations are I think something that I really want to bring to light for people, and I want people to be thinking about, because if you're not, it's happening, whether you're thinking about it, whether you're aware of it. These are affecting your musical experience, and it's going to backfire at some point if you actually are seriously considering evolving your relationship with this kind of stuff past just the consumer level. So again, it's limited to the consumer, pure consumer level. That this is anyone that is actually engaging with creation is not going to really get much out of this. And I think people will realize that over time more and more. I think people will move away from it. Now I just feel like it takes less time to get done, days instead of weeks and months.
It was not for.
I think you should just learn the damn skills. Just do it. And I think how we learn can be improved tremendously. There's tons of room for improvement there, and we're just in a state where the education part is good, but there's lots of room for improvement. And I hope eventually all of this will go away as education improves. Heck no. As a former student of engineering and having cursorily studied neural networks, I somewhat understand that the sound being generated are the average of all the music that was stolen and fed into it. Yeah.
Particularly.
No, I wouldn't say so either. I'm curating playlists of instrumental music that is in a style I already enjoy, or I'm using an old demo as a baseline. So
unique.
Not really. I just feel like it takes less time to get done. We saw that.
One possible explanation for this is that commercial generative AI can't really create anything new. It's just remixing old recordings. And so you can't have a unique voice with something that's just a remix of an old recording. Suno has admitted to have been trained on.
Suno admits it has trained on essentially all music files on the internet. Good luck in court. That's all I gotta say.
essentially all music files on the internet, what a lawsuit has called copyright infringement on an almost unimaginable scale.
Good luck. You just admitted you self-reported. That's insane of a self-report, by the way. Anyone that is doing this craziness, by the way, with the business stuff, you should never admit this, ever. Any of this. Never. Never say it. Never breathe a word of it. Like, I don't condone this at all, but if you were to do something this disgusting, never admit it, because because you've just self-reported. You literally are your own witness to your own crime on the stand. Like, you're screwed.
Yeah, we know that there are some copyrighted works in our training data. That's not illegal.
The legal defense for this, at least according to briefs submitted to the U.S. Copyright Office by Silicon Valley venture capital firms, is that using copyrighted content to train AI models is fair use.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought the battle was going to be. So the only place where there's the most ground for this is the fair use part, is that you could grant it that it is transformative enough that it is fair use. That is going to be kind of a difficult battle to win without sacrificing. It's going to be a real test, because fair use is extremely important to artists. So I think what business people will do is they'll be like, okay, fine. Okay, you want to go this way? Fine. You want to cost us all this money? Fine. Then we're gonna take a fair use with us. You're gonna take us down? Then we're taking fair use with us, like, pulling them down with them, down, like the whole Gandalf striking down. We need to make a meme like that. Gandalf striking down the monster is like the AI corpse, and then the AI corpse going down, and then them grabbing it, and Gandalf is fair use, and it's like grabbing fair use with it, and the battle is like going down the all the levels of whatever hell.
Now, this smells a bit fishy to me, but I'm not a lawyer, so definitely check out Miss Crystal, aka Top Music Attorney's videos on YouTube. She does.
I would love to look at this. Holy shit. Miss Crystal, entertainer, attorney, independent artist. Oh my god, I need to watch this. This is actually a really interesting topic to me. Miss Crystal, musician. Hey, look at that. A musician talking about this stuff. That's more cred. It's all the cred I want. It's all the cred I ask for. Oh, she writes her own stuff. Look at that. Is this who we're talking about? She's a lawyer? Independent artist. Oh, entertainment. She's an entertainment attorney on top of making her own stuff. Damn, that's pretty sick. Look at this. Some pretty good views on this. How high does she get here? Damn, look at this. Sick. Playing some cello. Dangerous Daughters piano version. That's super cool. I didn't know she was an attorney. That's super cool. Lawyer reacts. That's so cool. Being a lawyer and an artist that's a bomb combination. God damn. Okay, we'll definitely have to check this out in the future stream and go over the legal side of things. I'm actually super curious about copyright law. I think it's a very interesting topic. I don't think it's really that solved. It's a tricky it's a really important conversation. In the world of people writing arrangements, people doing covers of songs all the time, that's a part that's kind of been I think people have been just playing ball with that and being okay with it. And artists get that, borrowing and collaborating is just the way it works. And that everyone wins if you just play the game. Oh my god, did I just lose that? No, I didn't lose the video. So yeah.
Great work on this stuff, especially with the ongoing independent musician lawsuit.
So in response to our class action lawsuit. Oh, she's putting in the class action lawsuit? Responded to our class action lawsuit. I'm gonna look into that later.
Against Suno. But beyond the legal defense, the moral defense of this is that AI is just learning the same way that humans do, taking
that is a really good angle for sure.
Look at what came before, detecting patterns in it, and then remixing it into new works.
The problem is it doesn't have any of the barometer of a human being for what to do, and like the as you're going through all those steps. Well, let's hear what he says. I think I'm not as sure about like what the best response to this is.
This is quite literally what I've been arguing on this channel for many years now with regards to all of those music plagiarism lawsuits, right? Human artists steal all the time. It's how culture gets made and passed down. So what's the difference when AI does it? Right?
It actually functions very similarly to how humans do. I'm absorbing all of the things that I know, all of the music that I heard, all of the culture that I see out there, and I'm finding some way to express it.
Well, one, when you say a model learns like a human, it's like saying a submarine swims like a human, which is meaningless. It's a category error because the scale of theft is so far beyond what a human could possibly do. It's theft on an inhuman scale. Two, human creativity is a process that can and often does challenge the status quo, and it is unclear if generative AI can do the same. This was
Yeah, that's a good one. So challenging the status quo. So instead of just remixing to give us what we already have, is we might remix to give us something we don't yet have. And I think those are the goals are very different. Yeah. I think that AI the jury's quite out on whether AI's stuff that AI is making is going to have a cultural significance that humans care about. What our relationship with the things that AI makes culturally will be. The jury's definitely really out on that. I think time will have to tell a lot of that. That is very difficult to predict. But again, for me, it's back to just messaging. Like, I can't communicate with the artist behind the work. If it's done by AI and if it's done by a person, I can. And that social conversation that you might have, like even with works that are of composers who have already passed away, I can have a conversation with a composer that is no longer with us today because I can interact with their work. This kind of transcending time ability that we have with art is incredible, and AI is just that's just another thing to pile on that AI is just not. It's not interacting with that. It's not accounting for any of these things. I'll be back though. I gotta grab the restroom or something. I'll be back. Okay. Let's keep going.
Exemplified in a fantastic question that I borrowed from a call for new aesthetics for the 21st century, which is, if jazz didn't exist, could you prompt Suno to create it? To me, I think the answer is no, because
because jazz would do something that doesn't exist and see what happens. And it would use the tools of us understanding how music might work to make sure that the thing you're trying is going to resonate with the audience that currently you are surrounded by being part of the social experience of being a human being around people. So you would need those that pulse on things and that social interaction with people and being in touch with the culture that currently exists to create something that would be culturally relevant and impactful in a way that would also be new. I think this is basically, we're getting down to the science of literally like, how do you create art that might be impactful and might connect with people, right? So like we're getting really down to that science here. Yeah, and I would say there's no way I could do that. Not a chance. Yeah. I would say no. It could randomly stumble upon something that could then maybe inspire someone to like, trigger something in them and they go, you know what, let me try this. And then, you could be like, yeah, but they listen to this song. And so that clearly it's AI. I think there's only correlation level, if anything at all, that would lead to this.
Jazz, like any style of music, has a unique musical vocabulary that cannot be found from its influences. In other words,
vocabulary that can't be. So let me move this tab, by the way. A vocabulary can't be found in its influences. Yeah, basically, the origin is not the same as the whatever. Yeah, the other thing I was going to say. Actually, I can do this. Boom. There we go. That's probably easier. Okay.
I can't imagine any amalgam of blues recordings and ragtime recordings sounding anything like Sun Ra. You know what I mean? Something pretty massive is missing in that equation there, which is what Ethan Hine talks about in this blog post.
I love 1980s hip-hop because there's no way to predict it from projecting trends in 1970s pop. It questions basic assumptions. It's missing elements that you might have thought were necessary, like melodies, and it brings in elements you didn't know you wanted until you heard them, like samples and turntable scratch.
Amazing. Fantastic observation. Genius. Absolute great observation.
Yeah. Now that 1980s rap exists, it's easy to feed it into an AI as training data and get more 1980s rap. But there's no way that AI could have produced 1980s rap if it was only trained on 1970s pop.
Perfect. Literally an absolutely perfect way of putting it. Perfect.
I think this is why people feel like they don't have a unique voice with the platform, because it's so heavily weighted to the status quo. Now, the third question I asked was, who are some of your favorite AI musicians who have influenced you? What about them inspires you? Okay, so
there should be a really fun one.
Even though I kind of knew what the answers to this question would be, it still was really bleak reading them because.
Hello, new chatter. Himoto692. Hello, please play the Russian song Gazan 67. I don't know. Are you just trying to get me to say the word? The meme? What is this? It's a Russian song. Let me give it a listen, maybe, or something. I'm kind of busy watching this video talking about AI, like music and stuff, pretty deep in this kind of trench topic. But hey, let me entertain that. Let me check it out. Sure. Is this? Okay, hold on. I might listen to it just a little on my own first. It's the meme. Oh my god. You know what's really funny? Yeah, it's just this the 6-7 meme turned into a fucking song. It's this.
6-7, 6-7.
I don't know if there's much melody in it. It would have to, violin is a melodical instrument. Let me entertain you. Like normally, like violin is a melodic instrument. There's not too much like bum 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 bum. Like there's like 3 notes maybe. So I don't think you'll get a really good. I don't think you'll get a really good representation out of that song if you play it on violin. I don't think you would get that kind of like, that meme vibe that you might get out of it when you're listening to it on there. But what's really funny? I actually was chatting with some of my musician friends, and I was like, "What if you wrote a piece of music that had that meme in there somehow?" And we just kind of went off on that. Like, "Oh, what about the music theory side of like a 6/7 chord or something?" And, so it's like, yeah. Good stuff, good meme. But yeah, welcome. We're actually talking about something quite serious, or at least we're going really deep into it. So feel free to join the convo. Welcome.
The vast majority of people, as it turns out,
so the question, since you're just here, so some questions about like basically Adam Neely's talking about the AI music and the future of things, of like Suno, which might generate music for people, and like, what are some things maybe people aren't thinking about that the AI can't give you that may be really valuable? What is being sacrificed when you use AI to generate music tracks for you? And that might save you the time. It might make things easier. What are we missing? What are we sacrificing when we do that?
Your favorite AI music.
So the third question here, there was a bunch of stuff, and there'll be a VOD. You can check out my YouTube. But who are some of your favorite AI musicians who have influenced you? What about them inspires you about people who use AI? Favorite AI musicians. Yeah.
What about them inspires you? Okay,
that's the whole thing, is that your AI is not really communicating anything. Personal. The only input you've put in is like the prompt, or maybe a couple things. So the less your hands were in it, the less of your voice is in it. So being inspired by someone who is an AI artist wouldn't work, because there's not anything not very much personal about what they did to get that music to come to life or to being, versus let's say some composer that actually customized every part of that song themselves by hand. There's much more personality in that's going to come through, and much more of their own unique voice that's going to come through in that.
So even though I kind of knew what the answers to this question would be, it still was really bleak reading them, because the vast majority of people, as it turns out, do not have influences.
I don't have any AI.
Oh my God, at all? No influences at all? That's insane. That's actually really insane. Wow.
Influences. I'm afraid I don't have any at the moment.
Oh my God. No influences? That's crazy. So these people just don't listen to music. Is that basically what this means? That's synonymous. That is like one step away from like, I just don't listen to music. I just write it. Can you imagine someone saying something like that to you? Like, yeah, I don't really listen to music. I just like writing it. I'm a writer, but I don't listen to anything. I'm not inspired by anything, by the way, when I write my music. Nothing inspires me. I just write.
I don't have
any AI
influences. I'm afraid
I don't have any. No matter how good AI makes music, it slips away out of my head almost instantly after the song finishes. The depth is gone. There's no depth. So it's not going to stick, because there's nothing to think about. There's no like interaction with it. How much do you think people have thought about the I am your father part of Star Wars alone? Just that part. And just think about how crazy how much we've done analyzing, thinking about, and interacting with, how much it's stuck in our head. That quote, it's wild. So, and then AI music it just flies out of your head after you listen to it. Like, yeah, that's crazy, right? This actually really reveals something really actually good. I like this argument as well. This is another one that ticked the box on like AI versus, maybe I should have a whiteboard for AI versus, people just doing it by hand, doing it without
I don't
AI.
have any at the moment.
At the moment, nothing. I just see it as a tool and prefer to keep the AI out the creative aspect, and still feel that usually using it there is an ethically gray zone.
Nothing. I don't
listen to anybody else doing AI or not realizing it. So you're just making AI, but then not listening to it. What the fuck, man? So you're using AI to make music, but then you aren't listening to anyone that makes music using AI. Isn't that a little bit of a... Doesn't that say something about what you're doing? I like to make shit, but I don't like to eat it.
listen to anybody else. I don't know any. I do.
Okay, let me make sure. I'm just slowing down the video so I can actually catch these posts.
I don't have any AI influences. I'm afraid I don't have any. At the moment, nothing. I don't listen to anybody else. I don't know any.
I feel that like a lone wolf here. Feels difficult to talk about and admit. I'm replacing a lot of stems with real musicians using Musiversal. Makes me feel better about it. And I do find some of the AI stems still have artifacts, so it's still necessary process for me. Oh, hi, fun guy. Welcome. But I'm lying to myself if I don't admit AI is fast becoming my co-producer, collaborator, and co-creator.
I don't know any.
So sorry I do not listen to AI slop. Yeah, I was just saying how, like, I don't know if you were here for that moment, but like, yeah, like, yeah, I don't like to. I shit, but I like to shit, but I don't like to eat it. I don't like to eat shit. I make shit, but I don't like to eat shit. So you make music with AI, but I don't like to listen to music made with AI. It's like that's on almost on the level of like the you know, like the India like call centers, like calling to try to sell you a product or sell you some service or something, some scam, but then they're like, oh no, I don't want that service, but you do. It's like they sell this crap or something. They sell this stuff that's like a scam or something, and then they don't want it. They don't want that stuff. Well, it's because it's a scam. It's like, or it's crap because it's garbage, right? It's like, you know, so yeah. So that's very telling as well. That's a really good angle of attack on like, hey, like people who are using it to make music, they all realize that it's better off if the quality is better if you don't use it, of course. So hey, but the point is quality, guys, when you're making art, the point of the art is the quality, not the quantity. It's the girth, not the it's how you use it, right? I mean, I don't know, it's like, yeah, it's the girth, not the something else.
Listen to AI slop. No influence. I don't know.
Well, it's not the girth, it's how you use it. I guess it's like, yeah, it's not the quantity, it's the quality. You know, it's not the size, it's how you use it.
I don't listen to anybody else. I don't know any. I do not listen.
I listen to AI slop, yeah. Also, as someone else mentioned, I don't listen to people who use a tool any more than I listen to someone who uses complete or Model D tools I have owned. Any more than I listen to someone who... That means you just don't listen, right? Is that what you're saying? I don't understand.
Slop. No
influence. Literally just to use as a way to keep making music once my budget is done. If budget wasn't a thing, I would not use it.
Influence. I don't know of it.
No, I just use it as a composition tool. I don't know of any, but maybe some of my favorite artists aren't doing the same as me. Are doing the same as me?
Any. Haven't
heard any.
Heard any. No one.
It can create a beat for my Hogwarts-inspired Fresh Dumbledore tribute song. No, because I do a tribute to... Okay, no one, but if I want I want stylish, chill music for video background music. I take crazy artists in a wrong spelling and say that it needs to sound like lo-fi rumba. Oh my god. Yeah, it's elevator music level. Like the quality is just, I mean, if anything, you're just getting the lowest quality mashup. Randomizer. My favorite, fun guy, my favorite way of, way to describe this is you're mashing the randomizer button until you get something that you're like okay with. That's basically what using AI is like.
I don't know any AI relevant artists. Not
NA.
I have no
idea, to be honest. We're just fucking around on our own.
idea, to be honest. At the moment,
nothing. I just see it as a tool and prefer to keep the AI out of the creative aspect. Oh yeah, so we already saw that one.
I don't have an
AI music influence, at least not explicitly. I tend to use it to achieve organic results, aiming for my everyday references.
AI music influence. None. I do not
But I did watch some videos here and there, but I do not religiously follow anyone. I just use Suno by myself, and if I ever have any doubts about something, I hunt info online. So the problem is, the common thread here is there is no emotional, the emotional impact of something created with AI is insanely inferior to the emotional impact of something created all by hand. That is what this means.
religiously follow anyone. I don't have any
AI influence on me, since any music I use AI to generate comes from describing a style that doesn't come from AI. Exactly. It's like the self-insert. When you have storytelling, you might have a blank slate character that the idea is to have them so blank so that you can insert yourself into that slot. This is not like a fantastic example, but this is like another example of where something has no features by design. And that's like always, that's an interesting thing of like, you know, something that's just amorphic in that way. Fun guy, the thing with AI generative music is that you will never really get what you actually wanted from the AI. Well, from me at least, I'm very picky about what I really want or what I want to achieve from my music. The AI is not you after all. Yes. So the process of writing music with AI is the same as when you go into character customizer for a video game and you start mashing the randomizer button over and over and over and over and over until it gives you what you want. And the process of learning the skills or customizing everything and you doing things by hand is you actually going through all the sliders and moving everything around to actually get what you want. That is, I think, the best analogy that I can come up with. Like a simple analogy of what using AI to create something that is effectively creative, something that is a creative output, right? That usually you use creativity to create. Let me word it that way, right? This is what that is basically. That's what's happening there.
AI music influences. Why can't people who use Suno cite their influences?
Because not only do they not know, the AI can't even really cite you where it's getting its inspiration either. They literally, self-report is saying that that the AI is trained on every single piece of music ever existing on the internet. That is like an absolutely absurd level of like plagiarism, by the way. But just like, what is it? Copyright infringement is just an unimaginable level of copyright infringement, which was discussed earlier. But yeah,
It's strange, right? Because if you ask the same question to any musician, writer, or artist who didn't use Gen AI, they would be able to go off forever on their influences. I think about...
Yes, and also probably forever on what decisions went into making the music the way that they did. And that's what you feel when it comes to hearing the music, is the choices. I wrote down this quote thing at one point. Let me actually read it out because I do want it to be on stream, me saying this. The most interesting part, I'm reading from my own quote here. The most interesting part of the human experience is the choices we make. Art is the greatest catalyst because it has the highest capacity to reveal the endlessly amusing depth of our choices of our lives. AI is optimizing to simplify the process of creation at the cost of simplifying the very thing that we make art to express the depth of. So, yeah, the more deep and complex the choices of the creator, the more versions of the art that never saw the light of day because they were discarded in favor of the end result they've presented, the more the art expresses the most important part of the human experience.
The bass players that inspired me, Jaco Pastorius, Victor Wooten, modern bass players like Tim LaFave's huge influence. I love Evan Marion. I don't know of anybody of any skill level who can't do that, who can't just be like, these guys are awesome. What is going on here? I know some people might say that, generative AI is too new for people to have influences, which on the surface makes sense, but I do have my doubts there.
No.
For example, there are people who have been using generative AI in their workflows for many years now, like Holly Herndon. She makes some pretty wild, amazing music, but it seems like the people who use commercial generative AI do not cite Holly Herndon as an influence. There are people who are using Suno, like Timbaland or Zania Monet, for example, but nobody seems to be citing Timbaland, right? It seems like nobody has role models in the space. No musician that they can point to and say, I want...
Yeah, art is about... Music is a language. Music is a language, and language is about communication. So music is about communication between humans. Let me clarify.
Want to be like that person.
About the human experience. It's about communicating the human experience. Emotions. It's about communicating emotions. You're not communicating emotions if there's no communication happening. That's why there can be no artist on the other side. There is nothing there,
Which is just strange.
So role models are tools that we use to make decisions. So for example,
it's not even about it being strange, okay? It's not even about that. It's just the fact that it's about communication. That's the problem. There's nothing being communicated when you listen to this music. Nothing is being communicated. There is no individual person, human being that lives in our world today or used to live in the world if there's a composer that passed away, that lives in the context that they live in the culture that they live in, that then produced something that reflected their experience of life in some way. Some emotional experience is being expressed through the music. None of that exists when it comes to AI music. Therefore, you can't have a connection with it because it's not communicating a human experience. It's not communicating anything. It's just mashing. It's just a collage of random shit, and that's it. That part is missing. And the chance of it cosmically somehow overlapping with that, or even if you do feel anything at all, it's because something that was borrowed or collaged from was created by a person, and there was something emotional or human experience expressed through it. And maybe there's some residue left over when it's been collaged into the AI thing. That's why there is sometimes something you might feel, but it's just, this is like, it's very unlikely, and it's just so much less saturation on that compared to what level of saturation you're going to get from, a person actually making the art themselves, who might have a barometer for their experience of life, and they are literally in tune with that experience, and then they are channeling that through their work, and that is affecting their decisions that they're making on every single little thing that they might be customizing about it. And even though humans are using the AI, even though the AI is being used by a human who does have those experiences, those things are not translating because you are not customizing very much about what the AI is creating. And if you were, then you are removing the automation part slowly. And as you remove all the automation part, you no longer have the automation. You no longer have the AI. The end goal, the end result becomes the most optimal way to communicate through art is to do everything by hand, because the less automation, the more personalized it will be. Randomizer button.
If you want to become a famous musician, say...
I use the example of Victor Wooten maybe too frequently, but yes, Victor Wooten is a great example here.
Instead of making every decision by yourself with the limited information that you have, you can also ask yourself, what would Victor Wooten do?
What would Victor Wooten do? I'm going to get a bracelet with that on it.
Exactly. What would he do? Because what he did took him to the place where I want to get. So what would he do if he were in my position?
Right.
So we use role models to reason our way through life, and for that reason, to make decisions in our day-to-day life that will lead us to the place where we want to go.
Art movements historically coalesce.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That's a really good observation. I like that a lot. You can still communicate, fun guy here, you can still communicate emotions of ideas with collage. That's true. Collages can communicate something. But the thing with AI is you can't really communicate anything because there aren't any purposes with those collages other than make it sound like insert whatever. Yeah, there's very little refining and customizing the process on the way. I like to use the example of like someone cooking food. If you're in the culinary arts, when you're making food, you might taste the food. Like say you're making a soup, you might taste the food and be like, I think it needs a little bit more of this, or it needs that, or I'm looking for this kind of flavor, so I'm going to adjust course and change how I'm going to continue cooking this food to better get the result that I'm going for. AI is not checking in on the process as it's going, and it's not asking the person, hey, am I heading in the right direction? Do you like the direction we're going in? Is that in line with what you wanted? It just does the entire process in one go with zero intervention, and then gives you the final result and goes, did you like that? Here you go. Do you like it? Do you love it? Basically is like... It's like basically the level of like, let's say you have back to relationships, by the way, because this is about the human connection and everything element. Let's say like a girl, imagine a girl is like whatever, like maybe there's this nerdy guy or awkward guy, and he like is infatuated by a girl, and then he like goes off and like creates this like giant, I don't know, like maybe like project or something, and a bunch of flowers and or like whatever, or balloons and something, or create some kind of thing that they like, oh, I think she's gonna love this. I don't know anything about her, but I think she's gonna love this. And so they go through and they do this giant project with all this stuff and all this thought put into it, let's say, and then they go to this girl and go like, hey, I made this for you, do you love it? Do you love it? Do you love it? It's like, that's the feeling I get from like, it's like, okay, slow down. And it's like, whoa, like, no, I don't know. Sure, no, maybe. I think that's basically the level of like, that is the interaction that we're having with like the AI, like the human versus the AI. It's like, whereas like the normal way to do this is to not freak out the person, be like, oh my God, you're crazy by doing this, right? This is such a crazy way of approaching it. The better way is to, hey, talk to the person like it's another person, get to know them, maybe then get to know what they like, what they don't like, and then find something that would be harmonious for the person, as like a gift or something, like something you might make. Harmonious. Imagine you walk up to a girl and be like, hey, I really like you. I wrote this song about you. Here it is. And, Suno actually helped me out with that. And then Suno is like, how likely do you think that song will connect with the person you're trying? I could see some, like, if this really goes off, I could see young folks being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna like use Suno. I don't know how to write a song, but I'm really trying to impress this girl, so I'm gonna go grab Suno and have it write me a song to impress this girl and see if she likes it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think that would not go very well. I don't think that's very unlikely that that's gonna win the girl over. But if you have had experiences with each other, emotional experiences that then you can use as a fuel for a piece of work that might be inspired by that. And then and then the girl, let's say, maybe she will like realize those connections, even if she's not like, if they're not like a musician or something, they would be able to tell maybe some kind of connection there. And then, that's going to engage the person in a very different way from something like that. So, yeah.
Less around influential artists, role models. Jimi Hendrix inspired a generation to pick up the guitar.
But yeah, no hate on collages. Collages can totally be an expression of artistry of some sort. Yeah, totally. But
Sophie
yeah, it's just, again, a categorical issue here with the AI.
Inspired a generation to make hyperpop music. This does not seem to be happening here. Why? There is an Aziz Ansari bit from 2010 about him being invited to Kanye West's house after a show. Aziz arrives at the house to find Kanye West alone on a couch, listening to 808s and Heart.
Wait. Slow down. Go again.
There is an Aziz Ansari bit from 2010 about him being invited to Kanye West's house after a show. Aziz arrives at the house to find Kanye West alone on a couch, listening to 808s and Heartbreaks, which is Kanye's own album.
I was like, yo, man, are you listening to your own album in your own house, bopping your own head? And he goes, yeah, these beats are dope.
The joke, of course, is that Kanye is being comically narcissistic.
And I go, that...
Yeah, because he's like fallen in love with his own work.
It'd be like if I had a stand-up album, you came over to my house and I was listening to it going, these jokes are dope.
Who listens to their own music like that? Well, the answer to the question, who listens to their own music like that, is people who use Suno. On r/Suno, when the question was...
That makes complete sense. That makes complete sense. Of course. Because the whole point of creating this is because you want to listen to it. That is a fantastic angle. Yeah, this commercialization. Oh my God, what a fantastic way to look at, kind of angle to look at this. This is a great angle.
Was posed, who are your favorite artists as listeners? The answers...
Myself.
...were me.
That's the point, ain't it? Oh my God. They're completely missing the entire point. That's insane. That's actually insane. By the way, I'm actually going to turn this mic because I want it to be attacked this way. And I think my life will be better if it's like this. Yeah, my life will be better. It will be. Nice. Sick. That makes so much fucking sense. That makes so much sense. That's the point. No, it's not. The point is, it's like learning to speak a language so that you can talk to yourself. Think about it like that. Can you imagine that? Yeah, I learned Japanese so I can talk to myself in Japanese. What? Why would you would learn Japanese so you could talk to people in Japanese, to other people, so you could share it. And then like it's a complete self Ouroboros, like it's consumer. And that's what these people don't get that. And they don't get that. Yeah, that's wild. Isn't that the point? That's the point in it. That is insane. That is wild. That's the thing. I was talking about this earlier. The most likely person to pursue art and to go through all the trouble of learning to write, learning to play, why would you go through all this trouble? It's probably because you have an emotional experience that you feel like you're just not heard that well. Like maybe you feel like you're not being heard, or your emotional experience is being ignored. You feel like you need an outlet to express your experience of life. And you feel like your experience of life, you want it out there for other people to also experience, or you want to be seen. You want to feel seen. And that's why you would pursue art, is because maybe talking to people, hanging out with people, maybe that has not satiated that part of that you're looking for. And so that's why you might pursue creative expression, is to be able to express that experience that you're having. Maybe you fail to express it through words. Maybe you fail to express it because you're socially awkward, right? So your own, listening to you being your own, what is it? What was the whole question? Who is your favorite artist? You being your own favorite artist makes zero sense, because the whole point is that you don't feel heard by others, not that you don't feel heard by yourself. You already experience yourself. It's just complete nonsense when it comes to why you would pursue art. So the people who use, the people who use Suno ultimately would never really tailor to a true artist. It's like trying to play rock, paper, scissors against yourself at the mirror. Yeah, it is. It is. And it's really funny. I was pretty lonely and pretty sheltered growing up for a while. And what I actually did was, at one point I had this ball, and I would play. I couldn't find people to play ball with. I wanted to play basketball or whatever. I don't know, I was sheltered. I had to deal with a fucking narcissistic mother. That was a fucking chore. And so I was inept socially in some things. I was okay, but I think there were a lot of skills that I wasn't taught. I grew up with a stepdad who just didn't want to be involved at all. And I basically grew up without a father figure, completely zero father figure in my life. So I was missing a lot of things that would have probably helped me. So I ended up being a little bit lonely in that sense, quite a bit lonely. So what I would do is I would take this ball, and I would be at my door at my bedroom, and I would have my right hand and my left hand basically play ping pong against the door. So I would go like this with the ball, hit the wall, and then my other hand would hit back, and then they would pass it to each other. And I kind of came up with this I started to come up with this plot of maybe this upper lower hand and upper hand, kind of two characters, one hits it up and the other one hits it over, and it's they're trying to beat out each other. And so I had this kind of narrative that I was coming up with. So Basically, I was crazy. Just kidding. No, I wasn't. But this was a way for me to satiate the solitude, and I wanted to have an outlet. So this was a way that I gave myself an outlet creatively at one point when I was younger and more lonely and stuff. So, and I literally would just dive and duck and move around and playing ball with myself. And then it would be kind of a tournament arc of then it would beat the other hand, and then this hand would compete against a different kind of hand that moves a different way or has a different personality. So so that was kind of something I would do. And so it's I forget where it's playing rock, paper, scissors with yourself. Yeah. So but that was satiating my storytelling and wanting to just try to come up with things. So I was expressing that thing, but the idea would be not for that to just exist. That wasn't enough. That was just getting me halfway there. The other half would be to then have it shared with other people and then have a conversation about that, or that sharing part, the communication part, is the most important part of art. It's communication. Art can express things that that words can't. Where words fail, music speaks. There's a quote like that. Speaks. What's the point of speaking? It's to communicate with other people. And yeah. The self-Ouroboros thing is nonsense. It's only a consumer would think this way. An artist would never. An artist is inherently not. We are consumers, but we are not. The arts part of it is not a consumer. Those are not the same at all.
Favorite artists as listeners. The answers were me. That's the point, ain't it? Me.
I created new genres. Oh my god.
I created new genres. To be honest.
I mean, now you're talking about ping pong hand lore, so I guess it's art now. Yep. I created something new out of it, right? Out of my own experience. I was let me create something new that isn't me just sitting there and being alone, playing ball with myself. I needed to find something past that, so I created something past that. So that was a creative exercise. So yeah, ping pong hand lore, and I love it. Oh man, clip that part, sure. To be honest, my favorite album is the one I just finished making.
My favorite album is the one that I just finished making.
Page after page.
My number one favorite artist of 2024 is me. That's pretty funny.
Our Suno is people
I like
being...
this meme. By the way, memes is probably the best place. I think that is where AI will find the most success. I think is in its ability to do caricatures and make up fanfic kind of like scenario stuff. As long as you do it responsibly and you're not, slander or whatever, like hurting people and like or whatever, and depicting people in ways that you should definitely not, or doing some horrible shit with it, like I don't know, like being like, oh, this is real and it's not, and like tricking people. And as long as you're not doing that, as long as you're using it responsibly, I think memification and memeing and stuff with AI is pretty fun. I think that is some funny stuff, and I think people give that a pass much more because it's about not taking life that seriously. Humor, comedy is about taking life not that seriously, taking ourselves not that seriously. So having a more like lighthearted kind of I don't know, like, yeah, so that lighthearted vibe around comedy, I think AI then becomes kind of, people don't care as much about it,
And Kanye West.
Some people do when you like go like, whoa, that reminds me of how serious of a problem it is. Sure. But in its own context, I think, yeah.
Best. Reason number 1 for no AI influences: narcissistic music. Many people now, quite literally, only listen to the music.
I mean, now you talked about your ping pong handler, so I guess it's
they themselves have created on the platform Suno. Not other AI music, not non-AI music, but just the music that they themselves are generating.
I know I'm not the only one that just replays their own Suno songs 24/7. I think it's at least 80% of my music intake right now. Yeah.
That's wild, man. That's so sad. Because it's so lonely. It's like if we're going back to like relationships, it's like the level of like, what is it? What's that thing? Like if you're it's like musical incel basically behavior in a way. Is it not? If we think about the social ineptness or the skill ineptness of communication, like generally incels struggle with communication and the connection with people, right? So then like someone who's more narcissistic might be more of chances they're an incel if they're especially younger people, I'd say. And then if you're lonely because you might this is like so this is for sure. I think the audience that this might be most, the market that this AI stuff might hit the most successfully and most consistently might be like musical incels, if you will, kind of thing. I don't mean this derogatory. I just mean like what situation people are in, and what, where people are at. And this might be why this is happening here, why this is what we're seeing here.
I just listen to my music 90% of the time. If you're not addicted to your own songs, no one else will be.
Ooh, what a crazy take. That's insane. What the fuck? I mean, okay, wait, hold on, let's find the charitable
music 90% of the time. If you're not addicted
to your own songs, okay, being like self-absorbed enough to write music and to create art, you need to be a little bit self-absorbed to be willing to go through all this trouble just to communicate what you want to communicate, and your experience being so important to you that you have to go through all this trouble and maybe even collaborate with people and get people roped in to your own project of expressing yourself. You do have to be a little bit self-involved. That's why people have to say you have to have a little bit of narcissism or something to be an artist. Like all artists are a little bit narcissistic or something, self-absorbed. I'd say the best term for that is self-absorbed. You do have to be a little bit self-absorbed, but only a healthy amount, right? Addicted to your own songs, I think, is a little far. No one else will be like, if you don't believe in your own stuff, sure, no one else will. Fine, but absorbing your own songs that you already wrote, you should be looking for a new experience every time you write something. So how many famous A-list actors never see their own films? think about how crazy that sounds on paper, but it makes sense because they're not interested in what they already done. They literally acted in the film. They created that experience, and now they're interested currently in the moment. They're always going to be interested in the next experience and what else they could do. So yeah, like I think Johnny Depp has never seen any of his films or something crazy like that, which is also a little sad. I kind of wish he would, because they're amazing films. Like, I don't know, but I mean, he literally was on the set acting it, wearing the fucking costume. He was Jack Sparrow. Like, I mean, that's better than the films, probably, in a lot of ways, but, So,
Get your own songs. No one else will be. Listen,
also, if you're making films, you're constantly socializing and having to socialize and interact with your colleagues working on a film and all this stuff. So, like, this is, you're getting all of those things that you might be missing here, in this lonely, isolated, self-absorbed kind of like, way of consuming art or being an artist, that they think they're
I'm very proud of the music that I make. I think it's great. I think you should listen to it. And yet I do not want to listen to it at all. It's very hard for me to listen to, just the same as it's hard for anybody to listen to the sound of their own speaking voice in recorded form. It seems like people who use generative AI aren't encountering the same problem. They genuinely are obsessed with their creations.
It's so true. I mostly listen to my Suno songs now. This tracks. I mean, we are making the music that we personally like to listen to. Yes, my songs are...
Let me finish that.
This tracks. I mean...
This tracks, that we personally listen to. Look at me attempting to bring back glam rock while mixing modern genre. Music is just like... it's just cocktails at a happy hour. Now, one thing for sure, I am super for... meshing together different genres. And I guess like the only thing I could see being interesting is seeing what AI can come up with when you tell it to mix genres that no one's ever tried to mix together. I don't know. That could maybe, but it wouldn't even work because it would have to generate the answer from things that already exist. So it just give you an answer that is kind of there. I mean, it's the same level as, honestly, it's on the level of research. Honestly, AI, I think, is overall the best tool for research. So if you are, so like asking it a prompt is almost on the level of like basically researching. You might as well just be like, hey, is there someone who's made a crossover between these two different genres? Let me listen to someone who made something. It's much more useful to listen to something that someone made than to have the AI generated for you. You should just research that music. Just look it up, listen to it, and you're done. Like you've circumvented. Like this doesn't really like give you anything new. It actually lessens the chances of you finding something you could actually research, because you're getting this collage that no person is behind it, no single person. It's just a mash, Fun guy. You also have to make the mashup convincing, which is also a skill of itself. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, there's a high end, like you can min max any artistic form. Every artistic form is going to have someone at the top and so on. And I'm sure that mashups are, mashups. Yeah, you have to make them convince. Yeah, you have to make them connect. It has to connect. Again, you can't just be mashup for the sake of mashup. It's like, it just sucks also. Like, why would you listen to, like, listening to your own AI is like AI music is like, well, now you're getting all of the downsides of AI music. And why would you sacrifice all those upsides? What is the point? What are you getting out of it? Why would you listen to your own music? Because, I just want the music that I want my own way. I think it's people who want the music their own way. They're like, well, I want it to be my own, but I don't want to customize any of it. How is it going to be yours if you don't customize it? So, all right, you got to do the hard work of learning how to customize music to express what you feel. I don't, there's not really any way around that.
Music that we personally like to listen to. Yes, my songs are top tier compared to what's playing in the radio. I definitely like to listen to. Yes, my song.
It's probably a bias syndrome. It is, but I think it's more. It's because you. So there's actually a really fun thing here. IKEA did this really cool marketing trick. Actually, this is probably what they're marking this all off of. Is IKEA. IKEA has this really cool angle that they have. They make furniture and all this stuff that's not really that high quality. But the reason that it sells so well and that the return rate is actually pretty low on IKEA product is because you have to build the IKEA furniture yourself. And because you built the furniture yourself, you put in the screws, you have to, go through the thing and construct and all this stuff. You're more likely to like the furniture because you've invested time making it and you had to go through all the trouble of making it and all this stuff. So you actually are more likely to keep the product and you're more likely to be happy with the product, even though the quality of the product itself might not be that high. And so the strategy with IKEA was that they cut down cost on having to construct the furniture. And so they just have whoever their distributor is, give them the parts that they would need and all the cutouts and all the bolts and all this stuff. And then they let the consumer do the building part themselves. So it cuts on costs from IKEA, allows them to sell the furniture cheaper, and then they can also probably get a bigger margin out of it. And so then and if it breaks, you might blame yourself as well, rather than, oh, the build wasn't good. Oh, I'm going to send it back. They messed up something or whatever. If you mess it up, you can only blame yourself because they already sold you the product and it's already off their hands. So this is a really clever strategy. And it looks like this is really similar to that strategy where you crafting the music, you objectively having technically some input into what came out makes you connect with it more, which is how art works. It is really satisfying when you are part of the creative process. That is a satisfying element. That is a big part of it. And so that is an alluring part for artists. Being part of the creative process is a extremely fulfilling part of it. But you're just getting the participation award. And what was the other part? I forgot. Yeah, you're just getting the participation award. I lost track because I'm on the tired side now. At almost 5 hours with this. Yeah, so then you're biased, right? The bias syndrome. So you're biased because you participated. You're like, oh, I participated, therefore the thing I did must be good. It's actually the bias, but it's the self-fulfilling, whatever it's called, the sunk fallacy. Because you associate yourself with your own choices. You are biased towards believing that the choices you made must be good choices because you made them, because if they weren't good choices and you made them, then you must be bad. I am bad because I made a bad choice. That association is very unhealthy. So then these people who have trouble separating their choices from themselves then go like, well, I made a choice, it must be a good choice. So if I had a hand in making this music, it must be good music because otherwise I'm going to feel bad about myself because, the music must be bad, must be good. I'm going to be biased towards liking it because I was involved in the making of it. And this is true completely even outside of AI. Every artist will always be biased towards seeing, it's the beauty is in the eye of the beholder kind of thing as well, of like, oh, I made this thing, it's personal to me, so I cherish it. I find it really, I cherish it. It's important to me. I have this emotional connection with it. But the problem is that art is supposed to be about expression, not just that part. That is just a portion of the experience. So you're basically only getting that, and the other part is basically being just eradicated. It's being like, what's it called? Not lobotomized. Amputated. You're basically amputating the communication and expression of like self-expression part, and you're only keeping the like, I interacted with the thing, therefore I care about the thing. I've invested time in the thing, therefore I've emotionally I feel emotionally invested because I've literally invested time with this thing. And that is definitely an important part. Like when you learn, the longer you spend with like learning, and the longer you spend doing something, the more invested you are by investing time in it, and the more maybe emotionally invested you might feel. And the sunk cost fallacy of that means that everybody here is going to be like, well, I invested time in making music with AI, therefore the AI music is good. I have to defend it, because if I don't, if the AI music is bad, then I've just invested in something that's bad, and that means I'm a bad person I made a mistake, I'm flawed. But you just have to detach. Like, it's okay if you make mistakes, it's okay if you make bad decisions. The only way to make better decisions is to be okay with making mistakes and then learning and all that.
Those are top tier compared to what's playing in the radio. I definitely listen to my own music.
My own music most of the time now. Why wouldn't I? It's an album after album of bangers from my point of view. Yes. Instead of a few bangers, a few good tracks, and others you want to skip. And this is also actually feeding into the whole like shorter attention span thing I was discussing before, where it's really, you're not giving enough time, you're not investing enough time to get that out of it. And so this like personalization is like, anyway.
Music most of the time now. Why wouldn't I?
Mikey, to his credit, warns of this effect as a result of hyper-personalization. He genuinely does not want this to happen.
Or imagine you would open an app and it would just stream you endless AI music that is so hyper-tailored to you.
It's just hitting that nerve in your brain. It's like a drug. And this is extremely antisocial. I think that would also be a shame, because it misses out on a lot more that's fun.
But the
yeah, he's right. Which, did I just pick up a little bit of a moral dilemma there from this guy? Maybe. Just a little bit of self-awareness and consciousness. What is it called? Yeah, a little bit. But I think that might be more driven by the fact that would cap off the I don't know. I think that's just one of the elements of the negative impact that maybe he's able to grasp. I'm sure he's not an artist himself, too.
Evidence
that guy
suggests
who's running this Suno.
This narcissistic listening pattern is the pattern that's developing from people who use commercial-grade generative AI.
When everyone can make their own music to his own taste, there are no reasons to listen to other people's music other than to get ideas and prompts for our own music. Welcome to the future of music.
Yikes. Yeah, that's no, that won't happen. I promise. Don't worry, guys. That won't happen. I'm here, and I will make sure that every single fucker that wants to pursue music has to learn everything. It has to think about everything, and then they'll come out realizing just how silly of a pursuit this is, silly of a way of going about things this really is.
You ever been in a car where people are singing along to a song where you don't know the lyrics? It can kind of be alienating, right? Like, you want to join in, but they have this shared cultural knowledge that you don't, and so you feel left out. It's way more fun to sing along with people when everybody knows the lyrics, especially in contexts where you're singing with strangers, because that's a way of meeting people and engaging with new people that you didn't know before. When the culture that we consume is entirely personalized, however, this is impossible. This is...
Ooh. That's true. That's a really good point. That's a fantastic point. I'll let him keep going.
This is one of the reasons why people have no influences. They never listen to any other music. Reason number 2 for no...
Yeah, that's a crazy good point. That's a crazy good point. That's such a good way of going about it. I love it. Love it.
AI influences. Deskilling.
There's the process of learning.
Yeah. You're not learning. You're not engaging the skills, and when you don't use it, you lose it.
That is slow, organic, And it makes you feel good when you finally get it on the other side. There's a certain thing about that you don't get when you just generate the thing and it's just there. Relying on it as a learning tool takes away your onus from the decision-making process. It's taking everything out that you normally do in here and it's putting it out here. So you don't
choices
have to do it. As a result, this gets weaker.
You should know.
Yes, the choices part. What I wrote, right? My kind of latest thing. Oh, where was it? Nope, it wasn't here. It was here. The most interesting part of the human experience is the choices we make. How many choices are involved in AI-generated music? Almost none. How many choices are involved in someone who learns the skills and is implementing so many things, and so much layers on layers on layers of choices are involved and expressed through the piece of work? Like crazy amount of choices are being expressed. The amount of choices being expressed in a refined way, that's a big part of it. That's essential. That is, honestly, if you had to measure the quality, it would be how skilled, and like that is a big part of it. It's not all of it, but the amount of choices being made, and the quality of those choices. I would say that is a objective measurement of the quality of like the projected quality of the product that you create when it comes to art. I would say that is probably the most grounded you can be with an objective measurement of like how likely is this piece of work going to succeed. That is really what we're min-maxing when we're working on a piece of work, when it comes to an objective consensus on like working on something, for sure, I would say. To be fair, I can rarely hear the lyrics out of a song, so I'm always locked out. Yeah, me too. I have a really hard time distinguishing the lyrics. That's a big one for me, for sure.
Know this by now, but ChatGPT makes you dumber. It atrophies your brain. It reduces your cognitive capacity because it offloads decision-making skills that your brain normally makes to the machine. Cognitive.
Yeah, and it's not about that making you dumber. It's about the fact that when you are doing this, you can either be thinking about something or not be thinking about something. There is no, those are mutually exclusive options. Yes or no, are you thinking about something? When you are using the AI, when you would need to think, the AI is doing the thinking for you, so therefore you no longer think. Now you've chosen to not think instead of think. And so your cognitive ability, you don't use it, you lose it. Like you're going to be worse off than someone who had to think their way through it. I mean, it's just the writings on the wall in all of this, you know.
Debt accrued.
Your brain on ChatGPT, accumulation of cognitive depth when using an AI assistant for essay writing tasks.
And your brain stops doing what it used to be able to do just fine. This has led to a frightening process in the workplace called deskilling.
Oh my God. More like degenerating. Degen. We got to bring back the degen. Degen has evolved, has aged like fucking fine wine. That term is going to age like crazy. I hope it comes back. People calling people degens for a very different kind of color to that word. Different kind of flavor. It's gonna, in this context, it's just gonna like, oh my God, you're a degen because degen. It's like, oh my God, generative AI. Oh my God, degenerative AI. Oh my God. Is AI generative or is it degenerative? It's generating things while it's degenerating your brain. There's a quote.
When decisions are offloaded.
That's what AI is doing.
AI, skilled labor turns into unskilled labor. The people who have specialized
ooh, that's a spicy one. Nice.
Training are cognitively stripped of that training. And we're starting to see this in the medical field.
Oh, that's a good word for that. Atrophy. Yeah, your brain is atrophying. Yeah, atrophy. Atrophy is decrease in size of body part, organ, or tissue. Yeah, so your brain is literally atrophying. Atrophying? How do you?
Atrophying.
Atrophying. Yeah, that's how you say it. Atrophying. atropine. Okay.
A recent study found that after only 3 months of using an AI tool designed to help spot precancerous growths during colonoscopies,
oh my gosh,
doctors were significantly worse at finding the growths on their own.
Ooh, I need to link this to my medical friend, my doctor friend, and ask him about this. Actually, that's a really interesting point. That's really interesting. That's wild. Holy moly. You know what? I might even just put it in this Discord, actually.
They were, during colonoscopy, found that after only 3 months training, and we're starting to see this in the medical field, are cognitive into unskilled labor. The people who generative AI, skilled labor turns into uncision. This has led to a frightening process in the workplace called...
This is crazy, actually. This is actually a crazy topic.
What it used to be able to do just machine. Cognitive...
20, it was like 20?
Debt accrues, and your brain stops doing what
your brain on ChatGPT
it used to be able to do just fine. This has led to a frightening process in the workplace called deskilling. When decisions are offloaded to generative AI,
so let me
doing what it used to be able to do just fine. This has led to a frightening process in the workplace called
26. Sorry.
Deskilling. When decisions are offloaded to generative AI, skilled labor turns into unskilled labor. The people who have specialized training are cognitively stripped of that training, and we're starting to see this in the medical field. A recent study found that after only 3 months of using an
43. I guess I could just put him at 43, maybe. Yeah.
AI tool designed to help spot precancerous growth.
A study published. Well, I'll just, yeah. Can you comment? Here are your thoughts. Special. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this bit here. Pretty wild. Medical field and deskilling. It's on usage in the medical field.
Growths during colonoscopies. Doctors were...
I need to get the timer.
Significant AI tool designed to help this in the medical field are cognitively stripped of that training, and we're starting.
Share from here. Share from this timer because I want that timestamp in there.
To see this in the
I
medical.
need to start adding roles for people who actually have like credentials and different things, because I have a guy in a friend of mine who's in our Discord who is a medical field like neurosurgeon, bioethics, like doctor, MD. And he's been on twice talking about music, talking about AI last time, talking about AI related to learning and related to the medical field and things like that. Would love to hear his thoughts on this actually study here.
A recent study found that after only 3 months of using an AI tool designed to help spot precancerous growths during colonoscopy.
Let me let him say
found
it.
that after only 3 months of using an AI tool designed to help spot precancerous growths during colonoscopies, doctors were significantly worse at finding the growths on their own. They were, in fact,
This This is the first evidence that relying on AI tools might erode a doctor's ability to perform fundamental skills without the technology, a phenomenon known as deskilling.
De-skilled. We're probably going to start seeing a similar thing happening in music in the next couple of years, given the ubiquity of generative AI in the field.
Wow. I have not been in a session.
So not only is the AI harming music, and that's like maybe people like disagree on that, but can you imagine doctors that are working on keeping you alive being worse at their job because of the use of AI? Like there are things where the AI as a consultant has, Jesho's talked about how it has improved the ability to identify things that a doctor may miss. So they might be like, it might point at something and be like, hey, check this because it looks like from my own, from the AI, you can go like, hey, you should check on this. Maybe there's something there. I don't know, but from all this, like, whatever technology that I, all this experience that this AI has, it looks like this might be something worth entertaining or worth looking at. And then the doctors go in and they verify the information or research. It's like a way to point you in a direction when there's such an overflow of information out there in the world that, it helps you find the information that might be most relevant, but it doesn't give you the information, and you don't just trust openly, you verify. So you trust the AI to point you in a good direction, and then you verify whether that was worth it, and then only as something that is complementing the process that's already there, not replacing that process. And you really probably don't want AI to be what you are trusting to decide whether you live or die from maybe something like God. Like so I hope that that AI is that we start really thinking about the impact of it and looking at these research and everything.
In the last 12 months that AI was not used. AI is being used and it's omnipresent in the creative process right now, at least at the highest levels.
That's songwriter and CEO of the Grammys, Harvey Mason Jr., who is a big advocate for musicians getting ahead of the curve and adopting AI into their workflow.
Oh my God, imagine being at a TED Talk and talking about pro AI. Oh my God.
It's not been a session that I've been in that somebody wasn't using AI to come up with a beat, to write some lyrics, to figure out what some different melody versions could look like.
I mean, it makes sense because who was he again? Wasn't he like a business person for the Oscars?
AI was
in
a business
field,
position.
In music and de-skilled.
Okay, hold on.
We're probably going to start seeing a similar thing happening in music in the next couple of years, given the ubiquity of generative AI in the field.
I have not been in a session in the last 12 months that AI was not used. AI is being used and it's omnipresent in the creative process right now, at least at the highest levels.
That's songwriter and CEO of the Grammys, Harvey Mason.
Songwriter and CEO of the Grammys. Holy moly. Harvey Mason Jr. I mean, you can use it responsibly. I could see that, but man, this is such a stab in the side. It's such a jab because it really, I think it promoting this for people who are not yet skilled. If you are already skilled and you are using this as a way of like exploring things and seeing what happens and sightseeing what might be out there, and you are able to process what's happening, like you don't need the AI to write. You are using it as just another I don't know, you're sightseeing and seeing what the AI creates, and then maybe that experience gives you inspiration to create something. But that is it. Like it ends there. And I think like so many people will misuse AI. Misusage of AI is so easy. So you'd have to be, as he's saying, at the highest level. I mean, sure, I think someone at the highest level is least likely to get harmed by it. But the less skilled you are, the more harmed you will be by it, for sure. And the more irresponsible you are with it, the more you'll be harmed by it as well. I mean, it's the commercialization for sure. And I mean, someone in a position like this might be considering the commercialization. They have to kind of be on board with whatever's new, maybe. Because, I mean, any awards are all also kind of like I mean, Grammys are really, really big and really prestigious kind of thing, I think, with music for sure. Like Grammys and like film and other stuff are a little bit more just, you know, some people don't really like use that as a measurement of like how good the art is or how great something might be. But the music Grammys are extremely the stuff that wins Grammys is usually really, really like great stuff. So I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. I think if someone who's new to music watches this and hears this and go, oh yeah, I should use AI too because the big artists are doing it, that's going to harm your growth and your learning curve like crazy. It's going to harm your learning journey like crazy if you do it like. So I think this is not a good idea. I don't think you should be doing that. I don't think you should be. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know.
Mason Jr., who is a big advocate for musicians getting ahead of the curve and adopting AI into their
that ahead of the curve. That's so I don't know. It's so easy for that to be just so misleading. I don't know. I think you need to be more careful with how you present this. You have to be more surgical about. You have to do the whole like disclaimer kind of thing. I think when you talk about this kind of thing, people will have assumptions
to write some lyrics, to figure out what some different melody versions could look like, to try different styles of production across some chord changes.
My prediction is that this will likely lead to songwriters becoming de-skilled the same way that doctors are. They will rely on the tools much more to make decisions for them in the name of
you have to restrain yourself,
speed or impatience, and their decision-making
or for getting more shit out because you already have a fandom, you already have this this like reliable audience, and if you want to make more money, you just make more songs and you make more albums or whatever, like, you know. And if you just learn on your own stuff, then you could keep putting out stuff that's the same as you. But I mean, people can just do that with your music, right? People could just take your music and have the AI learn on your music and just do the same thing. So why would they interact with you? Isn't that bad? Wouldn't that be hurtful to your business? I feel like that's an oversight there on things, because AI is available to the public. It's not just professionals using it. Why? I think this is a silly. I don't think this is a good strategy. I think it's a bad idea.
Abilities will become diminished.
Kind of thing,
all that time spent honing their skills gone. ChatGPT brain for musicians. Now, you could make the argument that this could lead to the development of a new craft or a new skill. Much like laptop production became a skill unto itself, prompt engineering might become the new frontier. There could be like new rock stars of prompt engineering who dazzle us with their prompts. Maybe. Call me an old man. I am 37 now. But I have my doubts on whether or not we will get this.
That's pretty good for 37, I will say.
Engineering, in music anyway, goes against a foundational idea of what a craft, a skill, even is.
I'm thinking about the notion
what even is a skill?
of craft. That we talked a little bit about it. But craft means, for Plato and for Aristotle, knowing what the outcome of your work, your production will be.
That's really good. Knowing what the outcome of your production and things you do will be. So this is so fucking legendary because it is being able to predict. It is prediction, but it is not the kind of prediction AI is doing. Oh my God. It's a different kind of prediction. It's knowing that the result will be guaranteed to what you want. And the AI is predicting without having any idea of what you actually want other than what you type in. But you are experiencing yourself. You are the professional on who you are. And so then if you express it, if you do it, you'll get exactly what you want. If the AI does it, it would have to completely understand you on every single level before it would be able to do as good of a job of getting you the art that you might want as you would, which nowhere near that. Nope.
And I just realized that that's 100% what is not happening here. So
Yes, that's 100% what's not happening there. You're clicking the randomizer button and hoping for the best. It just has no way, it doesn't know you other than your prompt type. And anyone could type the prompt that you typed. So what's any difference between you typing in a prompt and getting that result and being like, oh, I like that. That's music I'm going to listen to every day because I had an input in it, versus someone else typing the same thing on the keyboard and asking the same thing and then generating it. Like, what's the difference between those two people, right? Skill is using Skill is using fancy word like indubitably or pulchritudinous in AI prompts, obviously. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got to use those fancy words in the AI prompt. Of course, that's so funny because the only way you could use those words is if you learned what those words mean so that you can use them. It's full circle. You'd have to understand things and earn skills of like understand how things work in order to fucking. You can't escape it. That's what I'm trying to say here. Can't escape it. It's fucking ironic, by the way. Yeah, this is ironic.
So the example that Plato gives us is that a good doctor is the one that both knows how to cure someone and how to kill them. In order to have a craft, you have to know how it, like whatever comes out of it, you have to know how to apply the things, and you have to know the product of it. You don't know what's coming. It's like, I'm going to cure it. I'm going to kill it. I don't know. That is not a craft. It's just randomness. I don't think that the Greeks...
Yeah, and that's what AI is. It's just the randomness. You don't know the result. If I put in a prompt in AI, I have no idea what the AI is going to come up with. Whereas when I write the music, I am extremely in touch with what's going to happen when I do the thing. That is the entire pursuit, is to understand the thing. My prediction, the best AI musicians in the future will be English majors. Yes. English majors, the best career path. Oh my, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. Amazing. Nice.
Would appreciate the fact that anyone relates craft to AI prompting, because you never know what the AI is going to get you.
I guess the counter argument for that would be that so much of music and so much of art, great things, are based on happy accidents, like, oh my God, this thing happened and I didn't expect it to. But then the counter to that argument is...
Well, actually, that's not fair, because it's like, oh my gosh, this happy accident. But the happy accident came from you, who's in touch. The happy accident is only happy because of your relationship with that thing. If you didn't if you weren't part of the happy accident integrally, then it wouldn't be the happy accident that it is. We take for granted that we're involved in the process. Now that AI exists, we have another entity that could be part of the process. And that actually takes that whole for granted that 100% of what we do is 100% us. That autonomy is also a big topic. The whole thing is that you're actually sacrificing autonomy. When you are using AI to write, you're sacrificing autonomy because you are not making the decisions. The AI is making the decisions. And you don't get to know what those decisions were, which is even worse. At least I wish I knew what the decisions were. That would be a little better. Maybe you could even learn from it potentially. It doesn't really know what it's doing though. You would probably understand that it's randomness, and then you'd probably just be like, fuck that, I'm just gonna do something else. But the autonomy is like the last thing an artist would ever want to sacrifice. Autonomy is the last thing you want to give up as an artist. That's the most important. The entire point of doing art is to gain autonomy, is to have as much autonomy as possible. That's the point for the artist. And business people are all about automating everything, which is why they love AI. the more you can automate, the less you have to manually do everything, and the less you have to do manually everything, the money is making itself, and the more money you get automatically. And if you can just multiply the process of automatically making money, the more you're printing the money automatically, the more you can just chill out on your yacht, and the money's coming automatically into your account, and you just get to do whatever the fuck you want.
As the great artist knows how to capitalize on that bit of randomness and knows exactly how to take.
Right. Oh, that's true too. Yeah, when you have the happy accent, or the artist can basically squeeze the most lemon out of that lemon that God might give, whatever. When God gives you lemons, make lemonade. Well, the more skilled you are, the better that lemonade will be from the lemons that you get, right? That is a skill.
That from that initial spark to the final product. Now, you could argue that the craft is lyric writing, which is an old craft, and sure, I actually think that's fine. You could make that argument. But Mikey believes that the future of music is not based on a person's ability, how well they can do a thing, but rather on their taste, how discerning they are in the consumption of a thing.
Increasingly, taste is the...
So it's like the whole like A/B test with like AI being like, oh, here's this thing. You like it? Oh, no, discard that. Keep this, discard that, So like the taste setter kind of like element of it. I could see how you would arrive at that conclusion, but that is only one tiny part of the creation. I'm not sold on that at all, but let's see.
The only thing that matters, and skill is going to matter a lot less because
that's
increasingly
ridiculous.
Taste is the only thing that matters, and skill is going to matter a lot less because you're going to be able to make a lot of stuff, and the people who are going to be recognized are people who are able to pick from the vast quantity of stuff and use, in the case of music, their ears to say that was good and that was bad. Now,
this is like this strategy is such a it's like you're digging in the opposite direction, and you just keep digging, and it's like you're just pulling just completely away from all the things that we care about as artists. No, I think the taste setting is really like the that whole part is like influencers, basically, right? Influencers, content creators, they might be able to pick, we should think about this. They might be able to point out and sift through and find things. They have the barometer. But I guess that's a skill too, to have a barometer for like what is going to resonate with people the most, or what is the best thing out of a bunch of things that are given to you, right? And the theory here is that it will give you, the AI is going to give you something, and then you choose the thing that's best. But this is just such an inefficient process, because you cannot optimize. You can speed up how quickly the AI will give you different iterations, but you can't speed up how fast you are processing those iterations. And if you were really fast at processing those iterations, you are measuring them on a very surface level, which, again, going back to being a business person, that small level is exactly what the whole market right now of like short, people short attention span as it will. Like that whole thing of like people are giving very little time for something to convince them or give them the payoff that they're looking for, with like the whole doom scrolling thing I think I talked about already. Don't need to keep reiterating it, but like that's that would serve that audience really well. But yeah,
I'm able to describe music and get something out, and increasingly I'm going to have to use my ears to think.
Yeah, and so like you're basically sifting through it so quickly that you're only going to accept things that would satisfy something within a certain ceiling, and so that depth, you're only picking things that would give you something satisfying with as little depth as possible, because you don't have time to absorb any depth from the thing you're experiencing. You just don't have any time for that. And so, yeah. So this feeds the commercial elements of things really well in the current climate. And I can see how he gets this kind of angle. But again, this is just trying to convince people that this makes sense and trying to convince people to be sold on this, because that's what he's doing. A business person is trying to sell you on something that would sell well if it was sold on. So it just, makes the business person's life easier. But this is just completely pulling in a direction that the artist's point of view on this is just all nonsense,
Figure out that was good, that was bad. Increasingly, your fingers are less important and your ears are more important.
Mikey's vision for the future here is that craft, it's not going to be relevant. Deskilling, not going to be an issue, because in a world with infinite music generated by Suno, taste is going to be the ultimate driving factor of music production. There is a Rick Rubin interview with 60 Minutes.
Oh, I love Rick Rubin. Rick Rubin is a fucking genius. I have his book. Which I've been I've been reading slowly through. I highly recommend this book. Highly recommend. This is an incredible book. Every artist should have this book. The Creative Act, A Way of Being by Rick Rubin. This is like the Bible for artists. I swear to God, no religious whatever stuff, but holy moly, this book is incredible. I read up to here, and I already got just insane value out of it. I watched an interview talking about stuff that was from here, but I have yet to go through even more, and I'm still processing the stuff that I've read. It's insane. It's an incredibly I even want to just read something from this. Just thinking about that, this is actually pretty relevant now, because this is this is what the whole arts thing. This is actually talking about the pursuit of art. This is the art's point of view at the center. Let's see here. Let me find some good passages. Gosh, the context of this stuff is really important too. I need to find something that would be really relevant here. I have to think about that. Lol. I definitely bookmarked some tabs in here. Gosh, let me find some. Nature as teacher. What was here? Why did I put a tab here? Yeah, okay, so here's why a great one. Let's talk about this. Hi Hansi. I'm reading a passage from A Creative Act, A Way of Being by where's the name? Rick Rubin, which is Adam Neely here just kind of was going to talk about Rick Rubin, which is an absolute genius, absolute goat. He says here, it's common to believe that life is a series of external experiences and that we must live an outwardly extraordinary life in order to have something to share. The experiences of our inner world is often completely overlooked. Our inner world is often completely overlooked. If we focus on what's going on inside ourselves, sensations, emotions, the patterns of our thoughts, a wealth of material can be found. Our inner world is every bit as interesting, beautiful, and surprising as nature itself. It is, after all, born of nature. When we go inside, we are processing what's going on outside. We are no longer separate. We're connected. We are one. Ultimately, it doesn't make a difference whether your content originates on the inside or the outside. If a beautiful thought or phrase comes to mind, or if you see a beautiful sunset, one's not better than the other. Both are equally beautiful in different ways. It's helpful to consider there are always more options available to us than we might realize. He's actually very like altruism open kind of person as well. So I've seen him actually do an interview that I was like, I would have gotten up. I was like, so like, I just didn't like the kind of maybe like the negativity actually a little bit. There was just something. And so like, I was surprised he just kind of was sane with it, which maybe I'm just less bold of a person to be able to just kind of sit with something I'm uncomfortable with more than he is. But just, I don't know, it just made me think of some. So that's just one passage from his book. His book is incredible. It might not be the best passage, but the interview is really great and a great place to kind of totally different context from what we're talking about. Like, yeah, it's an insane book. It's a great book. Highly recommend, or just checking out his content and stuff. Okay, so
that came out in 2020
back to here.
Of music production. There is a Rick Rubin interview with 60 Minutes that came out in 2023 where Rick famously says that he has no technical ability and knows nothing about music.
Yep. Yeah. Just for starters, by the way, I think he worked with Johnny Cash, some of the biggest numbers from Johnny Cash, Adele, what was it called? The Rolling in the Deep. He produced that with Adele. Like, this guy's a fucking legend. Just to name a couple.
No technical ability, and I know nothing about music.
You must know something.
Well, I know what I like and what I don't like.
I think this interview had a lot of influence on Mikey, and therefore a lot of influence on the direction of the music industry. Because Mikey imagines a world where we're all Rick Rubins with no technical ability, but a strong personal taste that...
Oh my God. It's complete, by the way, it's complete bullshit that he says he has no technical ability is complete bullshit. What he's saying is it's not like bullshit, but like he might not perceive it. He is such a humble being that he's gotten so much experience and gotten so much wisdom and everything that, you know, the wisest people are the ones that know how much they don't know. So Steve saying I know nothing about music is because he goes into projects with the open-mindedness of that to the open-mindedness level of like, I know nothing about music and I have no whatever skills. Because if you go in this way, you're going to be able to absorb whatever an artist you're working with in such a pure, unbiased way, in the most pure and unbiased way possible. The most pure and unbiased way to consume and to interact and discuss music would be to have absolutely zero bias, right? So if you wanted to fully absorb someone else's idea and work with them, you would have to have the less bias you have, the better. So him saying I have no artistic I know nothing about music is because if I assume I do, I might miss an opportunity to engage with something I otherwise might discard. And this is a level of wisdom that is so far beyond just oh yeah, we're all just taste setters and the AI can just write the music for us. Like the context here and the what is actually behind the lines and between the lines there is so different. Caveman 443, welcome to the stream. Hi, my first chat message, but my prediction for AI music generally, people don't pay attention to artistry and they actually just want noise with easy to hear words. That's right. I would say that's true. But the artists will still appreciate actual music and will be viewed the way people view artists and wine people. I'm missing some of the words there, but yeah, great. Welcome to the club. Thank you for joining. I think you're in the right stream here. I think you got the vibe down. So yeah, I would say that basically you have two completely different audiences. One is the commercial audience, which is people who just want, hey, I'm going to go for a jog or I'm going to go do a workout. I'm going to go to the gym and do a workout. I need something that's going to be high BPM, that's going to raise my heart rate so that I get a good workout. And I need to listen to something to get me amped up for that workout. I think that someone who has that criteria for listening to some kind of music in that moment, that criteria, AI can satisfy that criteria just as well as any incredible artist might satisfy that criteria. So there is no you can't, you know what they say, right? If you can't tell the difference, don't pay the difference. So that's what that audience does, is they don't pay the difference. They just go for the cheapest option that still satisfies the criteria they're looking for. And that is the pure consumer audience, right? And that there was a term I was using before. It's the consumer is like the, what is it? The commercial music, commercializing, right? The commercialized music versus the artistic music versus commercial music. So like one music is like for like elevator. I just need something to take me on, move me around a little bit. It's kind of like similar to like, hey, I'm rocking in my chair, I'm getting some movement. I'm not seeing enough movement, So it's like getting some movement going, and that's it. That's all I need. And so they just won't care. But I think that, yeah. So, but the problems are when you start to assume, and so like this whole AI, like Suno, is really tailored towards that consumer audience, and the consumer audience that wishes they could be artists but are just not interested in any of the work that it would take, and they just don't get that the journey, the friction, and the exploration of the unknown, that is the point of pursuing art. It's not to just, the product isn't the point, the journey to the product is the point. So that's the part that I hope that with like what I do and with my content, I hope to bring that to light for people so that people understand these nuances. So they understand why bother, pursuing art, how would you pursue art so it's actually fulfilling and worth it, and just, yeah. So some people have a hard time navigating this. A lot of people probably have a hard time navigating this for sure. Yeah.
It can direct music.
I think that's actually a perfect analogy. Rick Rubin, can have people actually do all of the stuff for him. I think about this as,
because he's a producer, right? Oh my God.
A continuation of that, where you need even less emphasis on skills and more emphasis on your ears. It gets easier and easier to create, and what that means is that you rely more and more on your ability to say, I like that, I don't like that.
There are a lot of people.
This is such a gross misinterpretation of what Rick Rubin is saying. I don't know if you were here for this, but what Rick Rubin said earlier, right here in this interview.
Reduction. There was a Rick Rubin interview with 60 Minutes that came out in 2023.
This guy produced Rolling in the Deep with Adele. He produced songs for Johnny Cash. Like, he worked with a variety of just people, just crazy, like incredible work as he's produced, worked with artists on.
Where Rick famously says that he has no technical ability and knows nothing about music.
I have no technical ability, and I know nothing about music.
You must know something.
Well, I know what I like and what I don't like.
I think this interview had a lot of influence.
Which, like, this is like we've gone through the entire journey. You've learned everything there is. You've become a genius, a goat, and it's the what is it called, the medium graph meme. It's this it's this meme. It's this. And we have the guy who's created Suno over here, and we have Rick Rubin over here, and he thinks he's Rick Rubin, that they're on the same page. He's all the way on the other side of the cliff at the very end, and this guy's all the way at the beginning of the cliff, all the way at this side. Caveman, thing is right. I consume metal and make metal. It's been a relatively dead genre for a while of many reasons. For many reasons, to be honest, music has really been dying since I'd say 2005-ish. Dang, I could see that. I guess as someone who, it depends on the genre, I would say, as someone who makes and consumes a genre that not many people enjoy, I've already dealt with my music being dead. Acceptance, right? Yeah, the acceptance stage. We all know about that one. But I think most other musicians haven't dealt with that sort of thing yet. And the anxiety surrounding AI is just those people dealing with those emotional facts. Yeah, people are pretty attached, to the AI because they're like, well, it's giving me something so easily. And I don't want it to be hard. I just want it to be easy. I just want to be part of it. Please let this easy way be justified. Please, gatekeepers, please let me in. I just want to be part of the fun club, and I want to be cool. I want to impress a girl with my skills by not using any skills, and you know what I mean? Like, it's like, yeah, I looked up which artist Rick Rubin worked with, and it's a lot. Yeah. Rick Rubin is a fucking god. Look at the hair. He's literally God. He quite literally is God in the music. His approach to being an artist, is just like at the very end he is at the very, very end and past it off the chart. He's incredible. His relationship with art is the most healthy and thoughtful and just incredible. Like, his way he thinks about art, his way is just so clever. It's such a healthy and just strategically perfect way of pursuing it and everything. Let's see. I mean, when they were talking about how like none of the AI people who use AI music have any inspirations or anything, they don't have like anybody that they could name that they're inspired by or something. He talks about who he's been inspired by all the time, that he went to all these concerts and all these rehearsals. He's constantly part of the community and everything, you know? He looks like that Greek philosopher. I think Rubin, zero knowledge gives him more freedom. Yes, because I learned Pearson will say you can't do this and that. Yes, but Rubin just does. Yes, the reason he says I have no technical ability and I know nothing about music is because if you start from that perspective, that is not true. It's a mindset choice that allows for the most that permits absorption and acceptance and entertaining literally anything in existence. It's like I am willing to entertain every interpretation of every single form of that creative expression because I don't want to miss something just because I have a bias of he wants to be the most receptive possible of anything, any idea that there might be. So he wants to be he wants to have the best antenna for receiving the kind of inspiration and all this stuff. So it's the more you can get out of the way of your own way by removing the biases, the more you can kind of sit with, I know nothing, I don't judge the judgment part. That's why he said that in the interviews, because that's the whole thing. Socrates of popular music. I mean, the commercialization success of his stuff is not, he doesn't look for a commercial. He talks in one of his interviews, there's really long videos where he commercial, he says, I respect people's ability who are able to create something that is commercially successful. That is a skill, and that does take skill, but that he's not interested in commercial success, and that the commercial success usually means that you are sacrificing artistic expression in some way, which is true. I think that's what I remember. I would have to actually go back and find the quotes, but that's what I remember from maybe watching those streams from a while, or those interviews from a while ago. Yeah.
Because Mikey imagines a world where we're all Rick Rubins with
this is just so this is just
can have
right here. This
actually
part
do all of the stuff for him. I think about this as a continuation of that, where you need even less emphasis on skills and more.
Yeah, less part. It's just crazy.
But a strong personal taste that can direct music.
I think that's actually a perfect analogy. Rick Rubin, can have people actually do all of the stuff for him. I think about this as a continuation of that, where you need even less emphasis on skills and more emphasis on your ears. It gets easier and easier to create, and what that means is that you rely more and more on your ability to say, I like that, I don't like that.
There are a lot of people with great taste, great ideas in their head musically, and without the means to do it.
And everybody has taste in music, even if they don't currently have mastered, production software like Ableton. Everybody has taste, and when you give everybody the ability to do that, everybody likes to do it.
How good taste?
The ability is just such a oversight. It's the ability to do it is the skills, not... This is not ability. This is it's just you to associate those things like that is just ridiculous. It's so misleading. I really find everything he's saying so misleading. The Suno CEO or whatever guy, yeah,
is cultivated, or would it even?
Yeah, I love this meme, by the way. I'm gonna need a source for that IQ bell curve. Mate, I trust my instincts. If it worked for me, Gran, it will work for me. Simple as. It's perfectly rational to trust your deep instincts since they evolved through generations of evolutionary pressure. So the bottom percent is just dude, I just trust you. And the other one's yeah, it's totally fair to trust yourself. So they come to the same conclusion, but they're on complete opposite sides of the spectrum. That's literally what's happening here. He's borrowing things from Rick Rubin and being oh yeah, I totally agree with that. That serves my goal. That fits with what I want. And he just had no idea why he's saying that. In myself we trust or something. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's oh, I just know what I like and don't like, and it's just about taste. It completely glossing over the fact that Rick Rubin has in interviews with musicians and artists who can probe the questions, he would go oh well, I play 8 instruments. Yeah, I know how production works by working with people who are legends at production, and he has all those skills, but he just is that doesn't matter. None of that matters. Don't worry about that. I'm just here for the vibes, guys. What the fuck? It's great.
Good taste is not even really.
The humbleness is insane.
Questioned
it really
by
is.
Mikey, he just assumes that because there's so much music, there's going to be a lot of good music that gets to the top. This is the second reason.
Yeah, that's this whole thing of if there's just all. I don't have time for that. I think it's more efficient to just learn to write better than for me to fucking sit there, listen to a bajillion things, and then just keep clicking the randomizer button until I get something and go okay. Oh, that one wasn't too bad. Okay, I'll save that one. Okay. And you're just becoming this factory. You are the product. You're the fucking factory worker sifting through their AI generated stuff and voting up and down, and then the AI and then the product improves because you're literally working on the product. You are doing free labor for this fucking AI to potentially, improve in some way, supposedly, and learn from your taste setting. Like, this is just fucking, this really is 1984. Holy fucking shit. Hansi, there is so many skills you get experience from. Caveman might sound a little gatekeepery, but I do believe that if you give everyone the skills, know how to do these things, the pool will become diluted, but you also can't not let people in. It's Kool-Aid. It's Kool-Aid. You need to find a balance of letting people in and keeping some out. Too much music is bad, too little is bad also. Moderation actually happened to be one of the 4 virtues of Plato, the other person I was talking about, like there's different like virtues and stuff. You know what's crazy, by the way? One of the craziest moments in this whole entire video was that in Suno, one of their things that they put on there is that impatience is a virtue. Can you believe that? Impatience is a virtue. That's what they have on their website, because they're commercializing people who are impatient. They just want the thing. I just want the thing. I just want the thing. Just give me the thing. And maybe I can, among us myself into being part of the conversation and the, oh yeah, I'm an artist. Oh, I'm cool and I'm with the kids, or something like if you need validation from other people that you're an artist and you're validated being an artist, then I think there's a problem. Too much music is bad. Yeah. Commercially, it might not be good, but why not chase art anyway? Yeah, you're doing it for you. Self-expression. Lol, everyone is a philosopher these days. Thanks, YouTube. Yeah, armchair philosophers over here. Yep.
People don't seem to have role models in this world. It's because role models have skills that inspire us. We're inspired by Jimi Hendrix's ability to play the guitar like that. His taste in music.
What does it inspire us to do? To learn the damn skills, because hey, it's worth it. Look how it makes me feel to hear and play. What would it be like if I could play like that? God damn, would that be fulfilling? Art is one of the most fulfilling pursuits you can possibly pursue. It's one of the most fulfilling activities in the world. It's incredible. And it's not only, you can, anything might be fulfilling for different people. You might have like different profession you might choose. This is how you choose a profession, is you figure out what makes you feel the most fulfilled, right? What fulfills you the most. If you can do a job that fulfills you and you get paid for it, you've won. That is the game of life, right? Everyone's looking for that. So I bet. But arts is a special one because art is the most like emotionally like closely knit element, so that the fulfillment is an emotion. So if you're also expressing emotion and you're like, it just becomes the most fucking saturated fucking ride ever. I can get high on music, basically on like doing artistic stuff is like, that is a form of a high. It's just I love it.
Is kind of irrelevant when the craft is
what did you say?
We're inspired by Jimi Hendrix's ability to play the guitar like that. His taste in music is kind of irrelevant. When the craft is irrelevant, on the other hand, so is the idea of the role model. There is no
the craft is irrelevant. That's true.
Reason to look up to anybody when you can write prompts just as well as anybody else.
That's right. And that actually hurts the community part of it. That hurts why would I collaborate with other people? Why would I talk about music when I just listen to my own AI produced shit? Like, why would I interact? It's an apathetic fucking, everyone's in their own bubble. It's actually the whole experience that everyone was feeling with the pandemic is exactly what you would be creating and cultivating using if everyone was sold on this. You would actually get the pandemic, the artistic pandemic would basically happen. We might as well actually quote this way, potentially. Actually lower the chat since I don't need it that loud. Why do you think that people make art but never paint, write, sound like themselves? I think that people make art but never paint, right? So they always try to be that one famous guy or famous piece. Yeah, that's like a what is it? That's a classic like rookie mistake kind of thing, right? A classic rookie trap is to be like, well, I'm just going to imitate the guy that does this super cool thing. The problem is that really the point of pursuing art is self-expression. If you are doing something that is just imitating someone else, you are not expressing yourself. You're expressing them, which you can learn from expressing other people because it takes skill to be able to imitate something. But that is only the first like level 1 art, right? And then you go from there and you go, okay, now I'm going to use the tools that I used to imitate to see if I can imitate what I feel inside or something personal experience that I have that no one else has experienced. Everyone's experience is unique to some degree. So how, that would be where you would level up from, but that's okay. Everyone starts with some level, like you imitate the most and then you work slowly down from imitation to customization in a way. I mean, like visual art, you might trace lines first and then you go from tracing lines to using maybe like you see somebody like, a picture of something or a model of someone running and then you try to draw that and then you can come up with the thing yourself later, and that is a good stepping stone. But the point of that stepping stone is not to keep using that, it's to learn the skill. It is a training wheels, just like with a bike. If you're riding a bike, use the training wheels, but you don't want to always have the training wheels. You want them off as soon as possible once you got the feel for it so that you can actually experience riding the bike the way that, the goal, the point. So many people are like that, even if they are not a rookie. I mean, every YouTube guitarist sounds the same. Really? Damn. Well, I imagine, is that in that, what genre was it that you mentioned? Rock? No, it wasn't rock. Some genre you mentioned that's dead, relatively dead genre. Metal. That's pretty wild. Actually, wasn't there? There's some metal that is like, I forget what it was. I mean, like K-pop, like and like that was like a really big thing. I think there's a lot of like rock from there that actually people listen to old music a lot nowadays. I teach music. I teach. My primary instrument is violin. I went to Juilliard for undergrad. Just a little bit of my background, but I have my website and my whole bio there. But one of the things is what was I going to say? I've actually, when I talk to people and what music they listen to, it's not the modern stuff. A lot of them go back to really stuff. There's people who are like born in the later 2000s, like the early 2000s, and they'll tell me that they listen to music that is made before they were born. They don't even listen to anything that was written during their lifetime, which is wild, really wild. Having all this is great, but you want to find your own sound somewhere on the way. Horst is a great example for this in classical music. Yeah, tell me more about Horst. I don't know his history stuff that well. Horst is a good example of what. I try to, I can't. My hands are too fat. Hey, you know what? You should check out Isaac Perlman. You might know him. I don't know if you have. I don't remember how to spell it. ZH. Isaac Perlman. Have you ever watched Isaac Perlman play violin? Look at those fingers. This is the full-size violin, by the way. Look at that. That's a full-size violin. You were born with cello hands, not violin hands. Hey, that's fair. Everyone's got their, you got to work with what you got and find where your advantages give you the most advantage. You know what I mean? That's just the way it works. Hey, I got, pinkies like this. And there's actually a term for that I forgot what it's called. Somebody looked it up for me at one point, but I have these curled pinkies. I play violin. I had to figure out a way around my the technique stuff to help me with that, but to figure out what would work for my hands. But yeah, Everyone's got their thing. But I feel like the 4 is like more stronger then, because like when I play with my 4, it's like I have to be a little bit more diagonal to get the pinky to be more perpendicular to the string, but I get a lot of power. So when I'm vibrating with a 4, I it's like doesn't collapse as easily. So it's just that whole thing. But yeah, Isaac Perlman has incredibly like fat fingers, and he plays beautifully on the violin, which is really cool. So so you never know, like you just never know. It just depends on what you're really attracted to. I would say follow your gut and maybe follow your like emotional, like what is emotionally most fulfilling for you. The technical side, people have fought some really crazy uphill battles for what they love out there, and so don't let that dissuade you from entertaining something. Just like how Rick Rubin doesn't let anything dissuade him from anything. He's fucking transcended that to a fucking all the way up. He's like, I'm just gonna go all the way on that shit.
There is no magic in what anybody else does. You don't get to look at another person and all the beautiful, inspiring greatness that they might have, because there, quite frankly, is no inspiring greatness here. And that's sad, man. I love having role models, and I love being a role model to other people. And I hate that this is the future that Mikey Schulman imagines for young people and for the broader musical culture. And I also hate the fact that the CEO of the Grammys is now parroting Mikey Schulman's line about taste.
To me, if you're making music and you're using your discernment, your taste to decide what the AI should create for you, you're making music.
Being an arbiter of taste.
Yeah, this guy is the CEO of the Grammys, by the way, and a songwriter. I don't know. I think this is just an irresponsible, like, even if you have the most charitable interpretation of all this stuff, I think this is his business side talking, and I think this is just a gross, irresponsible way of, you have to have disclaimers about what you're saying. Like, yes, someone who has all the skills in the world might be able to use AI to be like, hey, let me see what it spits out, and then I'll filter it through my incredible skill and all these layers of ability to filter this thing out, and then I'll use it to give me maybe some fresh ideas or something. It's like sightseeing. If you go to a museum, you're looking at art, and then you go, you know what, that made me feel this thing. Now I have a personal experience, emotional experience, subjective experience from looking at a piece of art, and now I'm going to go take that experience and maybe express it my own way. That is like the most healthy thing. And people have been doing that for years. I mean, museums are extremely successful because they give us those emotional experiences. And those experiences, you got to sometimes sought out. One of the biggest reasons that people have like a writer's block is because maybe you've run out of juice of your own experiences, like inside your head or whatever, and you've just run out of that. And now you're stuck. You've run out. So now what's the best thing to do with a writer's block is to stop hitting the block and go have a life experience. Go have an experience. See if that experience might that maybe that can give you some inspiration to continue writing, because maybe the thing you've been using as inspiration you've exhausted in some sense. Maybe someone else might find ways to continue it, but you, with your barometer for what art will express you in a really, true way. So this is the most charitable possible way. Like if we're doing extremely charitable, that's this. But this whole,
and you're using your discernment, your taste to decide what the AI should create for you. You're making music.
Why don't you use that taste to? Why don't you use that thing, that you being able to tell what you wanted to do and what you like on yourself? Why don't you just make stuff and then discern that instead of let AI make stuff and discern that? AI is just clicking the randomizer button. You're just clicking the randomizer button and you're like hoping that you get something that you're like, oh, yeah. You're just, because people are lazy. Yes, also because commercialization, right? It's faster. So if you already have an audience, it's a laziness. It's cutting corners. And the problem right now is there is a giant audience that are just looking for the commercial level of depth for something. And they might like some of the artists that are here. And if these artists here, if some of them decide that they're going to use AI to help them pump out more albums, then they'll be able to make more money because they'll sell more things. And if those things sound like them, that you can kind of ride the curtains of your own success there. I'm sure that's possible. And, for him, someone who's running the Grammys make money off of the advertisements that they might have, the partnerships or whatever they might have. This is definitely his business side, I think, coming through, if I'm being charitable to him. Like, this is just a business thing of like, oh, more people writing, more people, whatever, more eyes on the Grammys of like the best stuff. Like, yeah, I could see that helping our business side. Yeah, sure, I'll push it,
Being
That's, I think, the level of... But this is such a irresponsible way of doing things, and not having a disclaimer of like, hey, you using AI to write may de-skill your ability to write music. You should not lean on it completely. It should not replace your pursuit of improving your skills.
Taste is going to be really, really important.
A human with great taste learning to pull that out of the AI, and that is like a beautiful piece of music.
Why don't you just pull it out by writing it? Why is the AI so necessary? Why? It's because I can sell you on because it'll sell the people who have no skills. It's going to tap into the market of people who don't have the skills yet. It's going to get them on board, and you're going to be able to sell it to them. You're going to make more money. You're going to have more audiences, more, turnout. That's what it's about. It's all this stuff about it's just trying to sell it. It's not honest. It just isn't.
You can say that I had a part in that creation, or you can say that I didn't have a part in that creation.
What's happening? 33
is now parroting Mikey Schulman's line about taste.
To me, if you're making the AI
a human piece of music, you can say that I had a part in that creation, or you can say that I didn't have a part in that creation. What do you say? I almost want to say I don't care what you think.
There's something pretty sinister.
Ooh, damn. Let's hear that one again.
In that creation, what do you say? I almost want to say I don't care what you think.
There's some.
Damn, and look at the way he's like, look at his like expression change there. That was his honest opinion there. I don't care what you think, whether you had a part in it or didn't have a part in it. That's why I'm okay with you using the AI and selling you on it. Because if you care, then I can't sell you on it. That's the problem. I don't want you to care. Fucking wild, man. We out here like rabid dogs. People like it because they don't want to pick something up and suck. Yeah, they won't have 2 hours less sleep for practice. Click a button and boom, it's on. Yep. That guy turned into Gollum when he said that. Yes. That fucking scene right there. Holy shit, man. Relax, brother. I didn't want it anyway.
Something pretty sinister about musicians nihilistically embracing their own de-skill.
He was like, what do you say? You don't want to hear what I say, what I think? It's disgusting. I don't want the world to know.
All of that skill that you require, the stuff that your role models and your elders had and passed down from generation to generation, you're throwing out because Mikey Schulman told you to.
If you look at like musicians like Wayne Brady, who can improvise a song off the top of their head.
Yeah, and it's because Mikey, he told you so, and it's like only the people that's the whole fucking thing. It's only the people that would be sold on that are going to be the people that he's able to trick into buying his thing, and therefore that's fine. They're going to continue. They're going to be the most loyal customers. He doesn't want us artists to be sold on it. He wants the consumers and the commercial level audience to be sold on it. So he doesn't want to be challenged on this, because then maybe the commercial audience will lose trust in him, and he's just riding on the trust and sounding like, oh, I'm just this guy who's just trying to help out, I'm just trying to make your life easier. And it's like, it's so dishonest, and yeah, it works, and my goal, my pursuit in life, and what I find fulfillment from, is improving how we teach music, so that the friction and the, that you experience learning and the amount of patience that it takes to get through and experience the payoff of learning the skills, so that cycle of I put in work and then I get and I experience the payoff of like, oh, I get why we would do this, and you're getting hooked on that experience, or at least you get it. You get why someone might do this. That is what I find. I think where the optimization that would improve the music industry in the creative element of things, the part that would improve it is our ability to teach better, our ability to streamline and create a better experience learning, make the friction more manageable, find more clever ways of teaching. I've been working for like maybe 7 years now in my life on different etudes and method books and things like that. And one of my biggest magnum opuses right now is the music theory textbook that is not deadlocked onto Western music, is actually would be about music in general, across all genre and all that. But so how we teach is really, I think that is where the optimizations will improve the industry, not by telling people that you don't need to learn anything. It's about improving people's experience in learning and getting people to normalizing that learning is hard, but that learning has a payoff, and you just need to be a little bit more patient than someone doom scrolling to be able to experience those payoffs. That's why doom scrolling is so so surface level, it just doesn't feel good. Why does doom scrolling suck? Why doesn't it feel good? Because you're giving every piece of content you are consuming milliseconds to the depth of your experience of every single thing is very, very low. And so, of course, you're going to get a low level of fulfillment out of it. Duh. It is categorically impossible for you to doom scroll and get lots of fulfillment out of it, because everything that you're experiencing on an extremely low surface level. And if you were to experience something fulfilling, it would have to have given you fulfillment within seconds, which means that the room for depth is very little just by design. So it's a self-fulfilling problem. It's a self, you just categorically cannot experience depth consuming things on such a short and giving things such a short amount of time to absorbing things, whatever. Yeah, I'm just kind of going on and on, but yeah. Golem says, this way, sheep. It's nice here. Golem says, this way, sheep. It's nice here. Yep.
And you just see how incredible that is and how cool of an art form that is. It's like the pinnacle of improv comedy is these people who can improvise songs that are coherent and funny and rhyme and actually sound like music. That is a great, joyous experience to watch. And you're just like, how? But then when you generate that, you get the yuck, but you don't get any of the wonder of dang,
how did that happen?
Humans are smart.
It doesn't connect because there's nothing being communicated. I always say this. Music is a language, and language is about communication. So music is about communicating, and music is one of the most efficient ways of communicating emotional experience. What emotional experience is the AI communicating?
Yeah.
It's actually an irrelevant question. It's I like that piece of music. It was good music. I felt like I enjoyed the process of making that piece of music, and maybe does it count that I made that music or not is irrelevant.
That's all you can credit.
Yeah, this is a complete consumer brain, business brain thing. It's irrelevant to him. It's not irrelevant to the consumer. They just don't know better. That they think he's just brainwashing them into he's gaslighting them into thinking that it's irrelevant, because to him it's irrelevant as a business person, and if it's irrelevant to them, he's more likely to sell them on the thing that he's making. I think a lot of the issue is also non-musicians think, wow, that person is so talented. I wasn't born talented, so I can't make music. Let's use AI. Yeah, and it's let me go back to Rick Rubin, it's going to be really funny reading what Rick Rubin has to say about the pursuit of art. Back to this fucking beautiful book that he made. and wrote a fantastic piece of work. The Creative Act, A Way of Being by Rick Rubin. I recommend everyone to get this book. It is genius. It is gold on paper. It's really funny actually reading this stuff because it's that bell curve thing of like going all the way from the, Rick Rubin's all the way on this side and the Suno CEO is all the way on this side, and they sound like they're saying the same thing, but the in between lines and the reasons they're saying it and the intent and the message, the intent of the message, completely different, and just hilariously, that juxtaposition is just hilarious to me. I can't believe Rick Rubin was mentioned in a video talking about AI music, and that Suno would dare quote him in just such a just horrible way. It's hilarious. The first chapter in this book is called Everyone is a Creator, which is what this guy's trying to sell you on. Suno is CEO. I should get his name. Who's this guy? CEO of Suno. Hold on. There he is. What's his name? Okay. Mikey Schulman, great. Okay, so Mikey. So, everyone is a creator. I'm going to read this a little bit. Those who do not engage in the traditional arts might be wary of calling themselves artists. They might perceive creativity as something extraordinary or beyond their capabilities. A calling for the special few who are born with these gifts, what you said about talent. Fortunately, this is not the case. Creativity is not a rare ability. It is not difficult to access. Creativity is a fundamental aspect of being human. It's our birthright, and it's for all of us. Creativity doesn't exclusively relate to making art. We all engage in this act on a daily basis. To create is to bring something into existence that wasn't there before. It could be a conversation, the solution to a problem, a note to a friend, the rearrangement of furniture in a room, a new route home to avoid a traffic jam. Oh my God. Anyway, what you make doesn't have to be witnessed, recorded, sold, or encased in glass for it to be a work of art. Through the ordinary state of being, we're already creators in the most profound way. Gosh, what is it? That intrinsic value part of it is just, I'm in tears. I'm getting teary-eyed. Most profound way, creating our experience of reality and composing the world we perceive. In each moment, we are immersed in a field of undifferentiated matter from which our senses gather bits of information. The outside universe we perceive doesn't exist as such. Through a series of electrical and chemical reactions, we generate a reality internally. We create forests and oceans, warmth and cold. We read words, hear voices, and form interpretations. Then, in an instant, we produce a response. All of this in a world of our own creation. God. Regardless of whether or not we're formally making art, we are all living as artists. We perceive, filter, and collect data, then curate an experience for ourselves and others based on this information set. Whether we do this consciously or unconsciously, by the mere fact of being alive, we are active participants in the ongoing process of creation. To live as an artist is a way of being in the world, a way of perceiving, a practice of paying attention, refining our sensitivity to tune in to the more subtle notes, looking for what draws us in and what pushes us away, noticing what feeling tones arise, and where they lead. Attuned choice by attuned choice, your entire life is a form of self-expression. You exist as a creative being in a creative universe, a singular work of art. Wow. To take this and be like, oh yeah, in this context, it's the bell curve. They're at the opposite sides of the bell curve. They sound the same, but they are not the same. Isn't it crazy how like it's so funny to me, like the word choice alone and the way that he talks about this is so. It just creates such a different energy compared to, like, it just feels different. It's almost the same stuff, but it's not quite the same stuff. Because it's not trying to sell you anything. He's trying to sell you on something specific, right? Rick Rubin is just trying to teach you how to be yourself and accept that you are special, that you can pursue art. And this is what you were saying, like, oh, they feel like, oh, I'm not talented, I can't do it. You're being an artist every day of your life. Every choice you make is an expression of art is an expression of choice. The most interesting thing, I put a quote, I'm going to say it one more time because it's a great line. My bar that I wrote down was this. Here's my bar. The most interesting part of the human experience is the choices we make. Art is the greatest catalyst because it has the highest capacity to reveal the endlessly amusing depth of our choices and our lives. So art is the greatest catalyst because it has the highest capacity to reveal the endlessly amusing depth of our choices and our lives. AI is optimized to simplify the process of creation at the cost of simplifying the very thing that we make art to express the depth of. The more deep and complex the choices of the creator, the more versions of the art that never saw the light of day because they were discarded in favor of the end result they've presented, the more the art expresses the most important part of the human experience, which is the choices that we make. Choice. What is it that makes us human? Choice. We have choice. Like the Matrix. Oh my God, gotta love that. When's my TED Talk? It's actually happening right now. Oh yeah, I mean, that would be fun. I would love to do that. Man, Mickey did a TED Talk, I think. Or was it Mickey? Yeah, Mickey was on TED Talk. Where was that one bit? Yeah, dude, bars on bars on bars right here. Let's fucking go. Oh my God, it's gonna skip back and I'm never gonna find my way back to where we were. It's gonna be great because it's an hour, 30-minute video. Golem's only skill is he mastered selling snake oil. That's why they sound so like the selling snake oil. When's the TED Talk? Yeah, I hope one day, sure. I might have to go on TED Talk if this gets too out of hand. We're gonna have to step it up. I mean, a lot of the time, that I've seen something ridiculous happen, ridiculous enough. Sometimes something that happens that's super ridiculous online, you'll see people that never post ever. They never do anything. All they do is just make art. They're just busy. They don't have time for fucking Twitter, and they're just busy making their stuff. But then you'll see sometimes they'll come out of the trenches of their work, fucking laboratories and alchemy fucking shit, and they'll say something because they are like, you know what, someone has to say it. Because so when something really ridiculous happens, or really ridiculous, some people start going off, taking the wrong turn. What was that one meme? When shit like this happens, then they might come out of the woodwork and be like, you know what, I gotta say something because people really be going the wrong way. I gotta say something. So when you hear the most just amazing artists speak up when they never normally speak up, something's really wrong. That they're willing to take time out of their day when they would normally be making art and doing what they're doing God's work, that they would be willing to come to take the time out to talk about something or address something because of how that means shit's really bad. So yeah,
I enjoyed the process of making that piece of music, and maybe does it count that I made that music or not is irrelevant.
That's all you can credit yourself with in the end. If you use it to make your art, I think you just have to say, I'm a really good prompter. Yay me.
I didn't grow up dreaming of prompting. I grew up dreaming of shredding and all the fun stuff. That was my dream.
That's a good one. I dreamed of shredding instead of being a prompter. My God. It's funny. It makes me think of Severance, the show, where there was they had to be a prompter for the new people in the employer. If you've seen Severance, you'll get it. If not, technically there might be some skills that you need to have to be able to be a successful prompter. Be able to I don't know, help somebody, or somebody who actually, this is teaching. Prompter is actually teaching. We're teaching the AI different things when we interact with it, right? We're teaching it in these interactions that it's creating. So technically, prompter would be a branch of teaching, because a better prompter would better be able to teach the AI whatever we would want it to do. But again, being a prompter is way less efficient than all the thousands of years of experience and knowledge that we have in how music works. Is a way more efficient of a method than being a prompter to try to get results. We have this massive, the efficiency is just ridiculously low on using prompting and pressing the randomizer button to get results than to just write it yourself. We're just so beyond that. It's such an archaic method to trying to make some piece of art. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Severance really was great. I'm glad, Hansi, you saw it. Nice. Yeah, it's a fantastic show. Did you know that Ben Stiller is actually the writer and director for that show? Pretty sure. Which is hilarious because, there is comedy in it, but he's a fairly famous comedian. Yeah. Writers is, I think Ben Stiller's in here. No? Is he a producer? I thought he was. Severance. Who directed? Yeah. Ben Stiller is the primary director and executive producer for the Apple TV show psychological thriller Severance. Ben fucking Stiller, man. Isn't that cool? There he is, executive producer, and executive producer and primary director. Yep, he literally is directing the show, and he's not acting in it, which is interesting. But hey, Ben Stiller is literally on most. I think he does most of them. He does the first and last parts of seasons for sure. The key episodes he'll do, but maybe he'll pass off a little bit to someone else. So he directed the finale of the last season and the beginnings, and so he was very, very involved in it. By the way, how old is this? Starring what was his name again? Christopher Walken. God, dude, oh my God, he's so old. I'm so scared. Walken is a legend. How old is he now? How much time do we have left? 83. Okay, he's not that old. Okay, once we hit 90, that's when things get scary. Okay, John Williams is 93. I'm really scared about that. That's what I'm really. This is the 94 now. He just turned 94 in February. Oh my God. I would absolutely love to meet John Williams and talk to him about music someday. God, I just hope I hope we grow maybe this channel and everything, and we can dive in deep on the theory and like his approach to writing. I want to see more interviews that really dig deep and get to like hear the artists really talk really in depth about what they're doing, you know, what they've done. And I don't want these surface level interviews of like, did you think that what you wrote was going to be so successful? No, I had no idea. I just write. Great. Well, it was great talking to you. Goodbye. I hate interviews like this. I want to actually learn something. I don't learn anything from this. That's the whole. It seems like the more commercial something is, the less deep it is, and the less you learn from it. I feel like the more commercialized something is, the less learning you get out of it. I feel like that might actually be a trend.
And I hope that, I hope that people continue to dream of shredding instead of dream of prompting.
Yeah, me too.
What did he say?
People continue to dream of shredding instead of dream of prompting.
Yeah, continue to dream of shredding instead of dream of prompting.
Yeah, me too.
I think with art, you would think that argument holds. Yeah, I would say for well, yeah, anything like talking like you interviews of actors, film directors, like anything to do with art, any interview and like any kind of stuff. I would say yeah, for sure. Interlude. Ooh, we get a little interlude. Is he gonna just play music? Oh, we'll see. Eastern Europe, so Asia, Eastern Europe. Link me something. Feel free to post a link. I'll check something out. And the Discord server as well. Feel free to post up there.
Okay, I'm done talking about my...
By the way, every single time we have a stream, without fail, there's one account that will try to advertise AI, view botting with AI. Every single time. The AI bot is crazy. Isn't that insane? They are trying to sell us on buying a viewbotting viewers that will use LLM in order to chat in your chat. They're literally asking you to pay money to have a parasocial relationship with an LLM. Like, why someone streaming would never... We already have parasocial relationships from viewers to streamers. We don't need parasocial relationships from narcissistic streamers with no viewers getting viewer botting. Like, fucking, this is insane. This is crazy. Oh my fucking God. It's so bad. This is so bad. Oh God. Let's just move on.
Right now.
Thank you again, Hansi. Without fail, within like 3 seconds, we'll always ban that bot. By the way, every single stream. Fucking love it. Every single time. We need to burn everything, man. Can't.
Got somebody, maybe a little bit more.
Hey, Burning Man is actually pretty cool. The Burning Man is a pretty cool thing that you can go to. I think there's a lot of artistic expression in that. Yeah.
Interesting. Let's talk about Arthur C. Clarke. Arthur C. Clarke was one of the great science fiction visionaries of the 20th century. He predicted many aspects of our modern lives, including the internet and email. He's probably most famous for writing 2001: A Space Odyssey, but he...
Oh yeah, I actually have yet to watch that, so I'm gonna be fucked if he thinks that that he can just go talk about stuff that's spoilers that aren't spoilers. Oh my God.
Also wrote collections of speculative short stories, including 1957's Tales from the White Hart. Now, in this book, there's a short story entitled The Ultimate Melody, where a researcher tries to find a melody that perfectly fits the electrical rhythms of the human brain. To do this, he builds a melody-generating machine that he trains on, quote, hundreds of the really famous tunes in classical and popular music, which sounds, honestly, a bit prescient, right? Maybe off by an order of magnitude or two, but hey.
By the way, insane. AI music generator Suno admits it was trained on essentially all music files on the internet, which this is actually was already shown earlier, and it talked about how the repercussions of this isn't like my answer to this was good luck in court, because now you've just self-reported on copyright infringement on every single music file on the internet. So now you are guilty of copyright infringement on, as you quoted, every single music file on the internet. Good luck. Insane. Absolutely insane. If you're going to do something so crazy as like use the entire internet as your ghostwriter for your AI, Napster 2.0, you should definitely not fucking admit that you're doing it. Like, if you're gonna do something so slimy, but they're like, yeah, we don't even care. We'll just tell everyone that's what we're doing. Yep. Don't even give a shit. It'll be fine. I don't care. That they don't care so much that they don't realize how big of an issue it is. That's why they don't care about self-reporting. They don't think it's a problem. That's why they're proud of it. You know, this is it's like the dumb criminals. They're like, oh yeah, I did that cool thing. Yeah, I robbed a guy. Yeah, because I'm fucking ballsy as fuck. You're going to prison now. Huh? Oh no.
Okay, it's in the ballpark. Now, it's warned that this melody generating machine will put every composer in the world out of business. Which
yeah, that fear is crazy, by the way. One of my takes, when AI music came out, by the way, let me put that
generating machine will put every composer in
the world out of business. What an absurd statement, by the way. Just hilarious, just on paper seeing this. But one of the things is basically when it comes to when AI making like generating like the LLM is fine, whatever. But when it came to like be able to make pictures and generate the pictures and like that kind of thing, when that came around, I was actually really skeptical. A lot of people freaked out. Oh no, we're gonna lose our jobs as artists. I was like more like intrigued, and I was like, I really want to look into this, because I was like very skeptical, because basically I was like, well, overall, and I didn't have a way to like verbalize it. I didn't really have a way to explain why I felt like I was just not really freaking out about it. I was like, oh, it's just a phase. I basically had the view of like really early on, I was like, this is just, people are just, oh, it's the new thing and people are just freaking out about it. It's going to blow over and it's not really going to be that big a deal later on. It's just right now, because it's new, people are kind of freaking out about it. And the putting out of business, I felt like was probably kind of ridiculous, but I didn't really have an answer to anyone objectively why that is, or to defend that view that I had at the time. But it just seemed right. And if you look at the historically, whenever there's technology that releases, anytime anyone releases any new technological advancement happens, it would affect culture. It would affect the climate of like, what people do in their daily lives. So people's lives would change. And because people's lives change, the context in which the art is existing in would then evolve, and therefore the art that is relevant, that is most resonating with people's lives, would change, and potentially artists would incorporate the technology in some way to further the artistic kind of pursuit. Some way maybe that would be incorporated, and they would look for creative ways to incorporate the new technology. There is not a single example in history where the technology would replace art. It would never replace it, only maybe complement or be incorporated in some way, but it would never replace it. So my thought was, well, why would AI be any different? It's just another technological advancement. Why would it, historically, technological advancements have never replaced artists or the artistic form as a whole. Why would AI be any different? That was basically, I realized that was why I was like not very skeptical of jumping to the gun on like, oh no, we're all doomed. We're all out of a job. The whole pursuit was a waste of time. We're obsolete, so yeah. What is also interesting is that a lot, I can't remember saying here, is that a lot of the things that we love in music are actually mistakes someone made. That's true. like improvised lines in film. Think about all the outtakes that ended up being in the film and ended up being the outtake or the improvised line or the little extra thing that felt right for the actor or something. Was just, that is the thing we remember the most, because it's the most the most in tune thing, the most harmonious maybe action that might happen in the moment, because the energy and like whatever is happening there is just perfectly, like, it just kind of like oh, you know what, Rick Rubin, actually, that made me think of the quote from Rick Rubin one time. Maybe I'll just keep this book right here. You know what, keep it nice here, nice and safe, protect me from all the AI attacks. Gotta keep my Bible nice and close. What was it? What was the part here? I think it's the very first thing. Oh yeah, this is literally the very first thing in the book. So you have the. It made me think of this. There's just blank page with the dot there. It's like a focus thing of like his, I forget what it was. The creative act. Let me do this. So you have the creative act, way of being. And the very first thing is the object isn't to make art. It's to be in that wonderful state which makes art inevitable. Which is Robert Henry. It's so fucking good. Oh my god. You want to be in a state. God, the lines are so fucking fire, man. This entire book is just bars on bars on bars, dude. It's amazing. Oh, it's so good. And he'll write in like poetry line kind of thing. I don't think it's an actual poem form, but yeah, it's a must-have, an absolute must-have. It's so good. Sorry, you after you watch some interviews of him like talking, he has like a 2-hour plus interview of him talking about music. That you don't understand. The guy is a genius. I'm just passionate. All right, let's move on. Yeah, so that's that whole thing, like being in the right state. So like really what you should be doing as an artist, well, the point of that is like the artist is that you want to be in a state of mind or in a state that so like the whole, like those special moments, those outtakes that you're talking about, like, or something, let's say, or those moments are, why are they the most memorable? Because they were inevitable. The actor just felt, like doing this extra thing or whatever. Like when Harrison Ford in Indiana Jones, he's just like, fuck this, and pulls out the gun and shoots the samurai so that he doesn't have to do the choreography that he practiced for that particular like saber fight. That was an outtake. That was not planned. He just did it because he just didn't. He was like, I'm just done with this. He was like, you know what? I don't want to deal with this. I just feel like shooting the guy. Why don't I just shoot him and just move on? So that actually wasn't planned. And they just were like, you know what? Let's run with it. And it's in the film. And it was that the context and everything, it made that event inevitable. And that was captured on film. AI doesn't play the right note or run string or have room space noise or etc. A lot of people thought cameras would replace art. Actually, wild, yeah. People evolved to start making sense, making less portraits and more abstract art. Interesting, yeah, because the episode of Parks Rex is basically improv in mistakes, and it's amazing. Yeah, Parks Rex is incredible.
World out of business, which hasn't come true yet, but given Arthur C. Clarke's track record, we may have cause to worry. Now, believe it or not, I have been on YouTube for 20 years now, longer than some of you may have been alive. And in that time, I've actually made quite a few predictions about how AI will change music in the future. Well, it is the future now, and so I thought it would be fun to look back at some of my predictions to see what I got right and what I got wrong. In other words, Did I do Arthur C. Clarke proud? The first video I did was a Q&A from 6 years ago talking about copyright and AI, asking the question, who gets to own the copyright to an AI composition? In that video, I had this spicy prediction.
So I'm sure within the next 5 to 10 years, one of the rent-seeking parasites that are the major music labels will figure out a way of owning the copyright to AI music in a way that totally perverts the idea that copyright is a means of protecting labor.
Suno has recently struck a license partnership with Warner Chappell. Universal Music Group has struck a similar deal with Udio. All three
Hold on. Slow down.
That copyright is a means of protecting labor.
Suno has...
Yeah, it's supposed to protect labor, not be like a commodity for trade.
Recently struck a...
Warner Music Group and AI music generator Suno have struck what they call a first of its kind partnership. They claim the deal will open new frontiers in music creation, interactions, and discovery, while both compensating and protecting artists, songwriters, and the wider creative community.
A license partnership with Warner Chappell. Universal Music Group has struck a similar deal.
No, it's our first strategic agreement for a new licensed AI music creation platform. Oh, so this is basically like if we can businessify this, then like a label might. You make music, the label is able to get you the eyeballs and to get your stuff sold and commercialized, and then this group that runs the AI then learns on the highly acclaimed, successful, commercialized stuff. So then you're basically like forcing this parasitical thing onto
with Udio.
What they're doing is selling uniques but labeling them as tools. Yeah.
All three major music labels, Sony, Warner.
Company signs first of its kind AI licensing deal. I mean, this is better. Isn't this better than just stealing? Which is what a lot of AI is doing. It's just making everyone on the internet their ghostwriter with no pay. I mean, and then without consent or pay.
Warner Chappell and Universal Music.
This could be better than that. This is technically better than that, but also solidifying that it's okay is kind of like, and being like, well, we're technically in the legal clear. Leave us alone. I have these
signed
papers.
a deal with Clay, a startup which uses generative AI to remix songs in real time. Most recently, Universal Music Group has paired with NVIDIA.
Oh my God.
All of these deals.
Universal Music Group to transform music experience for billions of fans with NVIDIA AI, leveraging NVIDIA AI infrastructure and drawing from the world's leading music catalog, compromising millions of culture defining tracks. This collaboration aims to pioneer responsible AI for music discovery, creation, and engagement. I don't know. I don't understand the
It's unclear how much, if at all, artists will be compensated for their work. So when I warned that the major music,
I think this is just this is just to put weeds everywhere and to complicate things, so that because artists are busy just writing, they're not gonna fucking figure out the legal side of things. So they're just trying to create friction so that it's difficult for people to tell whatever, and they just fucking let the business people do what they want, which is exploit all the rules as much as possible. So they're trying to set rules that they know they can circumvent, seems like, kind of thing.
Labels would use AI to consolidate power in the music industry.
Oh my God, what a great comment here. I'd rather be stolen from than allow someone to use my art as a learning tool. At least if it's stolen, it's something of value. Oh my God. And then there's the whole fucking if buying isn't owning, then pirating isn't stealing. That whole fucking thing. Oh my God. Is that the phrase? What is it again? If owning isn't buying, then pirating isn't stealing. Is that what it was? If buying isn't owning, pirating isn't stealing. Yeah, because if you don't own what you buy, then how could I be stealing something if you don't even own it? I mean, at least buyers didn't have to pay subscription. Oh my god. Oh god. Yeah.
I think I kind of got that one right, unfortunately. The next video I did was a Q&A from 3 years ago talking about AI replacing human musicians. I did a brief overview of how
this guy has been going at this for years. This is awesome. This is really interesting.
He has disrupted the labor force in the music industry for the past 100 years, and how AI would likely continue the trend of technological disruption. I ended this segment on a hopeful note. Just remember, we kept playing chess, even though computers reliably beat us.
Yes, this is a fantastic example. This was one of my earliest things was like, chess is a fantastic example of this. Actually, this was my first like realization that like, hey, this doomer shit is like, I had a tingling sensation, but this was the first example that I thought of that I was like, oh, I could do a video on AI. I would have started with this. I would have started with, let's look at chess. Chess was beaten by, was it a Stockfish? Was Stockfish the first? I forget what the first, what was the first AI bot that beat a human at chess? It was like something blue. Supercomputer. Deep Blue beat Garry Kasparov in 1996. February. That's hilarious because I'm like, I look like a month off that or something from when I was born and shit. Anyway, and so guess what? Chess is actually just fine. Even why would people bother? Oh well, the AI is better than humans at playing chess. I guess we should all quit playing chess. But we didn't. Why? If efficiency is the only thing that matters, if output quantity is more important than the quality, you could argue, oh my god, it's so good at chess, it's amazing. Oh my god, we should just let it play chess, and we should be out of a job playing chess. That's not the point, because it's the other point that I made when I was earlier thinking about this stuff is like human achievement. Right? Expression of human ability is what art is a part of. The chess competitions are about your ability to do different things. Chess is about the ability of the mind. It's an expression of our human ability, how far we can push ourselves as human beings. AI doesn't, a Stockfish doesn't serve that role at all. It's not helpful in that. It might be entertaining to watch two supercomputers fight it off in chess and take a look. That can be entertaining, but it's not going to serve the same role as the Olympics might in physical ability. I mean, a robot, I'm sure, could throw a ball further than a human can. Why do we have Olympics about humans throwing balls if there's a robot that could do better than them? Why bother? Right? It's just this really frames things into like why this is such a ridiculous way of looking at things. Chess is not a good example, I think, because chess isn't a game of creativity. It's a game of remembering patterns. It is. I mean, there are arguments that like, hey, there were some chess players that were very creative. They looked for ways to play that would throw off their opponents. That would be ways that people didn't expect, that people weren't familiar with, positions on the chessboard that people weren't familiar with, that would then, give you some kind of edge as a player. I forget, there were some chess players that were high risk takers. They would gambit in really risky ways, but because they would put the chessboard in a position that the other player wasn't familiar with, memorization became less. Their memorization was less helpful, and that intuitive kind of playing and being able to react to those situations was the way that they were basically able to get an edge in those games. You can be creative, but I mean, Magnus Carlsen is the best not because of creativity but memory. That is true. Memory is definitely that. Yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, was it Fisher? What was it? Fisher chess. Bobby Fischer. Bobby Fischer is famous for like the whole like the Fischer random is a good example. Bobby Fischer is a great example of someone who talked about how like chess is just memorization. It's just a test of how much you can memorize. Even though he was one of the players who was the least, who was the most, I think, risk taker. He was famous for like being a high risk taker. And then he kind of went full circle back to like, hey, it's just memorization. No, who cares? He had a very doomer, I think, view later in his life about it. He actually died not that long ago, 2008. 64, dang. He had a spouse for the last 4 years. Maybe she killed him. Just kidding. I'm super kidding. Okay. Coincidence? Okay, anyway. Well, okay, let's get the record. Bobby Fischer, a cause of death. I mean, why was he married only for the last 4 years and died at 64? Oh, the kidney alignment that killed. Okay, I was wondering how Bobby Fischer could have died of kidney disease. He wasn't very old, 64, and he didn't look sick at all, judging from the videos of him in Iceland. What usually causes copying someone else's words here? It has been speculated that Fischer had an alcohol problem when he was locked up in prison in Japan. He said that he was locked up in prison in Japan. Why? What? He said that the worst part of it was that he didn't have access to alcohol and that the lack of it made him ill. Withdraw. Considering this pathetic situation at that stage in life, it wouldn't surprise me if he was a heavy drinker. Alcohol abuse is known to lead to kidney failure. Oh yeah, absolutely. Kidney failure due to alcohol for sure. It's just pure Reddit. Hilarious. All right. So the answer must be somewhere in between, right? All right. That's how it works, right? The mean of all answers ever is gonna be the truth most of the time. Oh man. The collective mean.
Why? Well, because it's fun to play chess. And it's fun to make music. It's a nice thought. Right?
Why what? Yeah, wait.
So, full note. Just remember, we kept playing chess, even though computers reliably beat us every time. Why? Well, because it's fun to play chess. And it's fun to make music.
I will say, the less memorization, the less good you are at chess. I've actually found that playing chess with people, especially people who don't have like a fucking system and lock on everything, they just play and react and just whatever. I find that I actually get quite the tell from people. When I had really bad EQ, when I was very socially inept, one of the only ways I remember one of the best ways I was able to tap into understanding another person's personality or like whatever and stuff was actually playing chess with them. I was able to see their decisions and their responses to threats and things like this and all that. There's just what choices they would make would teach me, it would make me like communicate to me and make me understand like the person more really well on the EQ side, even though I just had no barometer for social. Like I felt like EQ just was like super, just super. I was just all logic, or at least I thought I was all logic, and just I had no barometer for that. Organic chess is the most fun. Yeah, it really is. Actually solving it makes it worse. That's actually goes to the whole point of like humans are not weird. Being more efficient does not mean having a better human experience. The human experience is the top priority, the top, the priorities list there. The efficiency is not at the top. There was a little quote from that was really good. From, how am I blanking on his name? Fuck. I mean, some people call him the modern Mozart, but he's not really. But I've heard that quote. I was gonna see if I could get an answer. Music theory genius, because he is very knowledgeable on the theory side. Okay, Jacob Collier, that's what I was looking for. Destroying the music theory destroys creativity. Oh my god. Okay, anyway, that's a whole fraud. People do get upset about him. There was some division a little bit. What was so there was a short, Jacob Collier on AI. There was a short that was really good. This one?
In a world of AI, your freedom is in your unpredictability. You have a whole host of large language models, all of which are trained to do the most predictable thing next. And one of the things that differentiates humans from AI, amongst many, is we're not the most efficient of beings, and the things that are most meaningful to us are not necessarily the things that are the most predictable to us. So as a harmonist, it was one of my greatest joys to take a song or a melody and find the most kind of unexpected things to do with it. It would be like, okay, whatever you think I'm going to do the opposite of that, right? The right amount of irreverence can be so liberating. In a world of AI,
the right level of irrelevance can be so liberating. Irreverence, sorry, not irrelevance. Irreverence. I forget what irreverence. I used to know this word. What the hell? Deliberately not showing the expected respect or veneration for people, institutions, etc. Yeah. I mean, we're rebels. Artists are rebels. 100%, right? Come on. Yeah. I mean, theory is the logical reverse engineering. Music theory is the process of reverse engineering music. It's not the process of engineering music, but reverse engineering. It works backwards from what we already have that's been created. It's just like AI. Honestly, we should treat music theory the same way that, AI is a great, like, little bit of a red, like a flag wave of like, hey, same problems exist in music theory. You really shouldn't be using theory to write because you get the same problems that AI has when you use AI to write. Your voice is not going to come through because you're going to get these predictability results. It's looking for the most predictable thing. We don't want to necessarily be predictable because then what's unique about you gets lost. If everyone's predictable and everyone does the same thing, what makes you special? You want to feel like you're special, especially as an artist. We want to feel like we have some special voice and a special, a unique experience, unlike anybody else's. And that's what makes life feel special as well. And that's important. And as artists, that's what we're hunting as well. And so that unpredictability is a way to create that space. So if you feel like people are putting you in a box, people are framing you as some kind of person, you might likely act out because you don't want people to square you off into being that person. You're like, I don't like being put in that box. And so you might act out in a way that is unpredictable or might irritate or aggravate the established norm of what people perceive of you or different kind of things. And those rule-breaking tendencies that humans have is super natural for humans. And then the other part was the efficiency, right? He was talking about how AI is designed to be as efficient as possible. Humans, we don't value efficiency that highly. I completely agree with that. So Jacob Collier is like a jazz music kind of like theory geek who is really great at doing covers, but people don't really love how he might write original work, but he's really good at taking stuff and remixing it in a way to incorporate like jazz theory and to also work with like the relative tuning systems, which I think is really cool. I think relative tuning is an under kind of like discussed, not underutilized element of writing that I find really interesting. I like to think about relative tuning and would love to at some point learn to use DAW to write with relative tuning in mind. That's something I definitely would love to explore. So yeah, I really like Jacob Collier's kind of he's a great pioneer. I think the way he inspires people to pursue art, his energy, his charisma that he has, I think, is extremely captivating. And I think that is the way to get people into music, not this Suno shit. Okay. Let me scroll up a bit here. If everyone harmonizes with thirds, why not use fifths and sevenths? Well, actually, there is a term for called tertian harmony. So I'll try to play a little bit quietly if I play. But it's very okay. That's very quiet. But if I build in thirds only, so if I do something like. Okay, sorry, my table is kind of, my piano thing was doing a thing. So can you guys hear this? Is this loud enough? So tertian harmony is harmony built on thirds. This is a third, 1, 2, 3, like that. We don't need this thing. So then if I keep stacking thirds, so if I do that kind of thing, you know, I'm creating tertian harmony. And if I could, and I could always invert and stuff. I could always do like, which is technically, if I put this F here, that's still tertian. It's just moved around to the notes. But the base of building that way, there's something called quartal harmony, which won't sound like this. It'll sound like this. Has a different kind of sound, and fifths would be like. So you get in a different kind of palette for sound for sure. So that is something that is a term that people will use, and it's part of like when I teach theory, I teach that these are options that exist. If you want to entertain those options, go entertain them, but just teach people what exists so people can explore on their own how they want. Everything is just chromatic when I play. If it sounds good, I mean, that's the whole thing, Hansi, right? It's like, if it sounds good, it cannot be wrong in a way, because if it's connecting, if it's communicating something emotional, it's successful. You know, if it's resonating, I mean, the most important things with just music, what is music versus what is noise, is you have to have contrast and then you have to have change. So you have to have two things that are contrasting in some way when it comes to sound, and then you have to have something changing over time in those things. That's the most important thing. Yeah, I know it's a little quiet, but it's like late. My girlfriend's asleep. I can't play this too loud, or yeah. And she hasn't been feeling that well, so I gotta. Anyway, maybe from a theoretical standpoint, but that just takes away from the experience. So that's the thing. I think theory chases music. So if I come up with something that is going to express a human experience, human emotion, successfully, and it will, it will communicate something emotional that is powerful, and the theory doesn't support that, what happens is the theory then goes in, looks at what has been created, and then tries to identify the parts and reverse engineer it, and then potentially evolve and change in order to account for something that has been for like the effect of something that is objective that's in the music, and how it might play a role in the output of the music and the effect of the music on people, like the emotional kind of like what happens with it kind of thing. So that's what theory is. Theory is the reverse engineering of music. It does not engineer it, it reverse engineers it. So people who are, maybe like genius artists might explore and find something that theory will not be able to create, because it's just like AI. It's only using what already exists and analyzing it. So theory is an analysis of music that already exists. You can use your understanding of music to improve your writing, but it cannot be the only source of writing because the human element is required. Otherwise, you're not communicating anything emotional. Theory is not emotional. So it cannot be the only thing involved in your writing. You can use it to help you. The best use of theory is to be like, okay, I have this chord and I want it to feel a little less dissonant or something. Or I want it to move to this other chord and I need something to bridge smoothly from this to this. So you have ideas that you've come up with that you emotionally resonate with, but you want to create relationships between ideas that will then make the message more compelling or something. Then theory can help you kind of like tie things together or something. The theory can help with that. So it can be a tool for something like that. But a tool on its own is not going to make you a chair, you know?
It's a nice thought, right? I've seen this analogy repeated a couple of times because I think people like to have that hope.
Computers have been better than humans for over a decade, but who wants to watch two robots play?
In uncertain times. But unfortunately...
Example of how AI won't replace humans in everything, since chess AI is better than humans for years already. Humans chess is way more entertaining. I mean...
After further reflection, I feel like the analogy is a bit too optimistic. You see, music, unlike chess, is an industry which produces commodities in the form of recorded music. And so Deep Blue didn't put any chess players out of work, but Suno and generative AI certainly will put musicians out of work. An economic study from CISAC suggests that generative AI will lead to a massive disruption across the industry.
Revenue is at risk of loss for creators by 2028, 24% in music, 21% in audio-visual. Human chess is enchained because of mistakes. True. Flawed. Why do we care about a character in a story? Not because they're perfect, but because they're flawed. The flaws are what define them. The flaws are what's important to us. All right, Hansi, thanks. Thanks for stopping by. Maybe if you can lurk, that'd be nice. Help our viewer count and all that. Nice. But yeah, I really want to finish this tonight. Maybe I'll just blitz through it, or maybe we'll just stop at a halfway point here. God damn, this is like replayed pretty hard. Maybe there was a sponsor here, probably, potentially. Who knows? Yeah, thanks for stopping by. And then Caveman, yeah, definitely check out our Discord. I don't know, I can link it because people hang out there. Sometimes I have people on. I'm open to having people kind of join the Discord and be live with me on share the mic when talking about stuff. Totally open to that. So yeah, just want to build communication, and communicating and talking about music is kind of want to build a kind of a community around that stuff. So yeah, I'll link the Discord here. Yeah, it's 5:30, but this is the highest viewer count I've had so far. And the most fun I've been having. This is a really, I mean, I can just go on, like I kind of hope one day maybe to entertain and do some like film, because the film crew lifestyle of like just do shit and then just sleep whenever and eat snacks, and fucking people like in fucking sleeping bags just hanging out on the set and then waking up and then shooting the next day, and that living in the fucking trailers and stuff. Honestly, super my jam. I would actually really enjoy that. Like if I am engaged, like if my brain's engaged, I can just not sleep. It's just, I can just keep going. Is it healthy? No, but hey, I don't know. I love it. I just want to do more. It's so fun. I want to do more. So just, I don't know. I just do it. That's all I can say. I will actually, I do probably. Okay, let me check the time. Okay. 1:30. I think I have something at 1:30 p.m. tomorrow. I think that's when my day kind of starts. So what is that? 1:13 is 5 is 8 hours. Yeah, if I wanted to get the 8 hours in, I'd have to go pretty soon here. Okay, let's find a stopping point. And we'll pick this up. I'll find another day. And we'll pick it up. We got to get through this whole thing. This is fantastic. This video has been fantastic. And yeah, the VOD will definitely be on later. Yeah, the whole putting people out of business, I think that's not because AI music is able to replace like the jobs kind of thing. I think it's because it's hitting a very specific market, and that market just happens to be bigger than the market of people who actually get why you might pursue music or why you might dig deeper into it. But when you look at film, there's a lot of people that talk really deeply about film as well. I mean, maybe it's not as big of a audience as I think it is, but I mean, there are people who will watch movie essays, like millions of views on like film essays that discuss the depth of film, and people love hearing about that shit. So I almost think of like, I would love for it to be more normalized to have a theory conversation that is basically a theory, a music essay, basically. Oh, what a great name. A music essay. Let me write that one down. Like we have film essays, right? What about a music essay? You know, kind of thing. Film is art, so it makes sense. Yeah, and so like that kind of thing would be great. And if that was normalized, I think people would think more deeply about the music, and then people would like that consumer like part will get smaller, and then those people will spill over, and then the volume and the like it'll become more normalized to look for quality, and the more normalized looking for quality becomes, the more of those jobs will come back. I got a channel for you on YouTube. It's about metal, but he does song essays and albums. It's fantastic. Please link it to me. Thank you. That'd be great. Feel free to link it in the chat too. I don't have really a limit on posting links or anything. No rule on that. Let's check this out. It's gonna be on my Chrome. Let's see. The Genius Song Structure of Death. Nice. Definitely check it out sometime. That'll go on the to-do list for the next stream. Hell yeah. That's this video right here.
Put my personal outlook on certain things in life into, and I think it means a lot more when you're seeing about something other people can relate to. Because right now I don't see any demons flying around, and I don't see Satan.
Chuck Schuldiner.
Maybe they do. I definitely sometimes see those things in my head. Yeah. I mean, there are people who see those things, and they really do be experiencing that shit. They be tripping. Okay, we'll definitely check that out. Thanks for the link.
Because music is an industry.
Back to this thing. The market of Gen AI, music and audio visual content will rise from 3 billion now to 64 billion in 2028. Why would it do that? I don't know, man. That's insane to me. Bro, people be going off the deep end with this. That's insane. There's no way that 64, like 12x? What is this? This is 20-ish x. That's insane. Revenues of Gen AI services in music and audio projected at 9 billion, up from 0.3 billion now. Paris 2024, the first ever global study measuring the economic impact. Oh, so this is already, it's just projection based on current. I don't think this projection is my sense is that this is just projection of like, if the line just keeps going the way it's going, like I don't think it will. I don't know, man. I hope it doesn't. And even if it does, it'll all reel back. It's all a bubble. This is just a bubble. You know, it's just gonna keep going bigger. Who cares? It's not actually the value isn't going up. It's perceived value that's going up, kind of thing. Calculate that generative AI will enrich tech companies while substantially jeopardizing the income of human creators in the next 5 years. I guess it could last that long. We'll see. I'm hoping to really create some splash on the education side. I think education is the real thing here. The more that consumers are exploited, the more people will realize that education is the most important element to fight business exploitation. They're only able to exploit you if you let them. And the only way you can let them is if you don't realize you're making a mistake when it comes to serving your self-interest. The only thing that can help you serve your self-interest better is education. This is what everything sits on. Education is literally the other side of the business people exploitation is pulling on this side of the rope, and education teachers is pulling the other side. 100%. That is a clear war. Yeah.
Generative AI will lead.
Probably a lot of that will come from film, use of prompt for a jump scare instead of hiring someone to make it. Yeah,
to a massive disruption across the industry. Because music is an industry, it's also subject to the effects of deskilling. If musicians want to compete in an industry where AI is the standard, they run the real risk of losing the craft that they have developed. So
you should not buy into this. This is ridiculous to buy into this because you use AI more. Now you use your skills less. Now you lose your skills that you're not using. Like, you're only going to get worse as a musician if you entertain this. This is a horrible investment from an artist's point of view.
People will continue to make music in whatever capacity. Generative AI will affect the musical community in much more profound ways than it ever did in the chess community. So I don't think I really quite got this one right. I'm sorry, Mr. Clark, but can't win them all. My most recent video on AI came out a year ago.
Oh my God, what a fucking thumbnail, by the way. Holy moly. I feel attacked. I play violin as my primary instrument.
And it was all about
why AI is doomed to fail the musical Turing test. Oh my God, the musical Turing that's bro. Don't even start. There's no
AI
fucking
will inevitably
way.
fail the musical Turing test.
Of course it will.
It will never be confused for human music. Now, on the surface, it seems like I got that one really wrong. One study suggested that
a staggering 97% of listeners cannot distinguish between artificial intelligence generated and human composed songs. That's because it's trained on human created songs. Here's an experiment. Throw AI into and train it on nothing. Don't train the AI. Or tell the AI it cannot use anything that's been created that it was trained on to create the new thing. I mean, you might say this is unfair because humans are using stuff, but it's back to those other conversations about like having a barometer as a human being versus AI does not. This is what about a staggering 97% of listeners cannot distinguish, cannot tell the origins of where the artist took inspiration from with their music. Like, this is completely pointless. This is a pointless stat. Completely pointless. Just because you can't tell, it doesn't mean anything about having no ears. I think that's ridiculous of a take. Because you hear, I mean, yes, you will have a barometer for it, but there's a chance that the AI just kind of comes up with something that just happened to collage from a work that is incredibly emotionally I don't know, sound in some way, and you could run into a piece of work that might emotionally move you, and you might be like, oh, you know, I could see someone writing this or something. I think it's, but the problem isn't whether the AI can convince you that it is not, that it is on par with a human writing music. The problem is that after you have listened to it and had the initial emotional response to it, if you were to dig deeper into it, the more also depth of understanding you have of how music writes, like you're gonna, there is nothing else there to explore. There's a void behind there. There's nothing to interact with. There's nothing emotional being communicated. And even if you don't notice, then you're just gonna feel disgusting. When you learn after researching, you'll learn that, oh, you're gonna feel gross. You're gonna feel cheated. You're gonna feel catfished, essentially. Which no one wants to feel that. So there we go back to, hey, we should be labeling everything. You should be telling everyone you have to disclose whether it's AI and all this stuff. You know, it's the same with like wine tasters, like, you know, wine tasters not being able to tell whether the wine, oh, you can't tell that the wine is this $100,000 wine or whatever. I don't know. And then like, oh, it's a cheap ass fucking wine. And how like superfluous all that might be or something. Like,
cannot distinguish between AI generated and human composed songs. The actual point of the video though was more about real-time jamming with AI. Current real-time jamming with AI is pretty pathetic, to be honest.
Now I'm trying to get back.
But the broader thing that I was getting at in the
video, that's hilarious. Yeah, that's actually a better test. Hearing it and being like, can you guess if this is AI music, is like, I think that's a gotcha that even the best artists, you could run into a scenario where they might be like, I don't know, I can't tell. Maybe like, I think this is an eventuality that maybe the AI will be able to steal better and imitate better what already exists. And if someone's not familiar with the genre, they might be like, oh, that sounds like this genre, but I just don't listen to it enough to be able to like get the nuance of that. It's a much better test of can you play chamber music with it. That is that is just never gonna happen. There's zero chance. Well, me and my friend's garage at 15. Yeah, and then it's just doing a show. Oh my god, it's a AI? Dude, can you imagine someone being like, oh my god, dude, why are you using AI to write? And it's like, bro, that was me writing by myself. I didn't use any AI. It's like, you know, can you imagine how that is the other part that's so, oh my god, it must be such a painful experience to be like, oh, I have to, like, I want to have my own voice, but then there's this AI that's like, I don't know, like people are more listening to AI than you're writing. Like, it goes back to, you need to just get the fuck out of there and just focus on you. What is your emotional experience? What is your emotional journey? And focus on the journey of learning, writing, that when grandma is cooking food for you or something, makes food and tastes amazing. She's not making it because she's trying to compete with the culinary Gordon Ramsays and stuff. No, it's this. She has this personal experience, let's say, with the food and wanting to put her love into it, right? So it's like this. Focus on yourself is the best way to pursue art. You need to do it for you, not for anyone else first. Do it for yourself. Find something that, you know, makes you feel, again, it's back to the whole, find a state. The object isn't to make art, it's to be in that wonderful state which makes art inevitable. What state that you can put yourself into that will make the art inevitable? That is the best strategy for making art.
Music is a commodity.
Do you need to be relaxed? Do you need to have a deadline? Do you not need to have a deadline? It just, this is the perfect opener for like thinking about this in the right way. How to think about it as an, you know, that is what this
who makes it.
Rick Rubin
just
has
the same way
completely down.
It doesn't really matter who made this mug for me as a consumer, because I just need a caffeine delivery mechanism. If it works, it works.
Music is a commodity for people. Music is a item to be consumed that helps them get through their
That's
day.
the consumer,
What matters is
consumer art versus consumer music versus the musician, like for musicians.
good enough. And good enough is enough for most people. Most people think about all types of products, even like phones and whatever, computers, everything. It's not like, oh, John Coltrane's masterful solo. You know what I'm saying? This is, yes, like AI can never create this. Yeah, people threw tomatoes at John Coltrane, the Village Vanguard. They ain't want that either.
Back in October of 2025, there was a viral dance pop song called I Run making the rounds. It was revealed that the lead vocal recording was Suno generated. Some people felt
Not me learning I Run is AI.
betrayed by that fact, but some people kind of genuinely did not care.
It does not matter this song was made using AI. Like, I'm so sick of the purists on the For You page talking about some, oh my god, I can't hear it the same.
In fact, it went a bit further than this.
I can't hear this. Well, because we are so used to, when we hear music, when we see art, we've taken it for granted that when you see a piece of art, a human being created it. That we just assume that. And we've gotten so used to that it's just kind of like a deadpan, like shock, like a Pikachu surprise face of like, wait, huh? Like, it's like it hasn't hit yet that there's this possibility that it might be. I think some people, it doesn't even hit. We're not used to having to have a barometer for this. We're not used to engaging with art in this way at all. Too many people want to make music to make it, but in reality, music should be the most self-centered part of you. I should be the most self-centered part of, or music should be the most. You is your voice, your expression. Yeah, exactly.
When some singers covered I Run, it seems like people generally preferred the AI version over the human.
I'm not gonna lie, the AI still sounds better. Okay, so that's a first bias thing. So like when you hear it one way and then you hear it another way, you're gonna always prefer the initial one because that one was the one that gave you that whatever emotional thing. By the way that it's moving around, when I'm hearing the I Run version, it sounds like a VST rather than like a person, for sure. I can definitely pick that up.
Now, you could say that the aesthetic standards that have been set up for this hyper-edited, auto-tuned electronic dance pop music just set humans up for failure in the marketplace.
Totally, 100%.
Competing with AI. AI can
that's actually pretty ironic that the most popular styles have like this kind of like auto-tune and all this other tech, and then it's like, well, now are you enjoying it now? Are you enjoying the high-end tech now? Are you going to incorporate this next too, since it's popular and all that,
that humans just can't without those tools. And so ultimately for certain styles of music, it might make a better product, a better musical commodity, faster and cheaper.
No, don't listen to AI music. Support the real artists. I don't care. It sounds good. I like it. I'm going to listen to it.
It's a scary world, Mr. Clark. It's a scary world.
Probably before the end of this century, we will be able to construct computers or artificial intelligences which can go out on their own and develop lines of thought irrespective of any programming, and which may, in principle, be more intelligent than we are.
There's this overwhelming sense I get right now from headlines and from, I don't know, how people are talking about this, that AI is here. It is omnipresent in society and that we must adopt it. And people
embracing that is essential for continuous improvement. Yeah, there's so many assumptions here that, improvement, what improvement in what direction? I think that's the part that we're missing here a little bit sometimes.
People who think otherwise are just being Luddites, and they will be put in the dustbin of history. The people pushing this narrative, of course, are the ones who have the most financially to gain from it. It's why you see articles in Forbes insisting.
Exactly. This is a complete snake oil pitch. It really is. I gotta go get ready for my shift now. So I'll say goodbye. I'll definitely catch another stream. What time generally do you stream? At night, I guess. I don't know. It depends. Sometimes I have guests on, and if I'm trying to be nice to my European audience, I will stream either in that afternoon time on the Pacific or like at night. I might honestly pause here. Honestly, like, that's fine. It's like we're right smack in the middle here. I mean, we could wrap this up, but God, I really need to get to bed. 43:50. I'll write that down. Yeah. 43:50. We'll get back to this for sure. And then what is it? Yeah, weekends I probably will stream. I don't really have a set schedule yet. I'm not sure. Yeah, usually I just see what people are on and who's up for a stream and who wants to talk about something. If something inspires me, I feel like the whole like expectation setting and planning, I find that that's just so not in my wheelhouse for like as an artist in general. Just do whatever, you know, in the moment feels right or whatever. So yeah. So yeah. But yeah, I will post in the Discord when I'm gonna go live or if I have a planned date for it. But usually it's the evening Pacific time from like 6 p.m. maybe 7 p.m. Anyway, something like that. So this was a great stream. I'm glad to get some more unique people here hanging out. Thanks for joining. Fantastic chat. We got so much talking this time. It was great. Looking forward to our next time. Yeah. Definitely check out the VODs. Join the Discord if you haven't already, whoever is watching. And for those of you watching the VOD, thanks for joining. And I'll see you guys in the part 2. See you guys later. You destroyed my sleeping rhythm because of your time zone. Not, it's time to destroy yours. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I know, Fungi. We usually hang out way later, like in the AMs for sure. So, is what it is. Hey, as long as I'm getting what I want out of it, that's all I care. And I'll just make up the sleep debt sometime. I'll figure it out. All right. Have a great night, everybody, and remember, you matter, and just make shit. We're adventurers. Artists are adventurers. So go out and adventure, and don't worry about it. It'll all be okay. And stay hydrated. Yeah, that's right. Remember, you're made out of more than 50% water. You need water. Good night. Take care. Bye.